Chapter 1, I want the most expensive one. Hey handsome, why don't you come to the store for a massage and relax? We're celebrating our first anniversary today, and we're offering 20% off. That night, Chen Ping left the train station and walked alone down the street in Ningdong County. It had been 2 years since he graduated from university and returned to his hometown, and he never expected that the first familiar sound he heard after returning would be coming from the woman at the entrance to the massage parlor. Chen Ping glanced at the woman who spoke, who was tall and quite attractive. He raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Is this massage parlor you're talking about a proper one?" The woman gave an embarrassed smile and politely replied, "Sir, this is a proper massage parlor." Chen Ping looked at her with some regret and refused. "Forget it, I'm not going to a proper one." After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave, when suddenly the woman behind him whispered, "Sir, wait a minute." After Chen Ping had turned around, the woman looked around carefully and whispered, "Actually, this massage can be less proper. Sir, please follow me." After saying this, the woman twisted her waist and entered the massage parlor. Chen Ping looked at her back and hesitated. Half a month ago, he was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. The doctor said he could live for up to 3 months. When the company learned of this, it did not hesitate to kick him out as a social animal. Chen Ping was tired of living in the big city, working hard for his boss every day. He wanted to spend his last days in his hometown, so he took the train back to Ningdong County. He had just been flirting with the woman out of instinct, but now he was a little tempted. He had been single for more than 20 years, and at most he had only held a girl's hand. If he could know what it felt like to be with a woman before he died, then this life would not have been in vain. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Ping followed her. Walking through the dim corridor, the woman led him to a room full of soft purple and pink light. After Chen Ping sat down, the woman asked again, "Sir, what price range would you like?" Chen Ping glanced around, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and replied, "I want the most expensive one." He still had a little savings, and there was no reason not to be a bit flashy in his final moments. Upon hearing this, a sparkle flashed in the girl's eyes, and she immediately said, "Please wait a moment, the technician will be right here." After the girl left the room, Chen Ping directly laid down on the soft bed. At this moment, he could only feel his heart beating alarmingly fast. Having been an orphan since childhood, he had done his best to barely finish university and get a job. During this process, although he had watched some small movies, his actual experience was zero. At the thought that the images in the small movies were about to become reality, Chen Ping could only feel his nasal passages getting hot. Just as Chen Ping was distracted, the sound of high heels was heard outside the door. Creak! The door opened and a tall woman appeared in the doorway. Chen Ping, who was lying on the bed, slowly turned around and looked at the woman at the door. She was carrying a small suitcase in her hands, which she held under her dark red short skirt, but it couldn't hide her long, thin, black silk legs. Further up, her waist, as slender as a water snake, accentuated the curves of her breasts, making her already near-perfect figure even more attractive. In the soft, dim mauve light, Chen Ping could not see her face clearly, but he could vaguely sense the contours of her delicate features. There was no doubt that this was a goddess-level beauty. Chen Ping was extremely excited, and Gue really did have its reasons. The woman stepped in high heels to Chen Ping's bed, smiled faintly, and asked, "Hello sir, you ordered all the items, which one would you like to start with?" Chen Ping was extremely nervous, and instinctively replied, "You decide." The woman nodded gently and said tenderly, "Let's start with a full-body massage." After saying this, she slowly got into bed, then knelt in front of Chen Ping. With this movement, her long, silky hair suddenly fell on Chen Ping's neck, giving him a tingling sensation. Feeling the faint fragrance that came with it, Chen Ping couldn't help but look down. Up close, he could almost see the amazing view hidden beneath the dark red short skirt. At this moment, the woman's slightly trembling hands placed on his belt and were about to undo it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Ping's gaze fell on the woman's face. When he saw the person in front of him, he was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. "Lin Yuru?" Chen Ping looked at the woman in front of him with a dazed expression. It was Lin Yuru, the wife of Chen Mingliang, a distant relative and scoundrel from the same village as him. Lin Yuru married Chen Mingliang from Yuha village 4 years ago, which attracted the attention of all the villagers in the surrounding area. No one expected that Chen Mingliang, a rascal, could marry the prettiest daughter-in-law in the village. At that time, Chen Ping was attending university, and because his grandfather was still alive, he would go home to visit him every week. When he returned home, he often saw Lin Yuru serving his grandfather food and helping with the housework. Chen Ping had a very good impression of this beautiful, hard-working woman. However, since his grandfather passed away 2 years ago, he has never returned to Yuha village. The last time he saw Lin Yuru was at his grandfather's funeral. He never expected to see her again, and it was in a massage parlor in the county town, where she was the masseuse he had ordered. At this, Lin Yuru also recognized Chen Ping, and in shock she said, "Ah, Ping?" Chen Ping was full of embarrassment, blushing as he replied, "It's me." After a pause, to hide his embarrassment, he hurriedly asked, "Why are you here?" Lin Yuru was taken aback, and only then did she realize the awkwardness of the situation the two were in. In an instant, her cheeks were flushed, like ripe peaches. Seeing that Chen Ping was looking at her, Lin Yuru's eyes were full of panic, and she hastily covered up. You've mistaken me for someone else, I don't know you." Chen Ping was stunned, and only then did he realize that what he had just said had put the two in an awkward situation. Thinking about this, he was about to speak when his gaze fell on Lin Yuru and he could no longer take it away. In the past, when he saw Lin Yuru in the village, she always wore conservative clothes. But at this moment, Lin Yuru was kneeling in front of him, and from his perspective, he could fully feel Lin Yuru's astonishingly plump figure. Whether it was the waist that was easy to hold in one hand or the tightness of her breasts, all of it was full of astonishingly seductive power. What was even more deadly were her almond-shaped eyes, which were incredibly charming because she was so shy, and they were captivating. Chen Ping had never held a girl's hand before, and now Lin Yuru, who was full of feminine charm, was right in front of him. If he spoke, Lin Yuru would pretend not to know him and continue with the project. For a moment, Chen Ping's heart pounded, restless. Facing Lin Yuru, who was so close, he was tempted. Chapter 2: Sudden Change. Just then, the scene of Lin Yuru helping her grandfather wash the bedding and clothes flashed through his mind. In an instant, he suddenly woke up and cursed himself for being an animal. He took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and whispered, I'll have them change someone else." After Chen Ping finished speaking, the massage room fell into a deathly silence. It was obvious that only a few seconds had passed, but Chen Ping felt like it had been a century. After a long silence, Lin Yuru suddenly spoke. "Hey Ping, do you think I'm dirty?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ping did not hesitate for a moment and hurriedly replied, "How could that be? You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in the world." Hearing what Chen Ping said, Lin Yuru's heart was saddened. If she really was the most beautiful woman in the world, how could she have ended up like this? Thinking about her husband, who spent all day drinking, gambling, and beating her up, Lin Yuru's face was full of a sad smile. When she came back to her senses, her gaze fell on Chen Ping's face, and she had already made up her mind. She leaned forward slowly and said softly, "Just pretend you don't know me, okay?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ping felt as if his heart was going to jump out of his throat. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and closed his eyes. He was already a dead man, so why bother? Just as he felt Lin Yuru's massage, there was suddenly a commotion outside the room. "Master Lon, that customer has already paid, can I get you another girl? If it pleases you, I'll get them all for you. Get lost. I want to try the new girl today, and if you say another word, I'll smash your shitty shop." Along with the noise, footsteps grew closer. With a loud crash, the door to Chen Ping's room was violently pushed open. Then, a bald man wearing a big gold chain and a scar on his face rushed into the room. He smelled of alcohol and was followed by 3 or 4 thugs. The bald man rushed into the room and immediately set his sights on Lin Yuru. He looked her up and down, his eyes gleaming, and said excitedly while rubbing his chin, "You're the new girl? You really are fresh. If you serve me well later, you won't go without money." Lin Yuru's face immediately showed signs of fear when she saw the bald man and the others who had suddenly rushed in. Seeing this, Chen Ping immediately got up and stood in front of her, his face cold, and said, "You are not welcome here, get out." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Peilong glanced at Chen Ping, gave a disdainful smile, and walked directly up to him, grabbed Chen Ping's arm, and shook it forcefully. "You have no say in this, get the hell out of my way." Although Duan Peilong was not tall, he was extremely burly. Chen Ping was seriously ill and his health was not what it used to be. When Duan Peilong gave him a hard shake, he was flung from the bed and onto the small cabinet next to it. It was a stroke of bad luck that Chen Ping's head hit the corner of the cabinet's metal trim, causing him to bleed from the head. Due to the violent impact, he fainted. Seeing Chen Ping pass out from the impact, Lin Yuru hurriedly got off the bed and walked towards him, worried. Ping, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Before she could get to Chen Ping, Duan Peilong had grabbed her arm, and he laughed. Girl, you'd better mind your own business. Feeling the alcohol on Duan Peilong's breath, Lin Yuru turned her head away in disgust, trying to shake him off, but she couldn't break free. At that moment, Duan Peilong gave her a push, and she fell directly onto the bed. Then, he glanced at the three thugs behind him and the woman who had brought him here, and said with a cold face, "Get out, and wait until I'm done before you come back in." Upon hearing this, the thugs immediately retreated. The female boss of the massage parlor looked at Duan Peilong in fear and had to retreat as well. After everyone left, Duan Peilong's eyes shone with light, and he strode over to Lin Yuru. He didn't notice that there was a thumb-sized pendant in the shape of a jade bottle around Chen Ping's neck, who had fainted after hitting his head. Accompanied by the blood staining, the pendant emitted a strange soft light of dark red. Chen Ping only felt that he had arrived in a world full of blank spaces. In the center of the world, a woman wearing a thin veil with a graceful figure but whose true face could not be seen stood in midair. At this time, she spoke slowly with an ethereal voice. I am the holy woman Nuwa of the human race, and this creation vase is my most precious treasure. Since your bloodline can awaken the creation vase, I bestow it upon you. From now on, you will be my successor. With this creation vase, you can create all things in the world. Chen Ping was dumbfounded. The bottle-shaped pendant he had picked up in the field when he was a child was actually the creation vase? When he came to his senses, he saw that Nuwa in the sky was about to leave after finishing talking. Chen Ping hurriedly said, I have terminal lung cancer, and you're only giving me this so-called jade vase of creation. Since I'm your successor, you can't just let me die, right? Upon hearing this, Nuwa gave a faint smile and said, You mortal, you dare to make a condition with me? Fine, I will give you the jade vase of creation again. I hope you will save people and yourself in the future, and never do evil. The ethereal voice gradually faded away, and Chen Ping only felt a lot of profound knowledge being forced into his head. His head was almost torn in half by this vast amount of knowledge. Just as he was about to lose control, a warm current suddenly appeared in the jade bottle of creation and spread around his body. Accompanied by this warm current rushing to all parts of his body, the severe pain dissipated. At the same time, he felt every cell in his body being slowly nourished by this warm current. In the room, Lin Yuru looked at Duan Peilong, who was walking towards her step by step, in a panic, at a loss as to what to do. You, don't come any closer. Duan Peilong pretended not to hear, and with a lewd smile on his face, continued to walk forward. Little girl, didn't you come here just to make money? As long as you serve me well, I'll give you as much money as you want. Seeing that Duan Peilong was only 1 meter away from her, in a critical moment, Lin Yuru picked up the box next to her and smashed it directly at Duan Peilong. Duan Peilong saw this and directly raised his arm to block the blow. This blow from Lin Yuru not only failed to defeat Duan Peilong, but instead completely angered him. You bitch, you're looking for death. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for using force. Duan Peilong pressed Lin Yuru's neck with one hand and directly pushed her down on the bed. Feeling Duan Peilong's actions, Lin Yuru tried hard to wrench open the large hand that was holding her, but she was unable to budge it in the slightest. Thinking about all the misfortunes she had encountered in her family and with her husband, she could not help but close her eyes in despair. Why? Why was her life so miserable? Just as she was about to give up in despair, an icy voice rang out. Let her go, or I'll kill you. Chapter 3, This is taking too long. Hearing Chen Ping's voice, Duan Peilong turned around and saw Chen Ping, who had previously fainted, standing steadily behind him. Facing Chen Ping, Duan Peilong didn't care at all. He threatened with a cold face. Kid, do you know who I am? Be sensible and get out of here right now, or I'll make sure you spend the next life in a wheelchair, believe it or not? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru glanced at Chen Ping, who was bleeding profusely from his head. She knew full well that Chen Ping was no match for Duan Peilong, and said resolutely, Ping, you go quickly, and don't worry about me. You can't afford to mess with these people. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping did not hesitate for a moment, and firmly replied, I will definitely get you out of here today. If anyone can't be messed with, it's them messing with me. Although he looked extremely disheveled with a bloody head, Chen Ping felt that at this moment, there was an unprecedentedly astonishing strength within his body. Without a doubt, his body had been transformed by the divine bottle of creation. Seeing that Chen Ping was so reckless, Duan Peilong's face completely turned cold, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "You're looking for death." As he spoke, he clenched his entire body into a fist and smashed it towards Chen Ping. Seeing this, Lin Yuru was full of worry, and exclaimed in alarm. "Ah Ping, be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, Duan Peilong's clenched fist had already reached Chen Ping's face. At that moment, Chen Ping suddenly raised his hand and directly grabbed Duan Peilong's fist. With a muffled sound, Chen Ping did not move at all, and Duan Peilong's fist was already firmly grasped in his hand. In an instant, Duan Peilong felt as if his fist had been firmly grasped in a giant pair of iron pincers. He tried to shake it off, but found that Chen Ping's hand had not moved at all. At the same time, an oppressive force came from the mountain, and Duan Peilong felt as if his fist was about to be crushed into pieces. Crack! With a series of crisp bone-cracking sounds, an excruciating pain came, and Duan Peilong could not help but scream. "Let go, or I'll kill you." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping smiled calmly. "That's what you said." As he finished speaking, he kicked Duan Peilong in the stomach. Duan Peilong weighed 160 to 70 kilograms, but with this kick, he was kicked 3 or 4 meters away. Duan Peilong crashed onto the bed behind him like a cannonball, instantly collapsing the bed. He let out a scream, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time. At this moment, the previous disdain in his eyes for Chen Ping was gone, replaced by deep shock. He couldn't figure out how Chen Ping had such amazing strength in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he saw Chen Ping walking towards him again. Outside the room, hearing the loud noise inside, the three thugs' faces suddenly revealed knowing smiles. "Boss Duan is truly impressive, he can make such a loud noise just from a massage. That girl is so hot, no wonder Boss Duan is having so much fun. I really envy you guys. Do you think Boss Duan will let us have a good time too?" While the three men were happily discussing the commotion inside, suddenly there was a loud noise and the door to the room was violently smashed open. Then a figure flew out like a cannonball and slammed heavily onto the ground. When the three thugs saw the figure on the ground, they froze in place. "Duan, Boss Duan? Boss, what happened?" Duan Peilong, who saw his three subordinates, who were beaten up and bruised, said angrily. "Are they all blind? Kill him for me." Hearing this, the three men noticed Chen Ping stepping out of the room. The three men quickly understood what had happened and rushed towards Chen Ping one after the other. Although the three thugs were physically fit, Chen Ping had been transformed by the divine bottle and his physical strength was comparable to that of a tiger, far superior to that of ordinary people. The three men's attacks smashed into Chen Ping's body like a baby hitting someone, and every time Chen Ping struck out, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. In less than a minute, all three men had fallen to the ground, clutching their arms and legs, screaming in pain. The three attackers looked at Chen Ping in fear. They had followed Duan Peilong for several years and were all good at fighting, but even though they had all attacked together, Chen Ping had not even been hurt. Was this still human? At this point, Chen Ping no longer paid any attention to the three men on the ground, and walked step by step towards Duan Peilong. Seeing Chen Ping walking towards him, Duan Peilong's eyes completely turned to panic. Chen Ping stood in front of Duan Peilong, looking down at him with a cold expression, and said lightly, "You just said that you want me to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair?" Upon hearing this, Duan Peilong suddenly understood what Chen Ping meant. He looked at Chen Ping in horror and begged for mercy. "Brother, it's my fault for not recognizing you. I've offended you. Please forgive me this time. Name your price, I'll pay you whatever you want. I beg you." Chen Ping pretended not to hear, and replied with a cold expression. "I'm not interested in your stinking money." As he finished speaking, he slowly lifted his foot and aimed it at Duan Peilong's leg, stepping down hard. "Ah Ping, no." Just then, Lin Yuru hurriedly walked out of the room and shouted. Hearing Lin Yuru's voice, Chen Ping's figure paused, and he retracted his foot. Seeing this, Lin Yuru hurriedly persuaded. "Ah Ping, forget it, don't cause someone's death." Chen Ping glanced at Duan Peilong, who was limp on the ground, and said with a cold face. "For the sake of my sister-in-law, I will spare you today. But you scum won't live for long, which is considered karma." Upon hearing this, Duan Peilong felt as if he had been pardoned, and quickly looked at Chen Ping gratefully and said, "Thank you for sparing my life. I will change my ways and do more good deeds in the future." Looking at Duan Peilong's hypocritical appearance, Chen Ping disgustedly replied, "It's useless to do good deeds. The blockage in your brain is already as bad as glue. In less than 3 days, you will die of a sudden illness. After saying this, Chen Ping no longer paid any attention to Duan Peilong, and looked at Lin Yuru and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go." After Chen Ping left with Lin Yuru, Duan Peilong immediately put away the hypocrisy on his face. He sneered. "Who the hell do you think you are? You think I'm sick just because you say so?" He didn't take Chen Ping's words to heart at all. Even the best doctor in the world couldn't just take one look and say that his brain had a blood vessel blockage. What's more, he had hardly ever been sick over the years, so how could he die so suddenly? After he came back to his senses, he gave an order with a cold face and eyes full of anger. "Tell everyone to find out his address for me in the shortest time. I must take revenge." Chapter 4, Scum. After leaving the massage parlor, Chen Ping hailed a taxi and prepared to go back to Yuha village. He had not returned to the village for more than 2 years since his grandfather's death. On the way back to the village, Lin Yuru kept her head slightly bowed and did not say a word. Seeing this, Chen Ping was not stupid enough to ask questions. From Duan Peilong's words, it could be seen that sister-in-law Yuru was new to the massage parlor. And from what he knew about sister-in-law Yuru, she was definitely not the kind of woman who would take the initiative to work in a massage parlor. What is the hidden truth? Chen Ping was thinking this when a jolt suddenly disrupted his thoughts. Lin Yuru seemed to have been in a daze just now, and with the jolt, she lost her balance and fell directly into Chen Ping's arms. When she reacted, she hurriedly got up, her cheeks flushed. After the incident at the massage parlor, Chen Ping glanced out the window at the bumpy dirt road and said awkwardly, "It's been more than 2 years since we last met, but the roads in the village haven't changed at all. From Ningdong County to Yuha village, 90% of the road has been turned into asphalt, but the last 10% is still dirt road. After being washed by rain for a long time, the road has always been uneven." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru sighed softly and said, "Nowadays, everyone is going out to work, who cares about the road to the village? I'm afraid that in a few years, there won't even be a village called Yuha village." Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but look at Chen Ping with a puzzled expression. "By the way, Ping, what is the reason for your return to the village this time?" Chen Ping smiled and replied, "The doctor said that I have a chronic illness and need to recuperate for half a year to a year. There is no good accommodation in the city, so I thought about returning to the village to recuperate quietly. I have been busy with work in the past 2 years and have never had the time to come back. It so happens that I also want to go to the grave to see my grandfather when I come back this time. Advanced lung cancer is an incurable disease. Although Chen Ping has the divine medical classic, he is not sure if he can cure it, so he did not tell his sister-in-law the truth." Hearing what Chen Ping said, a flash of envy passed through Lin Yuru's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. If she had not been born into that kind of family, she should have had the opportunity to go to the big city and see the world, instead of staying in a poor mountain valley like Yuha village. When she came back to her senses, she smiled and said, "It's good to be back. Our Yuha village may not be much, but the air and water here are much better than in the city, and it's suitable for recuperating." Before they knew it, the two had reached the end of the village. Chen Mingliang's house was right next to Chen Ping's, and the two families had always been neighbors. After getting out of the car, the two walked together towards the village. On the way back to the village, they met some villagers, who all greeted Chen Ping enthusiastically. Yuha village is not big, with a total population of only about 200 people, and everyone knows each other. When the villagers enthusiastically asked about Chen Ping, he just said that he was back in the village to take care of some business. While saying hello, Chen Ping noticed that the villagers looked at Lin Yuru with a bit of a strange look in their eyes. In response, Lin Yuru just lowered her head slightly and didn't say a word. When they were almost home, Lin Yuru suddenly blushed and whispered, "Ping, can you not tell your brother what happened today?" Chen Ping nodded slowly and agreed. When they arrived at their courtyard, Chen Ping noticed that his eldest brother Chen Mingliang was sitting at the front door with his shirt off, a beer belly, drinking beer. His hair was a mess, as if he hadn't washed it in a few days, and there were 4 or 5 empty beer bottles scattered at his feet. After being away for more than 2 years and not having a single relative around, Chen Ping felt an extra sense of familiarity when he saw Chen Mingliang. He hurriedly walked up to say hello. "Brother, I'm back." Chen Mingliang, who was drinking, saw Chen Ping and his eyes lit up. He stood up, burped, and looked at Chen Ping excitedly and said, "Ah Ping, it's been 2 years since we last saw each other, right?" Chen Ping nodded. Chen Mingliang grew up playing with him in Yuha village and they were very close as children. Seeing this, Chen Mingliang continued, "Ah Ping, I heard that you've been doing well for the past 2 years. So you must have made a lot of money, right? Can you lend me some money first? Chen Ping was stunned, looking at Chen Mingliang in front of him, and for a moment, he felt a little strange. At this time, Chen Mingliang noticed Lin Yuru standing in the courtyard, and his face immediately turned cold. He walked up and questioned. Why are you back so early, you bitch? How much did you make today? Facing the aggressive Chen Mingliang, who reeked of alcohol, Lin Yuru's eyes were filled with fear, and she lowered her head and didn't dare to reply. Seeing Chen Mingliang's attitude towards Lin Yuru, Chen Ping couldn't help but walk up and frown, explaining. Brother, I'm the one who brought my sister-in-law back. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingliang looked at Chen Ping's face and suddenly became more angry. You brought her back? Who told you to do that? I finally found a profitable job for this bitch, and now you bring her back. Who will make money for the family? Hearing what Chen Mingliang said, Chen Ping was full of disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Yuru would actually be sent to the massage parlor by his older brother Chen Mingliang. Facing Chen Mingliang, who was aggressive and shamelessly told her story in front of her younger brother-in-law, Lin Yuru's eyes were full of grievances. Recalling her experience at the massage parlor today, she could no longer hold back the pent-up anger inside her, and she snapped back. Money, money, money. All you know is money. If you didn't just gamble and drink all day, how would our family have owed so much debt? Seeing Lin Yuru, who had never hit back or cursed in return, dare to say this to him, Chen Mingliang was furious. How dare you talk back to me? I'll beat you to death. As he said this, he raised his hand to slap Lin Yuru's face. Seeing this, Lin Yuru, who had previously avoided being hit, did not show the slightest intention of avoiding it this time. She just closed her eyes in despair and let Chen Mingliang do as he wished. Just as Chen Mingliang's hand was about to land on Lin Yuru's face, Chen Ping suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Mingliang's wrist. He looked at Chen Mingliang with a cold face and said, Let's talk this over. Chen Mingliang glanced at Chen Ping, shook his hand hard to shake it off, and looked at Lin Yuru with a cold face and said, For Ping's sake, I won't beat you today. But remember, I didn't marry you to let you eat and drink for free, I married you so that you can make money. Last time I brought someone home, and you made a scene that the whole village knew about. I did it for your face's sake, and I specially asked someone to find you a job in the city. What's so bad about this job? You just split your legs and make money easily. Today I won't count it against you, but if you still can't make money tomorrow, I'll make sure you die. Facing Chen Mingliang's threat, Lin Yuru gritted her teeth and said back, holding back her fear. I'm not going. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingliang was completely enraged. What did you say? Lin Yuru suddenly looked up, her face with tears of despair, and resolutely replied. I said I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. Chen Mingliang was furious. Damn it. How dare you? I'll beat you to death today. As he finished speaking, he was about to clench his fist and smash it at Lin Yuru. Chapter 5, Sleeping in My Room. But the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then his entire body was directly kicked over onto the ground. After Chen Ping had kicked him to the ground, his eyes were full of disgust. You really are a scumbag to let your sister-in-law do this for gambling. Chen Mingliang used to like to gamble, and Chen Ping always knew about it. He had originally thought that after marriage, Chen Mingliang would be able to rein it in a bit, but he never expected it to get worse and worse, to the point where it had reached this point. Chen Mingliang stared at Chen Ping with anger after being kicked to the ground. It was normal for people with red-hot gambling fever to lose all sense of family, not to mention that Chen Ping was only a distant relative. At this moment, it seemed that he had thought of something, and he looked at Chen Ping with a sneer and said, What, you don't like the way it looks and want to save your sister-in-law, is that it? If you want to save her, I'll give you the chance. As long as you give me 150,000 yuan to pay off my gambling debts, I'll sell her to you. At that time, you can do whatever you want with her, and I definitely won't have any objections. What do you say? Looking at his shameless appearance, Chen Ping took out 500 yuan in cash from his body and threw it at him, disgusted. Get out! Chen Mingliang clasped the 500 yuan as if it were a treasure, got up, looked at Chen Ping, and continued. Ah Ping, think about what I just said. For only 150,000 yuan, your sister-in-law will be your woman. After he finished speaking, he immediately left the courtyard. After Chen Mingliang left, Lin Yuru could no longer hold back her tears and she knelt on the ground, crying. Seeing this, Chen Ping was at a loss for words of comfort. Meeting such a husband is the greatest misfortune in a woman's life. After a while, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, slowly stood up, and looked at Chen Ping with a wry smile and said, "I'm sorry, Ping, for making you laugh." Chen Ping shook his head gently and sighed. "To be honest, it's our family that's wronged you." At this point, he thought of what Chen Mingliang had just said, and couldn't help but look at Lin Yuru and ask, "Sister-in-law, is what my brother just said true?" Hearing what Chen Ping said, Lin Yuru was taken aback and froze in place for a moment. Is he asking if it's true that he bought himself for 150,000? Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she asked in a somewhat flustered tone, "Ping, what did you just ask is true?" Chen Ping didn't notice his sister-in-law's unusual behavior and instinctively replied, "Did my brother really owe 150,000 yuan in gambling debt?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru let out a sigh of relief. She felt a flash of embarrassment cross her face, and then sighed, her face full of bitterness as she replied, "Your brother used to gamble, but he didn't bet much. Ever since the car accident, he's been a completely different person. At first, he was just a bit depressed, and he stayed home all the time drinking. Then he got addicted to gambling. In the past few years, he has gambled away all the family's money, and he has also borrowed 150,000 yuan from Zhao Liuji." Chen Ping looked at Lin Yuru and didn't know what to say for a moment. Chen Mingliang had a car accident 4 years ago, which Chen Ping knew about, but he remembered that the result of the accident was that Chen Mingliang walked with a limp. How did it become like this? Zhao Liuji was a notorious bully in the surrounding villages and towns, running his own casino and lending money at high interest rates to gamblers. Before he could ask, Lin Yuru continued. "As you know, Zhao Liuji borrowed money at high interest rates, and some time ago, we even had to mortgage our house to pay the interest." Hearing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but ask, "Where are you living now?" Lin Yuru's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and she looked at Chen Ping in a low voice and said, "I'm sorry, Ping, we moved into your house without telling you." Seeing this, Chen Ping immediately understood that this must have been Chen Mingliang's idea. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, my house is empty anyway, and having people living here will add some liveliness." His house had a total of 3 rooms, so there was definitely enough space for the 3 of them. As he spoke, Chen Ping prepared to walk to the room on the right where he had previously lived. Seeing this, Lin Yuru hurriedly followed him. Creak! The wooden door was pushed open, and the old house that Chen Ping remembered disappeared without a trace. In its place was a warm and welcoming home. The sofa and cabinets in the room were old, but they had been cleaned and polished until they were spotless. It was clear that the furniture had been carefully arranged and was neatly displayed. At the back of the room, a pink curtain blocked the view of the large bed inside, dividing the room into 2 parts. Seeing this, Chen Ping suddenly realized that this was where his sister-in-law, Lin Yuru, was living. At this time, Lin Yuru, who had followed him, said, "Ah Ping, you can sleep in this room tonight. The other rooms still need tidying up a bit before you can live there." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping hurriedly refused. "No need, I'm a rough person who can live anywhere. I'll just go sleep in the other room." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ping was about to go to the other room when Lin Yuru suddenly held him back. Lin Yuru looked at Chen Ping and said seriously, "Ah Ping, we took your room without saying anything to you, so we were in the wrong in the first place. You've come all the way back from the provincial capital, and if you stay in a room that hasn't been tidied up, then how will your wife-to-be able to face you in the future? Listen to your wife-to-be, you'll sleep in this room tonight, and when your wife-to-be has tidied up the other rooms, we'll switch." Seeing that Lin Yuru had spoken so, Chen Ping had no choice but to nod and agree. "I'll listen to your wife-to-be." Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yuru's face. "Then you go back to your room early and rest, you must be exhausted from the journey." Chen Ping nodded and went inside. It wasn't until Chen Ping closed the door that Lin Yuru suddenly realized that she seemed to have forgotten something. She hurriedly went to knock on the door. Chen Ping opened the door, looking puzzled. "Sister-in-law, is there anything else?" Lin Yuru looked at Chen Ping, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "No, nothing. You get some rest early. Ping has been away for so many years, he should have seen it all, right? Besides, she hid it well, so it's not like Ping will stumble upon it." Thinking this, she felt slightly relieved and went back to the middle room to tidy up. Chapter 6, Everything went dark. After Lin Yuru left, Chen Ping sat on the sofa in the room, recalling everything that had happened today, and he just felt full of disbelief. But at the moment, he could clearly feel an explosive power filling his body. There was no doubt that the new inheritance he had obtained when he fainted was real. But was the creation jade bottle and the creation medical scripture really as miraculous as the inheritance said? Thinking about this, Chen Ping couldn't wait and snuck out of the house, and went to the vegetable garden behind his house near the pond. It was still hot on a midsummer night, although not as hot as it was at noon. This vegetable garden was opened up by Grandpa Chen back then. Chen Ping walked into the vegetable garden, and what caught his eye was a lush green expanse. Common vegetables such as cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, beans, and peppers were planted in different areas and looked well tended. It has been more than 2 years since Grandpa passed away, and now it is obviously Lin Yuru's sister-in-law who is tending the vegetable garden. Chen Ping went to the place where the tomatoes were grown and saw big, round, red tomatoes hanging on the plants, which looked extremely attractive. Seeing this, Chen Ping, with a trial-and-error mentality, followed the teachings of the inheritance and, with a flick of his mind, a jade bottle the size of a palm suddenly appeared in his hands. Wow, is this amazing? After a moment of admiration, Chen Ping's attention turned to the jade bottle in his hands. The moment the jade bottle appeared, a faint, sweet fragrance quickly spread around. Chen Ping brought the jade bottle close to his nose and took a gentle whiff. He immediately felt the fragrance waft into his nostrils, and after entering his body, he quickly experienced the same sense of comfort as before, as if his whole body was being nourished. After coming back to his senses, Chen Ping was stunned. His eyes shone as he looked at the creation jade bottle in his hands. There was no doubt that what was inside the jade bottle was definitely something good. Chen Ping found the ladle used to water the vegetable garden and tilted the jade bottle gently. Suddenly, a stream of crystal-clear spirit liquid slowly flowed from the bottle into the ladle. After half of the bottle was filled, Chen Ping quickly put the bottle away. Then, he poured some water from the bucket to dilute the essence in the spoon, and carefully held the spoon to water each tomato with a little of the diluted essence. 10 minutes later, Chen Ping had finished watering all the tomatoes. At this moment, the entire tomato patch was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Chen Ping took a deep breath, looked at the tomato patch in front of him with anticipation, and he wanted to see how amazing the essence in the jade bottle really was. He came back to his senses and was about to turn around and go home when he suddenly heard a slight sound of water coming from the front. Next to the vegetable garden was a small pond that Chen's grandfather had built back then, specifically for watering the vegetable garden. When Chen Ping was young, his grandfather often let him play in the water. Thinking about this, Chen Ping, who had been hot all day, couldn't help but feel tempted. On such a hot day, wouldn't it be great to take a dip in the pond? Chen Ping strode towards the pond next to the vegetable garden. Just then, a sudden cry of alarm came from ahead. Snake! There's a snake! Accompanied by the cry, a wet figure ran directly in his direction. Before he could react, the two of them crashed into each other. Plop! Chen Ping was thrown to the ground. After Chen Ping fell to the ground, he only felt dizzy from the impact. Accompanied by a faint body fragrance, Chen Ping couldn't help but open his eyes and look at the soft jade in his arms. What caught his eye was the face of an incredibly pure young girl. Her face was covered in watermarks, but it was as white as a lotus flower. Looking down, he saw that her white t-shirt was completely soaked, highlighting her incredibly hot body. They looked at each other, a little embarrassed. The next moment, the girl instinctively wanted to apologize, but soon a trace of surprise appeared on her face, and she happily exclaimed, "Ah, Ping? Is that you?" Hearing her voice, Chen Ping seemed to think of something, looking at the girl in front of him incredulously and tentatively asking, "Are you, Bai Yingying?" Upon hearing this, the girl nodded vigorously, and then looked at Chen Ping with surprise on her face. "It's me, Brother Ping, when did you come back?" Chen Ping smiled and replied, "I just got back today." Looking at Bai Yingying in front of him, who had changed a lot in the past 2 years, Chen Ping's eyes were full of disbelief. Bai Yingying was the child of his neighbor, and from a young age she had been his shadow, inseparable. The two were extremely close. But he clearly remembered that more than 2 years ago Bai Yingying had been a tomboy with short hair. Could it be that in the 2 years they hadn't seen each other, she had been eating papayas for every meal? To hide his embarrassment, Chen Ping changed the subject and said, "I was just watering the vegetable garden when you suddenly rushed out, almost scaring me to death. What were you doing by the pond so late at night?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yingying immediately said, "It's so hot, so I wanted to take a cool bath in the pond that Grandpa Chen built, just like I used to." When she said this, she suddenly glanced at Chen Ping secretly, her face turning red like a ripe peach, and she couldn't continue. Chen Ping's face flashed with embarrassment. When the two of them were young, they didn't have any concept of gender differences, and in the summer heat, he and Bai Yingying would play in the pond together. At that time, they made a joke, and Bai Yingying insisted on asking Chen's grandfather why Chen Ping's body was different from hers. Thinking back on everything, Chen Ping couldn't help but feel that time really flies, and in the blink of an eye, Bai Yingying has grown up so much. At this time, Bai Yingying seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah Ping, did I press on you?" Saying this, she hurriedly tried to stand up. Feeling the soft body pressing on him leave, Chen Ping felt empty. He was about to say something, but he saw Bai Yingying falter and fall again. This time, her entire chest directly pressed on Chen Ping's face. In an instant, Chen Ping felt a blackout and lost his vision. Chapter 7, Are You Home? Chen Ping was suffocated in Bai Yingying's chest, and he nearly suffocated to death because he couldn't breathe. Feeling Chen Ping's breathing, Bai Yingying hurriedly moved away from him, blushing as she apologized. "I'm sorry, Ah Ping, I hope I didn't hurt you when I fell on you." Chen Ping shook his head lightly and sniffed hard before replying, "I'm fine, it's okay." Hearing this, Bai Yingying let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Then, she looked at Chen Ping a little embarrassed and said, "Brother Ping, I think I twisted my ankle. Can you carry me back?" Chen Ping looked away, smiled, bent down and nodded. "Get on." Hearing this, Bai Yingying immediately climbed onto Chen Ping's back. On the way back, Chen Ping seemed drunk and walked unsteadily. Seeing this, Bai Yingying's cheeks turned red and she asked, "Brother Ping, am I too heavy?" Seeing that Bai Yingying had not seen through his intentions, Chen Ping hurriedly replied with a guilty conscience, "It's not a good night to walk, so hold on tight." After carrying Bai Yingying home, Chen Ping felt like he was covered in sweat. Bai Yingying had lived with her grandmother since she was little, and everyone in the village said that she was an abandoned baby adopted by her grandmother. Chen Ping didn't know the truth. When the two returned, the light in the room where her grandmother slept had already been turned off, and she was obviously already asleep. Chen Ping carried Bai Yingying into the room, turned on the light, and put her on the bed. As he was about to leave, he saw that Bai Yingying's face was a little pale. Noticing her expression, Chen Ping's face changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Yingying, have you been bitten by a snake? Where was it bitten?" Yua village is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the north is a primeval forest with an excellent ecology. This also means that every summer there are a lot of poisonous snakes. If you don't seek medical treatment in time after being bitten, it can even be life-threatening. If it weren't for the medical classic of creation, Chen Ping really wouldn't have noticed Bai Yingying's abnormality. Seeing Chen Ping's worried expression, which almost made him angry, Bai Yingying pointed to her leg. Seeing this, Chen Ping took a deep breath, looked at Bai Yingying and said, "Do you trust me?" Bai Yingying looked at Chen Ping, and the scene of her running around with him in the past appeared in her mind. In her heart, Chen Ping had always been like an older brother to her. Thinking about this, she nodded gently, and then, with great tension, closed her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Ping hurriedly focused his attention on the unmistakable tooth marks on her leg. There were clearly more bruises around the tooth marks, and the blood vessels around them were also darker in color. There was no doubt that the snake was poisonous. Chen Ping recalled the medical techniques in the medical classic of creation and immediately pressed his finger on the dodgy point to lock it. 3 seconds later, he pressed on the Sherman point, and then locked the dachi, shuidao, guanyuan, and fudu points in turn to prevent the spread of the poisonous blood. After all 6 points had been locked, Chen Ping squeezed out the poisonous blood while at the same time getting it into the basin of water nearby. After a minute, Chen Ping let out a heavy sigh of relief and looked at Bai Yingying and said, "The poisoned blood has been removed for the most part. You should rest for the next 2 days, and the remaining small amount of poisoned blood should be metabolized soon." Upon hearing this, Bai Yingying slowly opened her eyes and said, "Brother Ping, thank you. When did you learn medical skills?" Chen Ping smiled and said, "When I was away from home, I studied with an old Chinese medicine practitioner for a period of time." After saying this, he hesitated for a moment before preparing to turn and leave. He was worried just now and didn't think much. But at the moment, Bai Yingying was out of danger, and it would be inappropriate to stay any longer. He was about to say goodbye when suddenly there was a loud noise outside the house. Clang! Bai Yingying's courtyard door was violently pushed open. "Yingying, are you home?" Accompanied by a loud voice and footsteps, a figure quickly walked towards the house. Hearing the voice, Bai Yingying's face changed dramatically, and she hurriedly looked at Chen Ping and said, Ah Ping, Zhao Shihu is here, you better hide. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's face also changed slightly, and he asked. When did he get out? What's he doing here? Chen Ping knew Zhao Shihu. He was a notorious scoundrel from Yuha village, and he did evil deeds every day. 3 years ago, he broke someone's leg in a fight, and was later sentenced to prison. Hearing this, Bai Yingying glanced at the figure approaching outside the room and anxiously said. There's no time to explain, you'd better hide. With that, she directly lifted the quilt on the bed and pulled him under it. Seeing this, Chen Ping had no choice but to take advantage of the situation and get under the quilt. As soon as he got under the quilt, he saw Bai Yingying stretch her legs in as well, landing directly on top of Chen Ping's head. She propped up the quilt to create the illusion that she was the only one at home. Just as she finished, the door was pushed open and Zhao Shihu, who looked like a typical thug, pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Bai Yingying lying on the bed, Zhao Shihu looked at her greedily from top to bottom and said. Why didn't you tell me you were home? I thought no one was here. Facing the tall and burly Zhao Shihu, Bai Yingying was a little scared and whispered back. I'm afraid that if I shout, I'll wake up my grandma. Zhao Shihu laughed with disdain. What are you afraid of? The old thing, if you stood in front of her and yelled at her, she wouldn't even hear you. By the way, I borrowed a good movie from my brother today. What's it called? Sex is Zero. It's about love. Let's watch it in my car later. Facing Zhao Shihu's gaze, Bai Yingying tugged the quilt up and whispered back. I don't feel well today, I want to go to bed early. Maybe we can watch it some other time. Since Zhao Shihu was released from prison, he has been pursuing her like crazy after they met in town. Bai Yingying has refused several times, but Zhao Shihu is still shameless and acts like he hasn't heard, and insists on proclaiming to everyone that he is her boyfriend. Due to Zhao Shihu's previous brutal behavior, Bai Yingying is afraid of angering him and dares not say too much, so she can only avoid him during the day. But she didn't expect Zhao Shihu to come directly to the house tonight. Zhao Shihu has never been good at wooing women. The moment he saw Bai Yingying, he was determined to get her into bed. However, he never expected that after being repeatedly rejected by Bai Yingying over the past 6 months, he could no longer hold back. He came to Bai Yingying today to take her to his car and force the issue. Seeing Bai Yingying's refusal once again, a wicked look flashed in Zhao Shihu's eyes, and he said with a smile. Then it's fine here, we can watch it together in bed. Chapter 8, The Tibetan. In order to create the illusion that there was only one person under the quilt, Bai Yingying deliberately lifted her legs to prop up the quilt in front of Chen Ping. She knew very well that once Zhao Shihu discovered Chen Ping, he would definitely not let him go, given his previous brutal actions. Chen Ping, who was under the quilt, heard the two people's conversation and immediately understood that Bai Yingying was hiding him to prevent Zhao Shihu from injuring him. But he was no longer the old Chen Ping. What was there to fear from Zhao Shihu? With this thought, he tried to crawl out of the covers. Feeling Chen Ping's movements, Bai Yingying panicked and quickly pressed down on Chen Ping's head. The hot breath sent Bai Yingying into a daze. It wasn't until Zhao Shihu's voice rang out again that she suddenly reacted. Bai Yingying immediately grabbed the quilt and, in a panic, hurriedly said. Zhao Shihu, how many times have I told you? You and I are not compatible at all. Zhao Shihu, who had been fantasizing about the beautiful time to come, was furious when he saw that Bai Yingying had once again rejected him. When had Zhao Shihu ever been so subservient in front of a woman? Zhao Shihu glanced at Bai Yingying and said coldly. Damn it, I have given you enough time. No woman I like has ever been able to escape from my grasp. You don't like it, do you? Then don't blame me for forcing you. With that, he grabbed the quilt with both hands and lifted it with all his strength. Bai Yingying was weaker than Zhao Shihu, and the quilt was completely lifted. At the same time, Chen Ping, who was hiding under Bai Yingying, appeared in Zhao Shihu's line of sight. In an instant, Zhao Shihu's anger flared, his face red with rage as he shouted. Bitch, how dare you cheat on me? Seeing that Chen Ping had been discovered, Bai Yingying simply stopped hiding and looked directly at Zhao Shihu with disgust, saying. Zhao Shihu, I never agreed to be with you. It was you who shamelessly insisted on telling others that I was your boyfriend. I don't like you at all, so please leave. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Shihu, who was extremely angry, could no longer hold back his anger and shouted. Bitch, I'll beat you to death. As he said this, he raised his hand and was about to slap Bai Yingying. But the next moment, before his slap could fall, it had already been grabbed by a hand. Seeing Chen Ping blocking in front of Bai Yingying, Zhao Shihu's face was full of viciousness as he stared at Chen Ping. Let go, or I'll kill you. Zhao Shihu had a criminal record after all, and in the face of such a ruthless person, the average person would really be scared off. Chen Ping, however, gave a disdainful smile and said indifferently, Are you deaf? Bai Yingying has already said that she hates you, so why are you still standing here shamelessly? Seeing Chen Ping actually say this, Bai Yingying's face changed slightly, and she was full of worry. Before she could say anything, Zhao Shihu already roared. Chen Ping, you're looking for death. With that, he smashed a punch at Chen Ping's face with anger. Seeing this, Chen Ping did not retreat at all, and swung his fist towards Zhao Shihu. Pang! With a scream, Zhao Shihu painfully embraced his right hand, which had been smashed by Chen Ping, and stared at Chen Ping in shock. He didn't expect that Chen Ping, who looked emaciated, had far more strength than him. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he took advantage of Chen Ping's inattention and swung his elbow to smash Chen Ping's ribs. Chen Ping's eyes hardened. You don't know when to die. The next moment, he suddenly grabbed Zhao Shihu's arm, and before Zhao Shihu could react, he gave it a hard twist. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of a bone breaking and a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered, Zhao Shihu's entire right arm hung limply. The scream continued, and Chen Ping already kicked Zhao Shihu again, knocking him directly to the ground. Seeing Chen Ping knock the tall and burly Zhao Shihu to the ground in 3 swift movements, Bai Yingying, who was standing nearby, was so shocked that she could not speak. Zhao Shihu fell to the ground, clutching his broken arm in pain, and looked at Chen Ping with fear in his eyes. He never imagined that he would be no match for Chen Ping. At this moment, Chen Ping walked up to Zhao Shihu and looked down at him with disdain. Didn't you just yell that you wanted to get rid of me? If you're so capable, come and do it. Zhao Shihu looked at Chen Ping in horror and didn't dare say another word. Seeing this, Bai Yingying behind him gently tugged Chen Ping's arm, worried that he was making a scene. Chen Ping glanced at Zhao Shihu with disgust and said with a cold face, I won't hold it against you this time. If you dare to mess with Yingying again in the future, I'll make you wish you were dead. Get out. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shihu hurriedly crawled out of the house. After stepping out of the courtyard, Zhao Shihu called out in frustration. Chen Ping, you just wait, this isn't over. After Zhao Shihu left, Bai Yingying looked at Chen Ping with some concern and said, Brother Ping, if Zhao Shihu's brother Zhao Liuji finds out about this, he will definitely come looking for trouble. Zhao Liuji, that's the biggest bully in these 10 miles of countryside. On hearing this, Chen Ping smiled calmly, not giving it a second thought. Let him come. It's not certain who will cause trouble for whom. When Chen Ping returned home, Lin Yuru's room was already dark and she had gone to bed. He returned to his room, went behind the curtain, and stood in front of the pale pink bed sheets. He soon noticed the intimate clothing neatly folded on the side. There was no doubt that it was Lin Yuru's. The experience at the massage parlor came back to him, and Chen Ping felt a hot rush of emotions that wouldn't subside for a long time. He shook his head vigorously to get the images out of his mind. After a moment, he walked over to the bed and slowly picked up the intimate clothing. Then, he put them all in the closet. Out of sight, out of mind. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. As soon as he had put the underwear away, Chen Ping noticed that the sheet where the underwear had been placed had been lifted up, and under the sheet, a corner of a magazine was exposed. She actually has magazines here? I wonder what she likes to read. With curiosity, Chen Ping pulled the magazine out from under the sheet. When he saw the picture on the cover of the magazine, he couldn't hold back anymore, and his nose started to bleed. Chapter 9, Zhao Liuji visits the door. Early the next morning, Chen Ping got up with dark circles under his eyes. When he went outside, he saw his sister-in-law, Lin Yuru, already cooking in the kitchen of the side room. Seeing Chen Ping, she came out of the steaming kitchen wrapped in an apron and asked with concern. Ah Ping, did you not sleep well last night? Why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes? Hearing this, Chen Ping immediately replied with a bitter smile. I slept pretty well. It's probably just that I was so tired on the way back that I got dark circles under my eyes. After saying this, he felt helpless in his heart. No matter who it is, reading a magazine all night long is not going to make you sleep well. Hearing Chen Ping say this, Lin Yuru smiled and said, Then go wash up first, dinner will be ready soon. Chen Ping nodded, suddenly thinking about the vegetable garden where he had worked hard all night last night. He wondered how the tomatoes that had been nourished by the spirit liquid were growing. After washing his face with cold water and clearing his mind, Chen Ping walked towards the vegetable garden in the backyard. Overnight, the tomato vines in the vegetable garden seemed to have suddenly grown wildly, wrapping around the supporting bamboo poles with fangs and claws. The dense green color covered the entire vegetable garden, making it almost impossible to see the ground. The most shocking thing was the tomatoes dotted among the green leaves. Each one was red and plump. They were almost as big as a small watermelon, and they were so heavy that they had pushed the green branches down to the ground. These were tomatoes? Looking at these fresh and juicy tomatoes, he couldn't help but swallow. In 2 or 3 steps, Chen Ping stepped into the vegetable garden and picked one at random. The fresh tomatoes had a light fragrance, and Chen Ping couldn't wait to wash them. He rubbed them on his clothes and took a big bite. His mouth was full of sweet and sour flavors. The juice was fresh and tender and refreshing. The taste was simply superb. Just as Chen Ping was shocked by the texture of the tomato, he suddenly felt an amazing sense of comfort gradually coming from his stomach, as if the fresh juice of the tomato was nourishing every part of his stomach. Chen Ping only felt his stomach warm, as if he had walked into a room with a fireplace on a winter's day, and it was incredibly comfortable. A moment later, Chen Ping looked at the tomato in his hand in disbelief. He had learned from the Creation Medical Classic that this tomato actually had the effect of tonifying the stomach. In an instant, Chen Ping's eyes shone. There was no doubt that Niwa had not lied to him. Both the Creation Jade Bottle and the Creation Medical Classic had magical effects that were unimaginable to ordinary people. Right now, not only did he have hope that the Creation Medical Classic could cure his lung cancer, he might even be able to get rich through the spirit liquid in the Creation Jade Bottle. He was going to get rich. Chen Ping was in a heroic mood when he suddenly noticed a group of people in his yard, who had appeared there at some unknown time. Among them, he saw a familiar figure, Zhao Shihu. Recognizing Zhao Shihu, Chen Ping's face changed, and he hurriedly stepped away from the vegetable garden and hurried home. In Chen Ping's courtyard, Zhao Shihu, with a cast on his right hand, was standing uncomfortably next to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was not fat, but his large beer belly was extremely obvious. The most striking thing was a hideous dragon tattooed on his right arm. He was the notorious Zhao Liuji, formerly known as Zhao Jinhai. Next to Zhao Liuji were 4 burly thugs. Seeing Zhao Liuji and the others, Lin Yuru, who was wearing an apron, was full of apprehension. She looked at Zhao Liuji carefully and asked, "Boss Xiao, what brings you here today?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Liuji's gaze fell upon Lin Yuru, who looked him up and down before speaking directly. "We are here today for no other reason than to collect a debt. Your family's Chen Ping beat my younger brother last night, and we spent a total of 20,000 yuan at the hospital. Add that to the 250,000 yuan Chen Mingliang previously owed, and your family now owes me a total of 270,000 yuan. It was clearly 150,000 yuan before. How did it suddenly become 250,000 yuan?" Zhao Liuji sneered and replied indifferently. 15 was a year ago, and with interest, it would be 250,000 yuan. This is still because Chen Mingliang is my brother. If it were anyone else, it would be more than that. At this time, many villagers came to Chen Ping's courtyard to watch the fun. Hearing what Zhao Liuji said, they couldn't help but whisper and discuss. Zhao Liuji is really greedy. Even if the 150,000 yuan debt is rolled over, it won't reach 250,000 yuan in a year. Who's to say that's not the case? He specializes in lending money to gamblers at his casino, and as long as someone is losing, they'll take out a loan no matter what the interest rate is. So he can't be trusted to pay back his debts? Trust him to pay back his debts? I heard that someone didn't pay back, so he took his thugs and chopped off both of their hands. Who would dare not pay back? The villagers in the courtyard looked at Zhao Liuji with a mixture of fear and contempt. Hearing the discussion behind him, Zhao Liuji turned around and coldly looked at the crowd and shouted, "If anyone dares to gossip behind my back again, don't blame me for being rude." Upon hearing this, the crowd dared not say anything more. At this time, he looked at Lin Yuru again and asked, "Say it, how are you going to repay the 270,000? Lin Yuru's face turned pale. In the past 2 years, Chen Mingliang had sold all the family's valuables. In the current situation, she could not even come up with 2,700 yuan, let alone 270,000. She looked at Zhao Liuji carefully and begged, "We really don't have any money. Can you give us a little more time? I will find a way to pay you back once I sell the vegetables." Zhao Liuji laughed with disdain. "With those rotten vegetables in your garden? Can you even pay back 1/10 of what you owe me?" Lin Yuru bit her lip lightly. She knew that the vegetables in the vegetable garden could not fetch much money, but she really had no other source of income. At this time, Zhao Liuji's greedy gaze swept up and down Lin Yuru's body before he spoke. I do have a way for you to pay off your debt within 6 months. I heard that Chen Mingliang sent you to a massage parlor to earn money 2 days ago? Don't worry, the place I'll send you to is much more high class than a massage parlor, and the customers are not only well off, but also generous. With your figure, just by spreading your thighs, you can make at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a time. This is much faster than farming or selling vegetables. As he spoke, Zhao Liuji's face was full of lecherous laughter. He rubbed his chin and laughed. By then, my younger brother and I will definitely go with you to take care of your business. In this way, you can make money and pay off your debts at the same time. Isn't that a great thing? Facing Zhao Liuji's blatant gaze, Lin Yuru's face was full of disgust. She had finally managed to leave the massage parlor, and there was absolutely no way she would go back. With that in mind, she gritted her teeth and resolutely replied, I won't go. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liuji's face suddenly turned cold. This is not up to you. Killing for life, paying debts, has been the way of the world since ancient times. Take her away. Upon hearing the order, the two people behind Zhao Liuji, the hitmen, immediately leaned towards Lin Yuru. Seeing this, Lin Yuru looked anxiously towards the villagers in the courtyard for help. Zhao Liuji noticed her gaze and snorted, looking at the crowd and threatening. Who dares to stop me? Many villagers bowed their heads. They were not related to Lin Yuru, and who would dare to touch the bad luck of a bully like Zhao Liuji? Seeing this, Lin Yuru's face was full of despair. Do it! With Zhao Liuji's order, the two thugs immediately grabbed Lin Yuru. Chapter 10, The Way to Chen Ping's House. Just as Lin Yuru was in despair, a loud shout came. Get out of my way! As soon as the words fell, Chen Ping jumped off the roof of the kitchen and stood in front of Lin Yuru, glaring coldly at the two thugs. Seeing Chen Ping, Lin Yuru couldn't help but whisper worriedly. Ping, they're here to cause trouble. You don't need to worry about me, just go. Zhao Liuji was already so ruthless with the others, and Chen Ping had broken his younger brother Zhao Shihu's arm, so how could Zhao Liuji let him go so easily? Upon hearing this, Chen Ping gave a faint smile, gave his sister-in-law a reassuring look, and said confidently. Sister-in-law, don't worry, as long as I'm here, they can't do anything to us. Seeing Chen Ping, Zhao Shihu, who was standing nearby, was full of anger. He raised his only usable left hand and pointed hard at Chen Ping and said, Brother, he's the one who broke my arm. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Liuji's face turned completely cold. In this town and surrounding areas, daring to hit his younger brother Zhao Jinhai, it is obvious that he doesn't take him seriously, hitting him in the face. He looked at Chen Ping coldly and asked, Did you do it? Chen Ping nodded calmly and admitted, That's right. Seeing this, Lin Yuru hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. There must be some kind of misunderstanding, Ping. Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Liuji already looked at Chen Ping and said, You are the first person to dare to touch my brother. As he spoke, he pointed at his feet and said with a cold and threatening expression, Come here, kneel down and kowtow 3 times. I can consider only breaking one of your legs. After these words, Lin Yuru couldn't help but worry and grabbed Chen Ping's sleeve, not knowing what to do. Facing her worries, Chen Ping gently patted her hand and then directly stepped forward to a meter in front of Zhao Liuji. Seeing Chen Ping come over, Zhao Liuji's face showed a trace of disdain. Just now, Chen Ping said something tough, and he thought it was a tough bone. Thinking about this, he arrogantly looked at Chen Ping and said, Remember, in this town, I am someone you can't afford to offend. Since you are still considerate, this time as long as you kneel down and kowtow. Zhao Liuji was talking arrogantly when he suddenly saw a huge fist coming straight at his face. In an instant, his voice came to a sudden halt. He quickly reached out to block Chen Ping's fist, but the next moment, Chen Ping's fist smashed into his palm, and along with his hand, it slapped him in the face. With a shocking scream, Zhao Liuji was knocked to the ground by Chen Ping's punch. Seeing Zhao Liuji, who had previously been so arrogant, just knocked to the ground, both Lin Yuru and the villagers in the courtyard were stunned. This is Zhao Liuji, who no one dares to provoke, and he was actually knocked over by Chen Ping? At this moment, Chen Ping glanced coldly at Zhao Liuji, who was lying on the ground, and said indifferently, You can't afford to offend me? Why don't you ask yourself if you can fucking afford to offend me? He's almost dead, and who else is he afraid of offending? Zhao Liuji painfully covered his beaten face and looked at Chen Ping's face full of mad murderous intent. He has always been overbearing and used to it, and he has never suffered this kind of humiliation before. If this gets out, it will definitely become a laughingstock for the rest of his life. Thinking about this, he gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Ping and ordered. Go on, don't hold back, if you kill him, it's on me. Tell the brothers to come over. Damn it, I'm going to kill this brat today. As soon as he finished speaking, his 4 thugs immediately surrounded Chen Ping. At the entrance to Yuha village, a long line of black sedans sped towards the entrance of the village. Upon closer inspection, there were 7 or 8 cars, all of them Volkswagen, but the one in the middle clearly looked more expensive. Seeing this long line of black cars, the villagers walking on the road all avoided them, not understanding what important person was coming to the village. Yuha village is located in a remote area. In the past, you could not see a car passing through the village all day, let alone such an exaggerated convoy. At this time, the convoy stopped at the entrance of the village. Then the car doors opened and one by one, men in black got out of the car. They were all strong and tall. After the many men in black got out of the car, they all respectfully looked at the car in the center. Finally, a bald middle-aged man wearing big gold chains got out of the car. There was a shocking scar on his face. Seeing this group of people, an old man who had just returned from the fields hurriedly walked quickly towards the village, worried that he had offended this group of people. At this time, the bald middle-aged man noticed the old man and immediately led his men to stop him. Looking at the many big men in black in front of him, who stopped him, the old man, who was carrying a hoe, almost fainted from fear. He looked at the crowd in fear and said in a trembling voice, I don't know you, and I haven't provoked you. Are you looking for the wrong person? Seeing this, the bald middle-aged man immediately waved his hands to tell his men to disperse. After his subordinates dispersed, he stepped forward, grinned and said with a smile that he thought was kind. Old man, don't be afraid, we're not here to cause trouble. When he smiled, the scar on his face looked even more intimidating, and the old man looked at the bald middle-aged man with even more fear. Seeing this, the bald middle-aged man had to continue asking. Old man, we want to ask you about someone. Is there a Chen Ping in your village? Do you know how to get to his house? Hearing this, the old man was full of fear, but he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Seeing this, the subordinate next to the bald man coldly said, Speak up. The old man was startled and hurriedly and nervously pointed out the way. Follow this road, it's just behind the village, at the top of that corner. Having got the answer, the bald man thanked him and said, Thank you for your help, old man. After that, he quickly walked towards Chen Ping's house with his many black-clad subordinates. Looking at their departing backs, the old man was full of guilt. Ah Ping, I'm sorry. You, my boy, how could you get into trouble with these people? Chapter 11, Help Get Justice. In Chen Ping's courtyard, the 4 thugs surrounded him. Lin Yuru, standing behind Chen Ping, was full of panic. Zhao Liuji was notorious for his ruthlessness, and at the moment, he obviously had no intention of letting Chen Ping go easily. Thinking about how Chen Ping had stood up for her in the massage parlor earlier, a resolute look appeared in Lin Yuru's eyes, as if she had made a decision. She gritted her teeth and looked at Zhao Liuji and said, If you let Ping go, I'm willing to go with you to pay off the debt. As soon as the words fell, Chen Ping couldn't help but turn around, looking at Lin Yuru with disbelief all over his face. Before he could say anything, Lin Yuru said again, Isn't the reason you're here because of gambling debts? If you let Ping go, I promise to pay back all the gambling debts. Chen Ping wanted to say something, but Lin Yuru signaled him with her eyes not to speak. During this period of time, if it wasn't for Chen Ping's house, she wouldn't even have a place to sleep. In addition, these gambling debts were originally owed by her husband, so she didn't want to implicate Chen Ping in any way. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liuji glanced at Lin Yuru, and then his sinister gaze fell back on Chen Ping. You're only thinking about being submissive now? It's too late. After I cripple him, it'll be the same as arresting you to pay off the debt. With that, he immediately ordered. Do it! As Zhao Liuji's voice fell, the 4 thugs immediately rushed towards Chen Ping. Seeing this, Lin Yuru, full of worry, called out. Ah Ping, be careful. Chen Ping gave Lin Yuru a reassuring look, and then directly clenched his fists and smashed them towards the thugs rushing towards him. Crack! The next moment, the sound of crisp bone cracking was heard, accompanied by a pig slaughtering-like scream. Chen Ping had smashed his fist into the thug's shoulder, and the thug took 3 or 4 steps back from the force of the blow, before crashing heavily into the courtyard wall next to him. He clutched his shattered shoulder in pain, screaming in agony, and instantly lost his fighting spirit. Seeing this, the other 3 thugs, who were about to attack, were all stunned. The villagers in the courtyard were also full of horror. A punch that shattered a person's bones, how much strength does that take? Zhao Liuji also didn't expect Chen Ping to be such a tough guy. With a gloomy face, he ordered, "What are you still standing there for? Attack together. He's only one person, we can wear him down." As soon as he finished speaking, a scream suddenly sounded. It turned out that while he was talking, Chen Ping had already kicked one of the thugs on his left in the side, sending him flying to the side. After the kick, Chen Ping didn't hesitate for a second and pounced on the thug behind him again. At this point, the remaining 2 thugs reacted, clenching their fists and charging at Chen Ping. But Chen Ping, nourished by the elixir of life, was like a tiger, and who could be an enemy of an ordinary person? Facing these thugs who had done a lot of bad things in the past, Chen Ping did not hold back in the slightest. Pang pang! 2 more screams sounded, and the 2 thugs were smashed by Chen Ping like sandbags and flew to the side. In the blink of an eye, all 4 thugs brought by Zhao Liuji had been dealt with by Chen Ping. They were holding themselves in pain, howling at the places where they had been beaten and broken, and their eyes looking at Chen Ping were full of deep fear. Even if they still have the strength to stand, they will never get up again. Facing Chen Ping, the monster, getting back up would only cause more pain and be useless. In the courtyard, Lin Yuru and the villagers were all stunned when they saw this scene. Is this really the Chen Ping they know? Next to them, Zhao Liuji's face changed drastically. He never expected Chen Ping to so easily take care of the 4 thugs he brought with him. These people are all good fighters who have been by his side for many years. How did Chen Ping do it? Before he could figure it out, Chen Ping had already taken a step towards him and said coldly, "It's your turn." Zhao Liuji was used to bullying people in the village and had never seen such a scene before. For a moment, a little panic appeared on his arrogant face. But soon, a ruthless look appeared in Zhao Liuji's eyes. Taking advantage of Chen Ping's inattention, he suddenly pulled out a small knife from his waist and stabbed Chen Ping. Seeing this, Lin Yuru's face changed dramatically. She tried to warn Chen Ping, but it was already too late. Chen Ping also didn't expect Zhao Liuji to be so sinister. In a hurry, he could only dodge to the side, but he was still a step too late. Rip! The knife slashed open a wide gash on Chen Ping's trouser leg. Zhao Liuji tried to sneak up again, but found that his arm had been grabbed by Chen Ping. "You want to die!" Chen Ping shouted angrily and kicked Zhao Liuji in the stomach. Zhao Liuji let out a scream, and the entire person was kicked by Chen Ping like a cannonball, flying 3 or 4 meters away and falling hard to the ground. After the scream, Zhao Liuji stood up from the ground in a miserable state. Seeing Chen Ping kick the knife on the ground to the side, Zhao Liuji's eyes looking at Chen Ping completely turned into deep fear. Without the knife, he was no match for Chen Ping at all. With this in mind, he could not help but grit his teeth and look at Chen Ping and say, "Chen Ping, I know you're good at fighting, but don't forget, this is my territory. If you dare to mess with me, I will not let your family and friends go." As he finished speaking, Chen Ping's eyes hardened, and he took a step towards Zhao Liuji. "Are you threatening me? Then I'll kill you today." Seeing Chen Ping's pace closing in on him like death, Zhao Liuji was completely scared. He had a hunch that Chen Ping wasn't joking. Just as he was about to run for his life, a group of 15 or 16 black-clad men suddenly poured into the courtyard. Upon seeing this group of men, Lin Yuru and the villagers all backed away, looking at them with trepidation. After the black-clad men entered the courtyard and stood in position, a bald middle-aged man wearing a big gold chain stepped in. Seeing the middle-aged man in charge, Zhao Liuji's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly walked up to the lead man, Duan Peilong, and said respectfully, "Master Duan, you've finally arrived." Duan Peilong looked at Zhao Liuji and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "You are?" Zhao Liuji hurriedly introduced himself. "I'm Zhao Liuji. Half a year ago, when you threw a banquet, I even toasted you." Although Duan Peilong had no recollection of Zhao Liuji, he nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zhao Liuji continued, "Sir Duan, may I ask what brings you here?" Before Duan Peilong could speak, the large man in black next to him spoke for him. "Sir Duan is looking for someone named Chen Ping." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liuji could not help but relax and smile. He never imagined that Chen Ping would have offended Master Duan. There was no doubt that Duan Peilong was also here to settle scores with Chen Ping. Duan Peilong was a big shot in the county, many times more powerful than him. Even if Chen Ping was really good at fighting, he would only end up dead if he offended Duan Peilong. Thinking about this, Zhao Liuji immediately looked at Chen Ping on the side and said arrogantly, "Chen Ping, aren't you really good at fighting? If you're capable, keep coming. If you mess with me, that's fine, but you even mess with Master Duan, you're fucking dead today." He said this, not noticing at all that behind him, Duan Peilong's expression had turned cold the moment he had spoken. At this, Zhao Liuji continued, turning to look at Duan Peilong respectfully and saying, "To be honest, Master Duan, this Chen fellow injured several of my brothers. If you are willing to help me seek justice today, I will definitely send you a generous gift in the future." Chapter 12, Be Flexible. Zhao Liuji's voice fell, and Duan Peilong's eyes instantly grew cold. He spoke with a cold face. "Help you seek justice?" Zhao Liuji did not notice the cold light in Duan Peilong's eyes, and continued to nod, saying, "Well, as long as Master Duan is willing to help seek justice, I will definitely send you a generous gift in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Peilong could no longer hold back, and directly slapped him hard in the face. Pop! An incredibly loud slap sounded. Zhao Liuji was stunned by the slap, and so were the others in the courtyard. Duan Peilong had not spared any mercy in his slap, and a red handprint soon appeared on Zhao Liuji's face. As a bully in the surrounding villages, Zhao Liuji had never experienced such humiliation before. If it had been anyone else, he would have retaliated long ago, but he was facing a big shot like Duan Peilong, so he could only hold his anger inside. He just couldn't understand why Duan Peilong would be so angry. Duan Peilong glanced at him and coldly said, "What are you, some kind of nobody, that you think you can seek justice from Mr. Chen? If you dare to speak disrespectfully to Mr. Chen again, I'll be the first to kill you." "Mr. Chen?" Zhao Liuji was full of disbelief at Duan Peilong, and he even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Chen Ping was just a small farmer from Yuha village, so what was his qualification to make Duan Peilong so polite? Before he could react, Duan Peilong had already taken a step forward. Then he bent his knees and fell to his knees directly in front of Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen, I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness earlier, and I offended you. Please forgive me this time. I came here today to apologize to Mr. Chen." Saying this, he directly gave Chen Ping a heavy knock on the head. Seeing the scene, everyone present was shocked as if they had been struck by lightning. Duan Peilong was the county magistrate of Ningdong County, a figure that countless people feared, a real big shot in Ningdong County. A bully like Zhao Liuji, who preyed on the villagers, was just a bit more dominant in the surrounding villages, and in front of Duan Peilong, he was not even worth a fart. But such a big shot today, incredibly, knelt before Chen Ping with utmost respect, asking for Chen Ping's forgiveness. What on earth is going on? Zhao Liuji's expression was dazed. A character like Duan Peilong would never kneel down casually. The only possibility was that Chen Ping was definitely not as simple as he knew. In other words, he had offended a character that Duan Peilong was afraid to provoke? Thinking about this, Zhao Liuji was completely shocked. Lin Yuru, who was standing next to Chen Ping, also looked at the scene in front of her dazedly, not understanding what was going on. Only Chen Ping knew clearly the purpose of Duan Peilong's visit. He was doing this simply to save his life. Chen Ping looked coldly at Duan Peilong, who was kneeling on the ground, and said calmly, "You offended my sister-in-law, not me. You have to be forgiven by my sister-in-law before this can be considered settled." Upon hearing this, Duan Peilong did not hesitate for a moment and immediately turned around and knelt before Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru was at a loss for what to do when she saw this move. Although she hated Duan Peilong, he had not caused her any harm yesterday, and his arrival today had indeed helped to resolve the situation. Thinking about this, she slowly said, "I forgive you." Hearing Lin Yuru say this, Chen Ping said with a cold face, "Since my sister-in-law has forgiven you, I will not hold it against you anymore. Get up." Duan Peilong, upon hearing this, felt as if he had been pardoned and got up from the ground. Chen Ping glanced at Duan Peilong and said indifferently, "We'll talk about your business later." Duan Peilong hurriedly nodded, his eyes full of hope. At this time, Chen Ping's gaze fell on Zhao Liuji and the others. Feeling the coldness in Chen Ping's eyes, Zhao Liuji and the others were all a little scared. Chen Ping glanced at Zhao Liuji with disgust and said in an icy tone, "My brother Chen Mingliang owes you gambling debts, and I will find a way to repay you within 6 months. But I will only repay the 150,000 yuan that I should have repaid." During this period, if you dare to send someone to harm my sister-in-law again, I will take your life. Do you understand? After the words fell, Zhao Liuji did not hesitate for a moment, hurriedly nodded and replied. I understand, I understand. Seeing this, Duan Peilong on the side spoke in a timely manner. Get the hell out of here right now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liuji hurriedly took Zhao Shihu and a group of thugs and left Chen Ping's courtyard. After Zhao Liuji and the others left, the villagers also left one after the other. After everyone left, Duan Peilong, without regard for his face, could no longer hold back, crying out respectfully and looking at Chen Ping and pleading. Please, Mr. Chen, save my life. Seeing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but smile and say, you really can bend and stretch. Facing Chen Ping's joking remark, Duan Peilong didn't dare say anything at all, just bowing respectfully to Chen Ping. After Chen Ping left yesterday, he simply didn't pay any mind to what Chen Ping had said. How could someone who had never been sick easily get a terminal illness? But unexpectedly, as he was about to go to sleep that night, he suddenly felt a dizzying spin, and a stinging pain like a needle came from the top of his head, and he nearly fainted. Enduring the severe pain, he hurriedly told his subordinate to take him to the county hospital. However, the result was that the county hospital was unable to identify the illness. He was transferred to the city hospital overnight, and the test results came out, but the final diagnosis was, it's too late, go home and prepare for the funeral. Duan Peilong almost fainted on the spot when he received this sudden diagnosis. Unbelieving, he paid a friend in the capital to send his test report to an expert at a hospital in the capital, and the result was still exactly the same. Just as he was about to despair and collapse, he suddenly remembered Chen Ping. Chen Ping could see at a glance where his problem lay, and perhaps there was a way to save him. It was with this thought that Duan Peilong hurriedly brought his men to Yuha village. Looking at Chen Ping in front of him, Duan Peilong, who was always domineering and arrogant, was full of trepidation. He looked at Chen Ping carefully and asked in a gentle voice like a little girl, Mr. Chen, can my illness still be cured? After saying this, he looked at Chen Ping with great nervousness. At this moment, he felt like his heart was about to jump into his throat. Chen Ping calmly glanced at him and turned and walked towards the house. Seeing this, Duan Peilong's heart instantly fell to the bottom. It's over. Just then, Chen Ping's indifferent voice sounded. It can be cured. Chapter 13, Healed to Death. Hearing what Chen Ping said, Duan Peilong immediately followed him into the house ecstatically. Seeing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but ask, do you have silver needles? As soon as the words fell, Duan Peilong waved his hand. Then, two big men in black immediately carried two big boxes into the house. When the boxes were opened, all kinds of miscellaneous medical equipment were turned out. Seeing Chen Ping looking at the various medical devices in the box in surprise, Duan Peilong hurriedly explained. I'm just afraid of dying. If Mr. Chen still needs other medical devices, I'll have someone get them right away. Saying this, he took out a box of silver needles from the box and respectfully handed them to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the silver needles and picked up a bottle of medical alcohol and replied lightly. No, silver needles and alcohol are enough. Seeing that Chen Ping had only taken the silver needles and alcohol from among the many medical instruments he had carefully prepared, Duan Peilong was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had already made up his mind before coming to place his hopes for survival in Chen Ping, now that he was looking at the young and relaxed Chen Ping, his heart could not help but pound. Chen Ping saw what Duan Peilong was thinking and said with a faint smile. If you don't trust me, you can leave now. Upon hearing this, Duan Peilong hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and resolutely replied. I believe Mr. Chen. Since Chen Ping could tell his illness at a glance, his medical skills were definitely extraordinary, and he had no other choice. At this time, Lin Yuru walked into the room, looking at Chen Ping with some concern and whispering, Ah, Ping. Chen Ping knew that she was worried that he would make a mess and cause trouble, so he gave his sister-in-law a reassuring look and said, Sister-in-law, wait outside, it will be done soon. Seeing that Chen Ping didn't seem to be joking, Lin Yuru nodded and stepped out of the room. After Lin Yuru left, Chen Ping looked at the bald head in front of him, which looked like a salted egg. He took a deep breath, held his breath, and concentrated. Duan Peilong sat in a chair, his body tensed, not daring to breathe. At this moment, Chen Ping suddenly picked up the silver needle dipped in alcohol and stabbed it at the shunting point on Duan Peilong's head. The needle landed with incredible precision on the shunting point. Quick. Precise. Merciless. Duan Peilong only felt a slight coolness on his head. Before he could think much of it, Chen Ping had already picked up the second silver needle. Soon, the second silver needle landed on the shangling point. Then, Chen Ping successively dropped the third, fourth, and fifth needles. After the fifth needle landed firmly on the Baihui point, he let out a heavy breath. As the owner of the Divine Medical Sutra, he could immediately tell where Duan Peilong's problem lay. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that Duan Peilong's blocked brain vessel was located deep inside, and it was necessary to use the silver needles with extreme precision in order to unblock it. Fortunately, Chen Ping had been nourished by the spirit liquid in the divine jade bottle, and now his ability to control his body was far superior to that of an ordinary person. This, combined with a mysterious acupuncture technique called the 9 acupuncture needles of the Ghost Gate in the Divine Medical Sutra, gave him the confidence to save Duan Peilong. At this time, Chen Ping slowly used silver needles to unblock the blocked blood vessels of Duan Peilong, and quickly withdrew the 5 silver needles on Duan Peilong's head. Seeing Chen Ping retrieve the silver needles, Duan Peilong asked with a face full of disbelief. "Mr. Chen, is that all?" Chen Ping nodded gently. "That's it." After receiving Chen Ping's affirmation, Duan Peilong could no longer hold back, and stood up with great excitement, laughing. "Ha ha ha ha! My life is not supposed to end." Seeing this, the subordinates outside the house also looked excited. But just then, Duan Peilong's laughter suddenly stopped, and a large amount of dark red nosebleeds suddenly gushed from his nostrils. Immediately afterwards, he fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, the many subordinates who had followed Duan Peilong were all dumbfounded. The head bald man reacted first, staring angrily at Chen Ping and asking angrily, "What have you done to Boss Duan?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other subordinates also reacted, immediately glowering at Chen Ping and surrounding him. "Do you know how to treat illnesses? If anything happens to Boss Duan, we'll kill you." Seeing that many black-clad men were closing in on Chen Ping, Lin Yuru, who was standing nearby, looked panicked. Chen Ping, on the other hand, looked at the many black-clad men with a calm expression. If a fight really broke out, he wasn't necessarily afraid of this group of people. "Shut the fuck up." Just then, a loud shout came, and Duan Peilong, who had been on the ground, suddenly stood up. He wiped his nose hard, then angrily looked at his many subordinates and scolded. "Anyone who dares to speak disrespectfully to Mr. Chen again, I'll break his fucking legs." After these words, the crowd, who had been about to make trouble, suddenly didn't dare to speak. The bald-headed man in charge was a little confused, and asked with gritted teeth, "Boss Duan, he obviously made you pass out, why are you still?" As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Peilong already kicked him. "Shut up. You don't know anything. I feel more comfortable than ever. You know your own body best." In recent years, Duan Peilong often felt dizzy, and he thought it was because he drank too much. Now it seems that it was obviously due to blocked blood vessels, and since Chen Ping gave him acupuncture, that dizzy feeling has never returned, and he feels lighter than ever. There was no doubt that his illness had been cured. This is truly a miracle healer. Thinking about this, Duan Peilong couldn't hold back his excitement, and he knelt directly in front of Chen Ping and kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, miracle healer Chen, for saving my life. I will never forget your great kindness." Seeing this, Chen Ping said calmly, "Your brain blood vessels had been blocked for too long, and there was too much blood congestion. After unblocking them, naturally you needed to find an outlet to release it, and the nosebleed just now was precisely this blood congestion. However, the blood vessels that have just been unblocked are a bit fragile, so you'd better not laugh too much recently." Hearing Chen Ping's advice, Duan Peilong hurriedly shut up and dared not laugh again. At this time, he looked behind him at the many subordinates and reprimanded them in a low voice. "What are you still doing? Kneel down and apologize to Dr. Chen." After the sound of his voice, the many subordinates who were originally going to make trouble all knelt down and looked at Chen Ping respectfully and said, "Dr. Chen, we were wrong." Once the subordinates had finished apologizing, Duan Peilong immediately said to the tattooed man next to him, "Hurry up and get the stuff." The bald man understood and handed Duan Peilong the suitcase that had been prepared long ago. Duan Peilong opened the suitcase and found a stack of brand new red banknotes inside. Duan Peilong pushed the suitcase towards Chen Ping and said gratefully, "There is a total of 100,000 yuan here, a small token of my appreciation, please accept it, Dr. Chen." Chen Ping glanced at the cash in the suitcase and, without demur, nodded and said, "I won't be rude then." After Chen Ping had taken the money, Duan Peilong looked at him again and said gratefully, "Divine Dr. Chen, from now on I will definitely do more good deeds and never do anything wrong, so as not to waste your saving my life." After saying this, Duan Peilong left with his many subordinates. After Duan Peilong left, Chen Ping handed the money in the suitcase to Lin Yuru and said, "Sister-in-law, you take this money and pay off your gambling debts." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru hurriedly declined. "This is your money, I can't take it." Chen Ping wanted to say something else, but Lin Yuru kept declining, not giving him the chance to speak. Seeing this, Chen Ping had no choice but to put the money away. There was still a shortfall of 50,000 yuan before the gambling debt could be paid off in full. It would be fine to give the money to his sister-in-law once he had gathered all the money. At this point, Chen Ping suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Yuru, "Sister-in-law, would you mind taking off your clothes?" Chapter 14 Zhao Liuji's idea. As he finished speaking, Lin Yuru looked at Chen Ping with disbelief. At that moment, Chen Ping continued, "Let's change clothes, and while it's still early, we can go to the county town and sell some tomatoes." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru realized that she had heard it wrong. Her cheeks turned red, and she secretly blamed herself for being so absent-minded that she could even hear this wrong. When she came back to her senses, she looked at Chen Ping doubtfully and said, "Ah Ping, the tomatoes in the vegetable garden aren't ripe yet, so won't we lose money if we sell them now?" Chen Ping smiled and said, "I went to the vegetable garden last night and saw that they were all ripe. If you don't believe me, you can come with me and take a look." With doubts in her heart, Lin Yuru followed Chen Ping to the vegetable garden. When she saw the tomatoes, which were twice the normal size, she couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. How can they be so big? Facing Lin Yuru's doubts, Chen Ping was well prepared and took out a small bag of prepared mixed fertilizer and lied. "These fertilizers are the recent research results of our company. In fact, I came back to the village this time to recuperate on the one hand, and on the other hand, to observe the effect of these fertilizers. Now it seems that the effect of these fertilizers is quite amazing." Lin Yuru looked at the fertilizer bag in Chen Ping's hand with half belief and half doubt. She had never been to the outside world and could not tell if Chen Ping was lying. At this point, a serious look came over her face, and she looked solemnly at Chen Ping and said, "If these fertilizers are so effective, will there be any side effects? If they are harmful to people, then we can't sell them." Chen Ping didn't expect his casual lie to make his sister-in-law so worried, and hastily assured her, "Don't worry, I took some this morning, and there are absolutely no side effects." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru nodded with relief. "That's good. Yuha village is part of the Shangyangu brigade." Zhao Liuji was originally from Yuha village, but later, in order to facilitate his gambling business, he bought a plot of land in Shangyangu village, a transportation hub in the surrounding area, and built 7 or 8 houses with basements. Zhao Liuji returned home with Zhao Shihu and the others in a terrible state, his face gloomy and terrifying. He had been in Shangyangu for so long, but this was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. At this time, Zhao Shihu said with some reluctance, "Brother, are we just going to let this go? My arm was broken by that Chen." Zhao Liuji replied with a cold face, "What can we do if we don't? Can we afford to mess with that Duan Peilong?" After these words, Zhao Shihu was full of frustration. Seeing this, Zhao Liuji had to say, "Don't worry, Duan Peilong's attitude towards Chen Ping is really extraordinary. I've already sent someone to investigate and we'll have results soon. As long as Duan Peilong doesn't protect Chen Ping to the death, we may not be able to do anything about him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shihu's eyes lit up. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The door was pushed open and a subordinate came in and respectfully reported, "Boss Zhao, it's been cleared up. Duan Peilong came to see Chen Ping today to ask him to cure his terminal illness. After Chen Ping cured him, Duan Peilong gave Chen Ping 100,000 yuan in cash as a reward." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liuji immediately stood up from his chair and asked in a stern voice, "Is the information reliable?" The subordinate confidently replied, "Absolutely reliable. One of Duan Peilong's men was a former buddy of mine, and I bought the information from him. In addition, some of our brothers also witnessed Chen Ping using acupuncture to heal Duan Peilong, and Duan Peilong respectfully addressed Chen Ping as the divine doctor." After hearing what his subordinate said, Zhao Liuji couldn't help but nod lightly. "If that's the case, it's no wonder that Duan Peilong is so subservient today," he said, handing his subordinate 10 red banknotes. "You may go now." The subordinate, beaming with joy at the money, was about to leave. At that moment, Zhao Liuji suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out to his subordinate, asking, "Is Chen Mingliang here today?" The subordinate immediately replied with a laugh. He was only away for a moment to go to the toilet. I just saw him, and he was losing at gambling. Does the boss need him for something? Zhao Liuji nodded slightly. Go and get him for me. After the subordinate left, Zhao Shi, whose face was full of despair. Brother, Chen Ping has become Duan Peilong's savior, and he will definitely protect Chen Ping to the death. How can we take revenge? Upon hearing this, a sinister look flashed in Zhao Liuji's eyes, and he sneered. Don't worry, I have a way. It wasn't long before Zhao Liuji's two subordinates dragged Chen Mingliang, who had lost all sense of reason, from the basement gambling den and dragged him in front of Zhao Liuji. Chen Mingliang was thrown to the ground. Seeing Zhao Liuji in front of him, he thought that he owed too much money for too long and Zhao Liuji wanted to chop off his hand. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, saying, Boss Zhao, I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. Please don't chop off my hand. Chen Mingliang knelt on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to look at Zhao Liuji at all. Seeing this, Zhao Liuji gave a faint smile. Mingliang, you and I are brothers, so it's too formal to talk about money. Come and have a drink with me. Chen Mingliang looked up at him, full of disbelief. Zhao Liuji had always been ruthless with people, so when had he become so easygoing? At that moment, one of his men kicked him. Just go when you're told. Chen Mingliang then got up from the ground, trembling, and walked over. After sitting down carefully, Zhao Liuji poured him a glass of wine. Drink. Chen Mingliang dared not refuse and quickly gulped it down. After the cup was empty, Zhao Liuji took a bite of the side dish and then slowly spoke. Mingliang, did you know that your younger brother Chen Ping is a miracle healer? Chen Mingliang was momentarily confused. What? Seeing this, Zhao Liuji explained with a smile. Duan Peilong went to your home today to find Chen Ping in order to cure his illness. Afterwards, he not only respectfully referred to your younger brother as a miracle healer, but also gave him 100,000 yuan. After hearing what Zhao Liuji said, Chen Mingliang was first extremely shocked, but when he came to his senses, greed immediately appeared in his eyes. 100,000 yuan, that's enough for him to gamble for a long time. Seeing Chen Mingliang's expression, Zhao Liuji's eyes flashed with a deep look of contempt. He snorted and said, I know what you're thinking. But don't you think about it, if he moves that 100,000 yuan, what will Duan Peilong do to you? Upon hearing this, Chen Mingliang couldn't help but shiver, and the greed in his eyes quickly turned to fear. Duan Peilong's methods were even more terrifying than Zhao Liuji's. At this moment, Zhao Liuji's face suddenly revealed a smile, and he said lightly, I do have an idea that will definitely allow you to have a steady stream of money to spend in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mingliang's eyes shone with excitement, and he couldn't wait to ask. What's the idea, Boss Zhao? Tell me quickly. Zhao Liuji lowered his voice and said slowly. You and your wife Lin Yuru don't have any children yet, do you? If you can find a way to get Chen Ping to help you have a child. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingliang suddenly understood, and said excitedly. That's right, as long as we have a child, for the sake of the child, Chen Ping definitely won't abandon me. I'll go back and take care of this right away. His eyes shone with excitement, as if he could already see countless amounts of money beckoning to him. After Chen Mingliang left the room happily, Zhao Liuji's face was full of sneering. As long as he firmly holds Chen Mingliang, won't Chen Ping's money all become his money? Chapter 15, 18 Turns on the Mountain Road. On Chen Ping's side, while Lin Yuru was going back to the house to change clothes, he had already picked 2 full baskets of tomatoes from the vegetable garden. The only means of transportation in the house is an old 28-speed bicycle, which has barely survived until now because it can't sell for much money. Fortunately, Chen Ping tried it and can still ride it. After tying the 2 large baskets of tomatoes to the bicycle, Lin Yuru, who had changed clothes, came out. She was wearing a pair of light blue skinny jeans, a white floral t-shirt, and her long, smooth hair was tied up and pinned behind her head. Although her attire was simple, it still could not hide her proud and tall figure. Together with her face, which was charming even without makeup, even though Chen Ping had been in the big city for several years, he had to admit that sister-in-law Lin Yuru was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Seeing Lin Yuru dressed like this, Chen Ping instinctively thought about what happened in the massage parlor yesterday. If it weren't for Duan Peilong's meddling. Realizing that Lin Yuru was looking at him, he quickly averted his gaze to stop his wandering thoughts. At this time, Lin Yuru walked up to Chen Ping, looked at the bicycle in front of her, and a flash of panic crossed her eyes as she asked. Are we going to the county town on this? Chen Ping didn't notice Lin Yuru's unusual behavior and smiled and replied. Don't look at this old bicycle, I just tried it, and it didn't break down at all. As he spoke, he thought of something and quickly ran back into the house, took out a blanket, and quickly tied it to the back seat and said, Sister-in-law, you sit on the blanket, it's more comfortable. Lin Yuru gave a soft and sat on the seat. Once Lin Yuru was seated, Chen Ping said, Let's go. With the 2 large baskets of tomatoes and Lin Yuru on the back seat, if it had been the old Chen Ping, he would have had to exert all his strength, but now, riding the bicycle, he didn't feel any exertion at all, as if he hadn't carried anything. Once they left the village, the bicycle quickly traveled on the rugged dirt road. Clunk! When passing a waterway, the bike suddenly lurched, and Lin Yuru, who was sitting on the back seat, almost fell off. She let out a startled cry and instinctively reached forward, hugging Chen Ping, who was riding the bike. When she realized what she had done was inappropriate, she quickly and nervously let go. Chen Ping felt a soft touch behind him, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Before long, the bike rode over a road surface that had been washed away by the flood, and the bike shook violently again. Lin Yuru, who was scared, exclaimed again, nervously looking around. The roads in Yuha village were all built on the mountainside, and once the car ran off the road, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but pluck up the courage to say, Why don't you hold me? Lin Yuru, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, suddenly turned red. After hesitating for a moment, she replied in an inaudible voice. Okay. There were 18 bends along the way from Yuha village to the paved road ahead, and Chen Ping rode his bicycle through them all, making it 19 in total. After arriving at the paved road, Lin Yuru unknowingly let go of Chen Ping's hand. After riding for a full hour and a half, Chen Ping and Lin Yuru finally arrived at the county seat of Ningdong County. On the way, Lin Yuru had mentioned wanting to take turns riding with Chen Ping, but Chen Ping had refused. When they arrived at the county town's farmer's market, it was already 3:30 p.m. The goods stalls had already been taken, so Chen Ping found a corner to park his bike, then unloaded the 2 large baskets of tomatoes and set them on the ground. After Chen Ping had finished, Lin Yuru felt a little embarrassed and said, Ping, you wait here and watch the stall while I go to the clinic in front and be back soon. Chen Ping, who had just put the tomatoes down, instinctively got up and replied, Sister-in-law, what kind of illness are you going to see a doctor for? Lin Yuru paused for a moment, didn't say anything, and then walked out of the alley. Chen Ping then realized that he had asked an issue that had gone a bit too far. He turned back, but Lin Yuru was already gone. At this time, the big, plump tomatoes in Chen Ping's basket attracted the attention of many shoppers. These tomatoes look so fresh. But they're also so big, each one must weigh 2 or 3 caddies. Are these really tomatoes? Could it be that they've grown so big because they've been given hormones? Soon, Chen Ping was surrounded by a group of women who wanted to buy vegetables, talking and discussing. Seeing this, Chen Ping smiled and explained. These are all tomatoes grown in my own vegetable garden, absolutely non-toxic and pollution-free. Hearing what Chen Ping said, the women who were about to buy vegetables were suddenly eager to try them. Whether it was the plump and round shape or the red, delicate and attractive color, they were all incredibly attractive. Just as everyone was about to go up and buy them, an untimely voice rang out. Bullshit, they're not toxic or environmentally harmful. Anyone who dares to eat these tomatoes is courting death. Chapter 16, Eating People to Death. Hearing the voice, everyone couldn't help but turn around to look. They saw that the person who spoke was a short-haired middle-aged man with dark skin. Upon hearing this, a customer immediately asked, Huang Dabin, what makes you say that? Huang Dabin is obviously an old farmer at the farmer's market, and many customers know him, so they all looked over at Huang Dabin. Seeing this, Huang Dabin sneered and replied, Just by looking at you, I can tell that you don't watch the news often. This type of large-headed tomato was only reported on TV last month. The report said that it was genetically modified food, otherwise how could it grow so big? The report also said that after eating this tomato, you will become swollen all over, and if a child eats it, it will be even more serious, and they will become big-headed dolls. Hearing Huang Dabin say this, the crowd of people who were originally going to buy food suddenly felt a shock in their hearts. So serious. But some people were skeptical. Huang Dabin, you're not just making things up again, are you? Everyone is not stupid. As the saying goes, competitors are like enemies. Chen Ping's stall is not far from Huang Dabin's, and if all the customers are attracted to Chen Ping, Huang Dabin's business will naturally be difficult. Under these circumstances, it is not difficult to guess that Huang Dabin is slandering. At this time, someone approached and asked Chen Ping, "Young man, is this really from your family's vegetable garden?" Chen Ping nodded and replied, "My family lives in Shangyanga Yuha village. If you have any issues with the food, you can come to my house and find me." Hearing what Chen Ping said, the crowd believed him a little. Everyone was a local, and they knew the name Shangyanga Yuha village. At this point, Huang Dabin sneered again and said, "That's all very well and good, but if there really were an issue, you would have run away a long time ago." While Huang Dabin was speaking, a woman immediately interrupted. "Come on, who are you trying to fool? Everyone knows you're the most dishonest person in the whole market. Every time I buy food from you, it's either short in weight or too soggy. You're trying to smear the young man's name, but it's as easy as eating and drinking." She said this, and the women around her all agreed. "Exactly. The day before yesterday, I bought food from you, and there was half a caddy of water just from the weight alone." Facing everyone's accusations, Huang Dabin's face looked bad, and he could only sneer and say in return, "I was just trying to keep the vegetables fresh. If you don't believe me, just look around the market. Who has fresher vegetables than I do?" The crowd was tired of listening to Huang Dabin's excuses, and once again their eyes fell on the big, round tomatoes in front of Chen Ping. They smiled and asked, "Young man, how much do you want for your tomatoes?" Chen Ping heard this and held up 3 fingers. Seeing this, Huang Dabin next to him suddenly laughed. "You really dared to say that? The current market price for tomatoes is generally 1.8 to 2 yuan, and a good one can only go for 2.5 yuan at most. Are you trying to fool people by selling them for 3 yuan a caddy?" Chen Ping glanced at Huang Dabin and calmly replied, "I said I want to sell them for 30 yuan a caddy." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Dabin, who had been talking nonstop, suddenly froze in place, unable to say a word. The people around them, who were preparing to buy food, also looked at Chen Ping in silence. Pork is only 20 yuan a caddy, and tomatoes are 30 yuan a caddy. This is crazy. Huang Dabin looked at Chen Ping deeply and said wordlessly, "While you're still young, you'd better go to the hospital and have a look." After that, he didn't bother to pay any attention to Chen Ping. If Chen Ping had sold the tomatoes for 5 yuan a caddy, he would have worried about competition, but 30 yuan a caddy, that's just crazy. Sure enough, after hearing Chen Ping's offer, the women who had been preparing to buy vegetables all whispered angrily that he was crazy, and then turned and left. Just then, the farmer's market suddenly became noisy. All you could hear was people shouting, "Boss Su, my cucumbers have just been picked. Do you want to come and have a look? Boss Su, all my vegetables are grown with organic fertilizer. They're natural and harmless. Buy some. Boss Su, take a look at my." Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Chen Ping couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. He saw a woman in professional attire and a refined air walk into the farmer's market. Faced with the sales pitches of the many vegetable farmers, she politely smiled and rejected them one by one. Then, she walked straight to Huang Dabin's stall. Seeing the woman, Huang Dabin hurriedly asked politely, "Boss Su, I've prepared everything you need, is it the same as before?" Huang Dabin looked at Susini in front of him, his face full of a smile. Susini, the owner of Taoyuan restaurant, had been spending a lot of money buying ingredients from him every time she came to the farmer's market, which had made him a lot of money. Although Taoyuan restaurant was not the biggest restaurant in Ningdong County, it was one of the top 5. Unlike other restaurants, Taoyuan restaurant's specialty was home-style farm food, and the ingredients were all personally selected by the owner, Susini. Susini is never stingy when it comes to good ingredients, and she often pays a premium for them, which is why everyone is so enthusiastic when she comes in. Facing Huang Dabin's gaze, Susini's gaze falls on the vegetables behind Huang Dabin, and she can't help but nod lightly. She has been in the catering industry for 5 years, and in her opinion, she can tell at a glance that the vegetables of everyone else at the farmer's market were obtained from vegetable vendors and only look fresh on the surface. In contrast, although Huang Dabin's vegetables are a bit more expensive and still have some moisture in them, they are extremely fresh and of high quality. She was about to tell Huang Dabin the shopping list when she suddenly glanced at the tomatoes in front of Chen Ping on the side. When she smelled the tempting, fresh fragrance, she couldn't help but light up. Her many years of experience buying food told her that these tomatoes were definitely extraordinary. Ignoring Huang Dabin, she stepped forward and asked Chen Ping, "Are these tomatoes yours?" From everyone's reaction just now, it's not hard to guess that Susini should be a restaurant owner. Faced with this potential big customer, Chen Ping couldn't help but reply seriously. Well, these were just picked from the vegetable garden at noon. Seeing Susini attracted by Chen Ping's tomatoes, Huang Dabin couldn't help but sneer and mock. Boss Su, these tomatoes of his are going for 30 yuan a caddy. Susini was shocked and looked at Chen Ping incredulously. 30 yuan a caddy? Chen Ping nodded slightly, unable to deny it. These tomatoes, nourished by the spirit of the jade flask of creation, had a taste far superior to ordinary tomatoes, and were also miraculous for stomach problems. At this point, Huang Dabin's voice rang out again. Boss Su, this person is obviously sick in the head, just ignore him. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Susini's gaze fixed firmly on the two baskets of tomatoes, with no intention of moving away. Seeing this, he couldn't help but continue. Boss Su. Before he could finish, Susini interrupted with a cold face. When did you start telling me what to do when I'm buying something? Faced with the obviously displeased Susini, Huang Dabin suddenly didn't dare say anything more. Ignoring Huang Dabin, Susini politely asked Chen Ping. Can I try some? Chen Ping nodded. After receiving permission, Susini immediately picked up a tomato, rinsed it with water, and then couldn't wait to take a bite. As soon as she took a bite, the sweet and sour taste of the tomato juice spread throughout her mouth, nourishing every cell on her taste buds. In an instant, Susini's eyes sparkled with excitement and disbelief. She had been running a restaurant for 5 years, and this was the first time she had tasted such delicious tomatoes. At the same time, she could only feel this pleasant feeling gradually spread throughout her body, making her feel as if she had suddenly felt a cool breeze on a hot summer's day. As the owner of a restaurant, Susini immediately saw the value of these tomatoes. She spoke with excitement. I'll take these tomatoes. As soon as she finished speaking, her face suddenly changed. Then the whole person squatted on the ground in pain, her face pale. Chapter 17 Lin Yuru's illness. Seeing this, Huang Dabin, who was standing nearby, hurriedly asked. Boss Su, what's wrong with you? Hearing his voice, the other stall owners couldn't help but look over as well. When they saw Susini crouching on the ground in pain, they immediately asked. Huang Dabin, what's going on with Boss Su? Huang Dabin pointed angrily at Chen Ping and said. It's all his fault. Boss Su suddenly had stomach pain after eating his tomatoes. I told you that there was an issue with his tomatoes, but you didn't believe me. Now you can see for yourself. Hearing this, the faces of many of the stallholders turned angry, and they stared angrily at Chen Ping. Kid, you took advantage of such a nice person as Boss Su? Do you have a conscience? If Boss Su really has an issue after eating, we're not finished with you. Yes, if anything happens to Boss Su, you won't be able to leave the farmer's market today. Many of them angrily surrounded Chen Ping. Most of them had been customers of Susini's, and Susini was almost the most conscientious buyer in the entire Ningdong County. Facing the anger of the crowd, Chen Ping calmly spoke. There is no issue with my tomatoes. Seeing that Chen Ping still refused to admit his fault, the crowd became completely enraged. If there was no issue, would Boss Su look like this? As they spoke, the crowd was about to rush up and beat Chen Ping. At that moment, Susini, who had been crouching on the ground, suddenly spoke. Everyone stop. Then, she slowly stood up. Seeing this, the female stall owner next to her quickly helped her up and asked with concern. Boss Su, are you okay? Susini's face was still a little pale, and she shook her head slightly, weakly smiling and replying. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing this, Huang Dabin couldn't help but say. Boss Su, it's really hateful that his tomatoes have made you like this. Don't worry, we'll take care of this for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the other stall owners echoed, yes, we'll all take care of this for you. Facing the support of the crowd, Susini shook her head and politely declined. I appreciate everyone's kindness. After a pause, her beautiful eyes fell on Chen Ping, and her face was full of disbelief as she slowly said. But I wasn't harmed by Mr. Chen's tomatoes. On the contrary, I want to thank Mr. Chen. As she spoke, she continued to explain. Everyone doesn't need to worry about me. I just had an old stomachache. In the past, my stomachaches would last at least half an hour. Perhaps it was because of Mr. Chen's tomatoes, this time the stomachache came quickly and went quickly. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood and let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Susini looked at Chen Ping and politely apologized, saying, Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble for my personal reasons. After a pause, she directly said, These tomatoes are the most delicious thing I have ever eaten in my life, without exception. I'll take both baskets of tomatoes. After these words, many of the stalls present looked at Susini in shock. No matter how delicious they can't be sold that expensively. Only Susini looked at Chen Ping with burning eyes, her eyes full of a strange expression. Her stomach problem had been a chronic problem for 4 or 5 years. In the past 2 years, she had followed the doctor's advice and taken her medicine regularly, which had slightly relieved the problem. But just as the tomatoes entered her stomach a moment ago, be vague to prevent others from discovering it. At this time, Huang Dabin and the others came back from their shock and saw that Susini wanted to buy Chen Ping's tomatoes and could not help but speak up to dissuade her. Boss Su, he's selling them for 30 yuan per caddy, which is ridiculously expensive. Upon hearing this, Susini gave a faint smile and said, "Expensive? I actually think they're a bit cheap. 30 yuan per caddy and they're cheap?" The crowd couldn't even tell if Susini was joking. Ignoring the crowd, Susini turned to Chen Ping and said sincerely, "Mr. Chen, if you're willing to supply our restaurant with these tomatoes on a long-term basis, I can buy them from you for 35 yuan per caddy." When she finished speaking, everyone at the farmer's market was stunned. 30 was already ridiculous, but Boss Su had even raised the price to 35? For 35 yuan per caddy, these tomatoes must have been grown with gold. Facing Susini's inquiry, Chen Ping was a little surprised. Susini had taken the initiative to raise the price, obviously feeling the amazing effect of these tomatoes. After hesitating for a moment, he refused, saying, "I currently do not have the ability to provide a stable supply, so let's just go with 30 yuan per caddy for now." Chen Ping knew full well how amazing the vegetables grown with the elixir of life were. Once he had the initial capital, he could easily open his own restaurant or fruit and vegetable supermarket and never have to worry about running out of money. Seeing Chen Ping's refusal, Susini gritted her teeth and raised the price again. 40 yuan a caddy. As long as you are willing to cooperate exclusively with us, I am willing to pay 40 yuan a caddy. After she had finished speaking, Huang Dabin and the others at the farmer's market were stunned. 40 yuan a caddy for tomatoes? That's crazy. Can you really make a profit if you buy them back? Only Susini knew that there were more than 200,000 people in Ningdong County, and even if only 1/20th of them had good economic conditions, that would mean that more than 10,000 people had considerable spending power. As long as you firmly capture the stomachs of these customers, you can definitely make money. She looked at Chen Ping with burning eyes, hoping to get the answer she expected. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ping still shook his head and chose to refuse. Seeing this, a flash of disappointment flashed across Susini's face, but soon she smiled again and handed Chen Ping a business card, saying, "This is my business card. We want as many of these tomatoes as you are willing to sell." She couldn't help but ask, "May I ask where you live and what's your contact information?" Chen Ping replied indifferently, "Forget the contact information, the signal in the village is often bad. My home is in Shangyangu Yuha village." Upon hearing this, Susini firmly memorized the address. Afterwards, Susini quickly asked someone to come and weigh the 2 large baskets of tomatoes and take them back to the restaurant. There were 118 jin in total, and when the bill was settled, Susini took the whole basket and weighed 120 jin, paying Chen Ping 3,600 yuan. Chen Ping didn't make a fuss about it and took the money directly. After selling the tomatoes, Chen Ping left the farmer's market. Looking at Chen Ping's departing back, Susini's eyes revealed a trace of determination, and she muttered to herself, "Shangyangu Yuha village, right? I'm going to take these tomatoes." After Chen Ping left the farmer's market, he saw that Lin Yuru had not returned, so he went to the clinic in front to look for her. There were not many small clinics in Ningdong County. After asking several in a row, Chen Ping finally heard Lin Yuru's familiar voice in a clinic in an alley on the street. "Doctor, can I still give birth in this situation?" As soon as Lin Yuru finished asking, a man's voice came out. "Whether you can give birth or not is still uncertain. We need to do an in-depth examination." Chapter 18, In-Depth Examination. In the small clinic, a middle-aged man with a beer belly was staring straight at Lin Yuru in front of him. Although he was wearing a white coat, he could not hide the lewdness in his eyes. Facing the middle-aged man's gaze, Lin Yuru felt uncomfortable all over. She asked carefully, "Can I do it without taking off my clothes?" Upon hearing this, Tian Wendeng immediately scolded with a cold face. "How can I examine you if you don't take off your clothes? I'm a doctor, if you don't trust me, just leave now." As he said this, Tian Wendy's eyes were full of fire. He was only a semi-skilled doctor, and it was only because he had gained some fame as a barefoot doctor in the past that he later opened this small clinic, mainly to help people with minor illnesses such as headaches and colds. Tian Wendy knew very well that most diseases in the world can be cured by the body's own healing power, so every time someone comes to see him, he just prescribes Chinese medicine that is not harmful and not very useful. Over the past 10 years, he has made a lot of money by cheating people, and some patients who have obviously recovered on their own have also credited him with their recovery. When Lin Yuru walked in today, he felt a sudden surge of heat in his heart. Compared to the young girl at the hair salon he occasionally visits, Lin Yuru is the most beautiful woman he has ever met. When he learned that Lin Yuru was there to check for infertility, he immediately had an idea. Whether or not he can cure the disease, he must feast his eyes today. When he came back to his senses, he saw Lin Yuru blushing and looking at him helplessly. Tian Wendeng couldn't help but slowly persuade her. As a doctor, we treat all patients equally, regardless of age or gender. If you're worried that I'll take advantage of you, you can go see another female doctor. Lin Yuru suddenly panicked when she heard Tian Wendeng say that. She had heard from other villagers that a woman in Shangyangu who had also been unable to conceive had become a mother of two after receiving a folk remedy from Dr. Tian. She had come here today specifically to find Tian Wendeng. Thinking of how her husband Chen Mingliang would beat and scold her every time she failed to bear a child, after a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuru said with a light bite of her lip, "Dr. Tian, I'll take off my clothes." Upon hearing this, a flash of light shot through Tian Wendeng's eyes, and he immediately said, "Don't worry, as long as I give you a thorough examination, find the cause of the problem, and then prescribe the right medicine, I guarantee that you will give birth to a big, fat boy next year." Lin Yuru nodded gently, placed her hands on the belt of her skinny jeans, and slowly undid the fastener. Just as she was about to pull her jeans down, Chen Ping burst into the clinic, saying, "Sister-in-law, don't listen to him. This Tian is a complete liar." Seeing Chen Ping rush in, Lin Yuru was momentarily at a loss. "Ping, what are you talking about?" On the other side, when he heard Chen Ping say that he was a liar as soon as he came in, Tian Wendeng's face immediately turned cold and he retorted, "You're joking. I, Tian Wendeng, have been practicing medicine for 13 years and have saved at least 800 patients. Kid, who are you to call me a liar? If you can't tell me why today, don't blame me for calling the police." Hearing Tian Wendeng say this, Lin Yuru couldn't help but look worried. Chen Ping, on the other hand, looked calm. He stepped forward and asked with a sneer, "If you're not a liar, then let me ask you this. If a patient often sweats profusely and coughs incessantly, what is the cause of the illness and how should it be treated?" Tian Wendy didn't know what to say for a moment. He usually just randomly picked some Chinese medicine to moisten the lungs. If the patient got better on their own, then of course everything would be fine, and if they didn't, then the patient would go to a big hospital on their own and wouldn't come looking for trouble. Seeing that Tian Wendy wasn't speaking, Chen Ping frowned slightly and continued. "In this type of patient, dampness is the cause. As the saying goes, when dampness is present, 100 diseases arise, when dampness is absent, 100 diseases disappear. In this case, acupuncture should be used to stimulate the acupoints Zhongting, CV20, Yumen, AC32, and Shihu, BL2, and the treatment should be supplemented with Chinese herbal medicines such as Dangshan, Radix cotinopsis, Poria, Poria cocos, Gonchao, Glycyrrhiza urolensis, and Baiju, Atractylodes macrocephala." Tian Wendeng was surprised that Chen Ping knew so much and was momentarily shocked. Seeing that Chen Ping was talking sense, Tian Wendeng suddenly reacted, and a sly look flashed in his eyes. He praised, "Not bad, it seems that you do have some knowledge, young man. I also think so about this type of illness." Seeing Tian Wendeng's look of "I knew it all along," Chen Ping suddenly laughed. "This dog is quite good at pretending." Thinking this, he sneered and continued, "You think so? In this type of illness, it seems that the cause is dampness, but in fact, it is a deficiency of yang, and the cause is the kidneys. Acupuncture should be used to stimulate the zhong, daji, shuidao, and fujia points. As for the two herbs Dangshan and Baiju, they are completely useless for this illness." Having said this, Chen Ping shouted in a deep voice, "It is clear that you know nothing about medicine." After hearing what Chen Ping said, Tian Wendy immediately realized that he had been tricked. His smile immediately disappeared, replaced by an extremely gloomy expression. "Kid, you tricked me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ping smiled and replied, "Yes, I did trick you." With that, he kicked Tian Wendy. Tian Wendy screamed in pain and was directly kicked into the corner by Chen Ping. He fell to the ground and angrily looked at Chen Ping and asked, "Why did you kick me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ping looked at Tian Wendy with an icy expression. "Kick you? I must rid the world of evil today, and beat you to death, you dog liar." The reason he was sure Tian Wen was a liar as soon as he came in was because Grandpa Chen's medicine was prescribed by Tian Wen back then. When Grandpa Chen was sick, he listened to what the villagers said and went to Tian Wen to get the medicine. Later, the illness became more and more serious, and after going to the hospital for a checkup, he realized that he was already in a critical condition and even the great Luo immortal couldn't save him. The medicine prescribed by Tian Wen was actually useless. If it weren't for the fact that Tian Wendeng's medicine didn't cause any side effects, he would have smashed the broken clinic long ago. Even so, Grandpa was still ripped off by Tian Wendeng for several hundred yuan. Thinking about this, Chen Ping blamed Tian Wendeng for all his old and new grievances and started punching and kicking him. "You dog liar, let you cheat and sell fake medicine, today I must beat you to death." Tian Wendeng was no match for Chen Ping. In no time at all, Chen Ping had beaten him black and blue, and Tian Wenduo was screaming and begging for mercy. "It hurts, I'm sorry. I swear, even though I don't know anything about medicine, I've never harmed anyone, and none of the medicine I prescribed had any side effects. Please stop, I really know I was wrong." Tian Wenduo crouched in the corner, crying and begging for mercy. Seeing this, Lin Yuru was worried that Chen Ping would make a big deal out of it, and quickly went up to him and whispered, "Ping, stop." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping gave him another hard kick before stopping and warning him with a cold glare. "If you dare to cheat again, I will beat you up every time I see you. Get out." Tian Wenduo felt like he had been pardoned, and with fear in his eyes, he crawled to the other room of the clinic. After Tian Wenduo left, Lin Yuru looked at Chen Ping in shock and asked, "Ah Ping, when did you learn medicine?" Chen Ping had no choice but to repeat the lie he had told Bai Yingying about learning from an old Chinese medicine practitioner. After listening to what Chen Ping said, Lin Yuru suddenly realized. "So, is this the same medical skill you used to give Duan Peilong acupuncture and moxibustion?" Chen Ping nodded and replied with a faint smile. "Well, my current medical skills, although not as good as the top experts, are also enough to solve general difficult and miscellaneous diseases." Hearing Chen Ping say this, Lin Yuru seemed to have thought of something, her cheeks flushed as she asked in a low voice, "Can you help me with my illness?" Chapter 19, The Trace of Blood. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping was momentarily stunned, and then replied with some trepidation, "Yes." Upon receiving Chen Ping's reply, Lin Yuru lowered her head and asked in an inaudible voice, "So, how do you want to check?" Looking at Lin Yuru's appearance, Chen Ping couldn't help his heartbeat quicken a little. If the issue of fertility is to be checked, then some skin contact is inevitable. The next moment, Chen Ping suddenly woke up, cursing himself for being such a scum, and if he really did that, what was the difference between him and someone like Tian Wenduo? Thinking of this, he hurriedly explained, "Sister-in-law, you don't need to take off your clothes for the checkup." After his words fell, Lin Yuru then understood that she had just thought wrong, and she couldn't help blushing. At this point, Chen Ping moved a chair over to Lin Yuru and said, "Sister-in-law, sit here and hold out your hand." Lin Yuru sat down and slowly reached out and placed her hand on the chair. Seeing this, Chen Ping reached out and gently placed his hand on Lin Yuru's wrist to take her pulse. Sensing Lin Yuru's steady pulse, Chen Ping couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation and frown slightly. Seeing Chen Ping frown, Lin Yuru couldn't help but immediately ask, "What is it?" Chen Ping did not answer, but took another pulse before letting go of Lin Yuru's wrist. Seeing that Lin Yuru was looking at him with great tension, Chen Ping could not help but say, "Sister-in-law, it seems that you are not sick." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru looked doubtful and immediately asked, "Ping, could you have made a mistake? Why don't you check again?" Chen Ping hesitated for a moment, nodded slightly, and looked at Lin Yuru a little embarrassed and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you mind if I put my hand on your stomach?" Worried that his sister-in-law might misunderstand, Chen Ping hurriedly explained, "This is the only way to get the most accurate results." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Yuru give a soft nod, slowly nodding her head, before gently closing her eyes. At this moment, the blush on her face spread all the way down her neck. As if she was worried that Chen Ping's examination was not accurate enough, Lin Yuru gently lifted her floral t-shirt with her eyes closed. Seeing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but take a deep breath, and after calming down a little, he reached out and placed his hand on Lin Yuru's stomach. Feeling Chen Ping's hand, Lin Yuru's body suddenly tensed up. She could only feel her heartbeat quicken, and her cheeks were burning alarmingly. Chen Ping carefully examined Lin Yuru's situation, and after a moment, withdrew his right hand. Feeling Chen Ping's hand leave, Lin Yuru let out a heavy sigh of relief, slowly opened her eyes, and, a little afraid to look Chen Ping directly in the eye, asked softly, "What is it?" Chen Ping smiled and said in an extremely confident tone, "Sister-in-law, I can confirm that there is nothing wrong with your body." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru instinctively asked, "Then why can't I have children?" Although Chen Ping had already roughly guessed the reason, he still coughed twice to tactfully reply, "Sister-in-law, after all, having children is not something that you can decide on your own." After hearing what Chen Ping said, Lin Yuru suddenly understood, and then she was dumbfounded. Over the past few years, she had been beaten and scolded by Chen Mingliang many times for not being able to have children, and she had suffered a lot of grievances. Every time she was beaten and scolded, she never said a word, because she knew that it was her body that was at fault, and she deserved it. But now, it was clear that the issue was not with her. Thinking about the past, she could no longer hold back, and the tears of grievance instantly blurred her vision. Seeing Lin Yuru in tears, Chen Ping didn't know what to say for a moment, so he had to hand her a tissue. Lin Yuru took the tissue, wiped her tears away, and then looked at Chen Ping with a smile and said, "Ah Ping, let's go home." Chen Ping nodded and said, "Okay." On the way home, Chen Ping continued to ride the bicycle, with Lin Yuru sitting on the back seat. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Chen Ping always felt that on the way back, sister-in-law Lin Yuru's mood was much better than when they went to the county town, and she even started humming a song softly. When they arrived outside the Chen family courtyard, they parked the bicycle. Looking at the empty yard, Chen Ping couldn't help but ask, "Right, sister-in-law, where's our Daben? I haven't seen it for 2 days since I got back." Daben was the dog that Grandpa brought home when he was in junior high school, which was about 11 or 12 years ago. When Grandpa passed away, Chen Ping was still in college, so he asked his sister-in-law to take care of Daben. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru came back to her senses and replied awkwardly, "All the dogs in the village have been hanging out together these past 2 days, running around everywhere. I guess they'll be back in a couple of days." Chen Ping then understood that it must be the heat of the rut, and he said with a sigh, "This dog is really lucky." As he spoke, he realized that it seemed inappropriate to speak in such a way in front of his sister-in-law, so he quickly changed the subject and told Lin Yuru all about selling vegetables at the farmer's market today. Looking at the 3,600 yuan in cash in Chen Ping's hand, Lin Yuru couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock and say, "How come it's so much?" Chen Ping's face was also difficult to hide his excitement, and he said, "These new tomatoes are worth this price. If this continues, it won't be long before we can pay off the 150,000 yuan we owe Zhao Liuji." Hearing what Chen Ping said, Lin Yuru suddenly remembered what her husband Chen Mingliang had said earlier, and her cheeks flushed slightly. At this time, Chen Ping handed the money to Lin Yuru. "Sister-in-law, you take this money first." Hearing this, Lin Yuru came back to her senses and hurriedly declined. "This vegetable garden originally belonged to your family, and I was only borrowing it to grow vegetables. What's more, if it weren't for the latest fertilizer you brought back, it would not have been possible to sell at such a high price. I cannot accept this money." Seeing that Chen Ping was about to hand her more money, Lin Yuru pretended to be angry and said, "If you give me any more money, I will be ashamed to eat the vegetables from this vegetable garden in the future." Chen Ping then gave up. After taking a look at the vegetable garden not far away, and thinking about the money she had earned today, Chen Ping, full of energy, said, "Sister-in-law, you go home and rest first, I'll go to the vegetable garden and water the plants." As she watched Chen Ping's broad back, Lin Yuru couldn't help but feel a little lost in thought. If only her husband were a hardworking and kind person like Chen Ping. As she thought about this, she couldn't help but think about Chen Mingliang's earlier proposal. If Ping really paid off the debt. She quickly came back to her senses, stopped her rambling thoughts, turned around and went back to her room to get changed and help in the vegetable garden. Lin Yuru's clothes were all stored in Chen Ping's room. After entering the room, she was about to change clothes when she suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly ran to the bed and lifted the bed sheets and bedding underneath the clothes. Seeing that the magazines underneath were intact, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ah Ping didn't see it, otherwise. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly noticed a trace of blood at the corner of the magazine. She quickly picked it up and flipped through it, and saw that in the lower right corner of a page inside, the bloodstain had dried and was extremely conspicuous. Could this not be Ah Ping's nosebleed? As she thought about this, the blush on her face spread to her neck in an instant. Chapter 20, A Lesson for You. Chen Ping finished his work in the vegetable garden, said hello to Lin Yuru, and went to the village head. The amount of goods he could deliver by bicycle in one trip was really small. If he remembered correctly, the widow Miao at the village head had a second-hand electric tricycle. Using the tricycle to carry goods to the county town could replace the bicycle several times in one trip. Before he reached the village head, he suddenly heard a dog barking in front of him. Woof! Woof! Chen Ping looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette and throwing stones at the big dog that was biting him, outside the yard of Widow Miao's house at the front of the village. The middle-aged man cursed. Get out of the way, or I'll make a dog meat hot pot out of you. Seeing that the dog just barked and didn't dare to pounce, he ignored it and strode into Widow Miao's yard. The moment he heard the sound, Chen Ping already recognized that the person who had just beaten the dog was the village chief, Song Jianming. Miao Widow's original name was Miao Ruanlian. Before Lin Yuru married into Yuha village, she was also a well-known beauty, especially with her plump figure, which attracted the attention of many men in the village. The villagers said behind her back that looking at her but would definitely give birth to a big fat boy. Unfortunately, she had a bad life. Her husband died in an accident at a construction site a few years ago, leaving her with a 3-year-old daughter. After her husband died, she opened a small shop at the village entrance and also grew a lot of vegetables on her own. Every year, she supported the two of them with the income from the shop and the vegetables. She had an affair with the village chief Song Jianming, and everyone in the village knew about it. It was now 9 p.m., and at this hour, Song Jianming went to see Widow Miao, so anyone could tell what he was up to. Chen Ping was hesitating whether to continue to borrow the tricycle when the big dog in front suddenly looked at him, then barked once and rushed over quickly. Woof! At this time, Chen Ping immediately recognized that it was the white and black spotted male dog he kept at home, Daban. Daban ran up to Chen Ping and immediately jumped directly onto Chen Ping's lap, and there were suddenly 2 paw prints with soil on Chen Ping's pant leg. It excitedly wagged its tail and barked, its eyes full of excitement. Chen Ping looked at him and noticed that Dashan had lost a lot of weight, which was why he hadn't recognized him at first. Looking at the familiar and affectionate Dashan in front of him, Chen Ping gave him a kick in a bad mood. You little rascal, you've lost so much weight, I can tell you've been hanging out with the village bitches a lot these past few days. If you keep this up, you won't be able to keep up with them. Dashan wasn't upset by Chen Ping's light kick, but instead became even more excited and wanted to jump on Chen Ping. Seeing this, Chen Ping slowly crouched down, and Daban immediately pounced into Chen Ping's arms, frantically flicking his tongue against Chen Ping's arm. Chen Ping was a little uncomfortable with Daban's enthusiasm, and said wordlessly, Stop licking, if you keep licking, you'll lick it bald. He was about to get up when he suddenly noticed a trace of blood on Daban's hind leg. Although it wasn't serious, the blood had not yet coagulated. Obviously, this was a recent injury. Seeing the injury on DB's leg, a flash of anger suddenly appeared in Chen Ping's heart. DB had been very smart for so many years in the Chen family and had never bitten anyone. He chased after Song Jianming and bit him, probably because he was afraid that during the few years he had been gone, the lecherous old man Song Jianming had not stopped trying to hit on his sister-in-law Lin Yuru. Song Jianming had once lost his grandfather's pension, and Chen Ping had never had a good impression of him. Now, seeing DB get hurt by him, he was instantly filled with anger. In an instant, an idea came to him. Chen Ping sneered and muttered to himself, This time I'll teach you a lesson. After those words, Chen Ping told Daban to go home first, and he himself walked alone towards the widow Miao's house. Song Jianming was in a very good mood today. His own tigress had gone back to her parents' house early in the morning. In the evening, he followed a few friends and drank a lot of wine, having a great time. After the drinking party broke up, he followed the well-worn path to the door of Widow Miao's house, ready to have a good time. He was about to knock on the door as usual when suddenly he heard a splashing sound from inside. At the sound of the water, Song Jianming's eyes lit up and a lewd smile appeared on his face. He gently pushed open the door and tiptoed in. Once inside, he noticed that Widow Miao was bending over with her back to him in front of the basin. It seemed that she had just taken a shower, and her thin long skirt was covered in watermarks. Her posture at the moment completely revealed the seductive figure of a mature woman. Standing in the doorway, looking at the scene in front of him, Song Jianming felt as if he could see the alluring scenery below through the thin skirt. His face was full of excitement, and he couldn't help but rush up eagerly, directly hugging Widow Miao from behind. Feeling suddenly embraced, Widow Miao screamed and was about to push Song Jianming away, but Song Jianming had already placed his hands on her waist and whispered, "It's me." Hearing Song Jianming's voice, Widow Miao paused and did not push him away. Seeing that Widow Miao wanted to turn around, Song Jianming immediately stopped her. "Don't move, just like this is good." At this time, Widow Miao suddenly struggled. "I'm not convenient today." Song Jianming pretended not to hear and did not stop what he was doing. "Your relatives only came last week, so what inconvenience could there be now?" Miao's voice was low as she replied. "Tong Tong has a high fever today, and it hasn't gone down yet. She just fell asleep, and I need to take care of her. You should come back another day." Upon hearing this, Song Jianming gave a disdainful laugh and said without the slightest care, "Isn't it better if she's asleep? If she's awake, I'm worried she'll suddenly run out." Feeling Song Jianming's movements, Widow Miao tried to break free, but Song Jianming held her tightly. In desperation, she couldn't help but stomp hard on Song Jianming's foot. "Let go of me." Song Jianming was completely unprepared and was stomped hard, so he couldn't help but scream, and anger immediately appeared on his face. "Bitch, you dare to stomp on me? If it weren't for the fact that I saw how hard it is for you and your daughter to make a living, and that I spent money and used connections to help you sell your vegetables at a high price, you and your daughter would have starved to death a long time ago." As Song Jianming spoke, he grabbed Widow Miao's hands directly and forced her down onto the table next to her. Feeling Song Jianming's brutality, Widow Miao couldn't help but angrily yell, "Song Jianming, you animal! Just wait until I apply the towel to Tong Tong first." Upon hearing this, Song Jianming snorted and replied, "It can wait." Chapter 21, Who Set Off the Firecrackers? Bang! A deafening noise suddenly sounded outside the courtyard. Song Jianming, who was about to get into position, was startled by the loud noise. What was that? After a few seconds, seeing no reaction outside, Song Jianming didn't bother to find out what it was and was about to get into position again. Bang! Just then, there was another loud noise. Damn it, is it never going to end? Before he could think much more, there was a loud crackling sound outside the courtyard. If you listened carefully, you could hear it was the sound of firecrackers. The sound of the firecrackers was like thunder and lasted for a full minute. Song Jianming was already feeling the effects of middle age, and it was only with great difficulty that he had managed to summon up the energy to come home today after his wife had returned from work. After the sound of the firecrackers had finished, when he came back to his senses, he found that he had already shrunk back in fear. At this moment, the Widow Miao, who had been pressed against the table by Song Jianming, reacted, turned sharply, and slapped Song Jianming directly in the face. Pop! A loud slap sounded, and there was suddenly a red handprint on Song Jianming's face. He was about to lose his temper, but then he saw that the Widow Miao suddenly picked up the cleaver next to him and pointed it at him, threatening angrily. "You animal, get out of here!" His desire subsided, and Song Jianming realized that what he had just done had angered Widow Miao. What Widow Miao cared about most was her daughter Tong Tong. If anyone dared to touch Tong Tong, Widow Miao would definitely fight to the death. But he had just been overcome by lust. After he came to his senses, Song Jianming had to explain with a smirk. "Ruwenlian, let me explain. I'm not unconcerned about Tong Tong's fever." Before he could finish, Widow Miao interrupted with a cold face. "Get out. Otherwise I'll chop off your manhood and make you a eunuch." Song Jianming knew that Widow Miao was unstoppable when she was angry, so he looked at her for a moment, then turned around and left the house helplessly. As soon as he left the yard, he saw Chen Ping happily setting off firecrackers outside the yard. Seeing this, Song Jianming's face immediately turned gloomy. Before he could say anything, Chen Ping took the lead and said hello with a smile. "Village Chief Song, why are you here?" Song Jianming's face was gloomy and terrifying. He angrily asked. "None of your business. Who told you to set off firecrackers here?" Hearing this, Chen Ping replied with a face full of innocence. "Didn't I just return to the village yesterday? According to our customs, you have to set off firecrackers when you go away and when you come home. I bought some firecrackers today specifically to bring good luck." Hearing what Chen Ping said, Song Jianming was full of anger. "Why can't you set off firecrackers anywhere? Why did you have to do it here?" Chen Ping calmly replied with a smile as if it were only natural. "The firecrackers are set off at the village entrance. When they go off, the whole village can hear them." "Village Chief Song, isn't it illegal to set off firecrackers at the village entrance?" As soon as the words fell, the anger in Song Jianming's stomach almost made him explode. He didn't know why Chen Ping was doing this, but in any case, he was determined to swallow his pride today. Looking at Chen Ping's harmless smile, Song Jianming snorted and turned to leave the courtyard of Widow Miao's house. However, he did not go home, but instead stood nearby and watched quietly. Seeing Chen Ping enter Widow Miao's courtyard, and after waiting for a full half hour, Chen Ping still had not come out, Song Jianming's anger suddenly ignited. "You bitch, still saying that Tong Tong is sick. You're sleeping with other men behind my back, you wait and see." Song Jianming angrily got up from the ground and was about to go uphill back to his own home. In the dark, a black figure suddenly rushed out and barked at him. Song Jianming was startled by the sudden black figure, slipped on the ground, and fell heavily on his face, knocking out one of his front teeth. When he got up to take revenge, the big run had already disappeared without a trace. After Song Jianming left, Chen Ping walked up to Widow Miao's house and knocked gently on the door. "Auntie Miao, are you asleep?" Hearing Chen Ping's voice, Widow Miao quickly tidied up her clothes, went to the door and asked, "It's Ping, what do you need?" Chen Ping felt a little embarrassed and said, "I want to borrow your tricycle. I plan to go to the county town to sell vegetables tomorrow." After learning Chen Ping's reason for coming, Widow Miao immediately agreed cheerfully. "Oh, that's what this is about. No problem, just drive it off later." Chen Ping didn't expect it to be so easy to borrow the tricycle, and immediately politely thanked Widow Miao. Upon hearing this, Widow Miao waved her hand and said with a hearty laugh, "What's there to thank for? We're all from the same village. Who doesn't have some kind of difficulty? We should help each other out, shouldn't we?" Chen Ping nodded, and was about to go and start the tricycle in the yard when Widow Miao suddenly asked, "Right, Ping, do you still have any fever-reducing medicine at home? Tong Tong has had a fever for 3 days already, and we just finished the last of the medicine at home, so I'm afraid she'll need to take medicine again in the middle of the night." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Ping's face changed and he asked in a stern voice, "Is the fever serious? How high is the temperature?" For a moment, Widow Miao was unsure, and she could only reply, "I can't find the thermometer at home, so I don't know how high her temperature is." Chen Ping looked at her for a moment, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Let me take a look." Miao Tongtong's home was very simply decorated, with 2 rooms that opened up into each other. Entering the inner room, Chen Ping saw an old bed with a girl with twin ponytails lying on it, looking to be about 7 or 8 years old. The girl looked to be sleeping soundly, with a strange flush on her face. Seeing this, Chen Ping hurriedly went over and put a hand on Miao Tongtong's forehead. In an instant, his face changed. Miao Tongtong's forehead was incredibly hot, and a preliminary judgment was that it was already in the high 30s, which meant that she was on the verge of shock at any time. Noticing Chen Ping's change in expression, Widow Miao suddenly panicked a little and asked in a trembling voice, Ping, is it serious? Should we try to get her to a hospital now?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's expression returned to one of utmost concentration and he said, "It's already too late. In 10 minutes at most, she will fall into a coma. By the time she is taken to the hospital, it will already be too late." After hearing what Chen Ping said, Widow Miao was completely overwhelmed, as if she had been struck by lightning. With tears in her eyes, she anxiously asked, "So what do we do now? I only have one daughter, Tong Tong. If something happens to her, how can I go on living?" In her panic, she suddenly thought of something, and she dropped to her knees directly in front of Chen Ping. "Chen Ping, I beg you to think of a way to save Tong Tong. As long as Tong Tong is fine, I am willing to do whatever you ask. I beg you." With tears in her eyes, Widow Miao was about to kowtow to Chen Ping. Chen Ping quickly stopped her and asked in a stern voice, "Do you have any wine at home?" Upon hearing this, Widow Miao immediately wiped away her tears and firmly replied, "Yes, I'll go get it." Chapter 22, Repaying a Favor. It wasn't long before Widow Miao brought a pile of wine from home. Her family ran the village store and originally sold mostly low-priced white wine. There were really only a few bottles of good wine. But at the moment, Widow Miao brought all the good wine she had at home. After she brought the wine to Chen Ping, she hurriedly asked, Ping, is this enough? If not, I'll go get more." Chen Ping glanced at the 7 or 8 bottles of white wine she brought over and nodded. "That's enough. Go find some wet towels, soak them in wine, and wipe Tongtong's whole body. With a fever this high, there is a considerable risk if Chen Ping rashly administers acupuncture. The most important thing right now is to use physical cooling methods to lower Tongtong's body temperature first. The volatile properties of alcohol can achieve cooling in a short period of time. Upon hearing Chen Ping's instructions, Widow Miao immediately ran over to the side and brought 2 towels. Then she opened the good wine that she usually kept carefully and poured it into the wash basin like pouring water. After pouring, she quickly soaked the towel in alcohol and wiped her daughter's whole body. Seeing this, Chen Ping also helped, picking up the towel soaked in alcohol and wiping Tongtong's arms. In no time, the 2 bottles of wine had been used up, and by this time, Tongtong's whole body had been wiped with alcohol. Seeing that Widow Miao was about to open a 3rd bottle of wine, Chen Ping hurriedly stopped her. "Wait a minute." Upon hearing this, Widow Miao anxiously said, Ping, what's the situation? If it doesn't work, we'll get 2 more bottles. Don't worry about the wine. I don't care how much it costs, as long as it can save Tongtong." Chen Ping glanced at Widow Miao, who was so anxious that she was on the verge of losing her mind, and couldn't help but sigh. However, he slowly explained. This much alcohol can already achieve the goal of physical cooling, and any more would be futile. Alcohol cooling is ultimately a stopgap measure. Upon hearing this, Widow Miao nodded vigorously, then hurriedly continued. If we take Tongtong to the county hospital now, will we be in time? Chen Ping shook his head gently. It takes nearly an hour to get to the county hospital by car from our village, and plus the roads are not easy to navigate at night. If the wind blows while you're on the road, a high fever could be really dangerous. Tongtong's fever just reached 40 degrees, and it was already a matter of life and death. Alcohol cooling is only a temporary measure. If effective treatment is not administered next, when the fever reaches 40 degrees again, it will only be more dangerous. Not only that, if the fever continues, even if she is saved in the end, she will suffer permanent intellectual damage. Upon hearing this, Widow Miao panicked completely. She hurriedly looked at Chen Ping and asked, So what do we do? Ping, I beg you, you must find a way to save Tongtong. Looking at the almost emotionally crushed Widow Miao, after a moment of hesitation, Chen Ping gritted his teeth and replied, Sister Miao, I also know some medical skills. If you trust me, I can use acupuncture to help Tongtong reduce her fever. Upon hearing what Chen Ping said, the Widow Miao looked at him deeply, and then nodded vigorously. Ping, I believe in you. Having obtained the Widow Miao's permission, Chen Ping did not hesitate any longer and took out the silver needles. These silver needles were all kept from the last time he saved Duan Peilong, and they were all of superior quality. After disinfecting the silver needles with alcohol, Chen Ping slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and there was only determination in his eyes. Then, he suddenly picked up the silver needles and began to administer them to Tongtong. Chen Ping's technique was extremely fast, and each needle landed on the acupuncture point with precision like flowing water. There were a total of 5 needles, and each one was accurate. After all 5 silver needles were in place, Chen Ping slowly began to rub them. As he did, a thin stream of dark red blood oozed from the acupuncture points, accompanied by an astonishing heat. It was only after 3 minutes that Chen Ping stopped what he was doing. Once he had finished, he carefully gathered the 5 silver needles in his hands. Only then did Chen Ping let out a heavy sigh of relief and smile as he looked at Widow Tian and said, I don't think there should be any major issues. Hearing this, Widow Tian thanked Chen Ping and hurriedly went to Tongtong's bed, nervously grasping her daughter's hand, waiting for her to wake up. When he came back to his senses, Chen Ping realized that his forehead was covered in fine sweat. In terms of difficulty, resuscitating Duan Peilong was definitely more difficult than resuscitating Tongtong. But after all, Tongtong was a child he knew, and if there was even the slightest mistake, he was afraid that he would live with endless guilt for the rest of his life. At that moment, Tongtong, who was lying in bed, slowly opened her eyes and said weakly, Mom, I just had a long dream. I dreamed that our house was on fire, and I wanted to put it out, but I couldn't find any water. Seeing her daughter wake up, Widow Miao, who had been on edge, could no longer hold back her emotions. She grabbed her daughter's hand and cried hard. The 10 minutes when her daughter was close to unconsciousness were the darkest 10 minutes of her life. She had thought about the worst outcome countless times and almost broke down, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. Fortunately, it was all over now. Seeing her mother crying bitterly, Tongtong couldn't help but ask, Mom, what's wrong? Did I do something to make you sad? Widow Miao hurriedly shook her head and smiled through her tears. Tongtong has never made me sad, I'm just so happy. Chen Ping, who was standing nearby, didn't want to interrupt the tender scene between the mother and daughter, so he got up and left quietly. Once outside the courtyard, he was about to ride away on his tricycle when he suddenly realized that he didn't have the key. He had no choice but to go back inside to get the key from Widow Meow. As soon as he entered the house, he noticed that Widow Meow had already left the back room and come to the main room. Seeing Chen Ping, she immediately said, "Ah, Ping, thank you." She had just felt her daughter's forehead and found that the high fever had subsided. On hearing this, Chen Ping waved his hand indifferently and said lightly, "We are all neighbors, there is no need to be so polite." As he was speaking, he saw Widow Meow suddenly step up to him. Then, she lightly nibbled her lips and directly took off the thin skirt she was wearing. In an instant, Chen Ping swallowed the rest of his words. Rural weddings are early, and Widow Meow married into Yuha village before she turned 20. Now she is only 27 or 28, the age when a mature woman is at her most attractive. Compared to those women who are too thin and have completely lost their curves, the Widow Meow in front of him is full of amazing beauty from head to toe, like a woman who has walked out of a painting. For a moment, Chen Ping felt his heart stop for half a beat. Seeing this, he quickly said, "Meow, Meow, what are you doing?" Widow Meow was a little embarrassed to look Chen Ping in the eye and said slowly, "My family has no money, and this is all I can do." Chapter 23 Something Important. Said, Widow Meow was about to lean in towards Chen Ping. Feeling Widow Meow's movements, Chen Ping's heart was burning with passion. To do or not to do, that was the issue. Just then, he inadvertently noticed Widow Meow's weathered hands. She was clearly only 27 or 28, at the most beautiful age for a woman, but her hands had already been roughened by life. In an instant, the passion in Chen Ping's heart disappeared without a trace. If he chose to take advantage of the situation today, would he be any different from Song Jianming? After glancing at the Widow Meow in front of him, Chen Ping suppressed the restlessness in his heart, turned around, and fled from the Widow Meow's courtyard. The Widow Meow had already been prepared, but she didn't expect Chen Ping to make such a choice. Watching Chen Ping awkwardly escape from the courtyard, she couldn't help but be slightly distracted, and then a knowing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chen Mingliang returned home just as Chen Ping was helping Tonton with her treatment. Lin Yuru was cooking at home when she heard the door open. Without turning her head, she instinctively smiled and said, "You're back? Sit down, the noodles will be ready soon." For some reason, cooking used to be a complete burden for her, but today, instead of feeling troubled, she was actually a little happy. Thinking this, Lin Yuru instinctively turned around to ask how the loan went, but saw her husband Chen Mingliang sitting on the sofa with a cold face and a bottle of wine in his hand. In an instant, the smile on Lin Yuru's face disappeared without a trace. She turned her head, unwilling to look at Chen Mingliang's drunken appearance, and frowned and asked, "Why did you come back today?" In the past, Chen Mingliang often only came home once every 10 or 15 days, and when he did, it was to ask for money. Chen Mingliang took a gulp of beer and said indifferently, "This is my home, I can come back whenever I want, it's none of your business." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru quietly continued cooking the noodles in the pot. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuru gathered her courage and said to Chen Mingliang, "I went to the county to see a doctor today. The doctor said that I am physically healthy." Upon hearing what Lin Yuru said, Chen Mingliang slowly put down the bottle and frowned in displeasure and replied, "If you're not sick, then what's the point of talking about it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru looked at her husband, who had previously constantly slandered her, and her eyes were full of a sense of grievance. She gritted her teeth and replied, "But you always said that I was the issue for not being able to have children." Chen Mingliang's face showed a hint of impatience, and he sneered lightly and said dismissively, "I was just talking. Who knew you were so stupid as to believe it?" As she watched her husband lightly brush aside the matter, Lin Yuru's face was full of desolation. Over the past few years, she has suffered countless indignities because of this incident. She even knows that many people in the village secretly call her a hen that can't lay eggs, and some even say that she had an abortion in the past, which is why she can't conceive a child. She has never dared to respond to these rumors directly. And all of this is because of Chen Mingliang's slander, but now Chen Mingliang is treating it like a trivial matter. In an instant, Lin Yuru's heart felt colder than ever before. At this moment, Chen Mingliang took another gulp of beer, paused for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "I've thought about it. If you let A Ping help you have a child, the Chen family won't be left without an heir." As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuru looked up suddenly, her eyes full of deep disbelief as she looked at Chen Mingliang. Although Chen Ping and Chen Mingliang were not considered relatives, no matter what, asking her to have a child with Chen Ping was just too absurd. What made her even more unable to believe was that these words had come from Chen Mingliang's mouth. Seeing Lin Yuru looking at him like that, a sudden wave of anger flared up in Chen Mingliang's stomach. Having the most beautiful woman in the village as his wife, but being unable to do anything about it himself, was already extremely frustrating for him. Now, faced with Lin Yuru's gaze, he couldn't help but angrily say, "How dare you look at me like that? Don't think I can't see it. The way you look, I'm afraid you've long since fallen for aping, haven't you? Now don't pretend to be innocent with me." After the words fell, Lin Yuru's heart completely fell to the bottom. She never imagined that her husband would look at her like this. Recalling all the grievances she had suffered for the family in the past, a trace of self-derision appeared on her face. She could understand Chen Mingliang's intentions after thinking about it for a moment. After coming back to her senses, she looked at Chen Mingliang and said with contempt in her eyes, "Chen Mingliang, you did this to be able to tie up Chen Ping so that he could give you a steady stream of gambling funds. You even sold your wife. Are you even a man?" After being married for so long, Chen Mingliang was scolded like this by the submissive Lin Yuru for the first time, and he suddenly got angry and stood up from the sofa. He grabbed Lin Yuru and raised his hand to hit her. In response, Lin Yuru just looked at him with tears in her eyes and stubbornly said, "Go ahead and hit me. Even if you kill me today, I won't let you get your way." Chen Mingliang's hand, which was about to fall, stopped in midair. He slowly loosened Lin Yuru's clothes and sneered, saying, "I did this to tie Chen Ping up, it's true. But don't forget, with Chen Ping's abilities, sooner or later he'll make a lot of money, and by then, there will be plenty of younger and prettier women than you coming after him. By then, will Chen Ping still remember you? If you have a child with Chen Ping, the one who benefits the most won't be me, but you. Once you have a child, do you still need to suffer like this in the future?" Having said that, Chen Ming paused and continued, "I'm putting my words here, whether you do it or not, you will never get a divorce from me in this life. Think about it clearly yourself. I won't go home for a few days." After saying that, Chen Mingliang directly picked up the bottle and left the house, leaving Lin Yuru, who was in tears, behind. Chen Ping was about to enter the courtyard when he saw Chen Mingliang walking out of the house. After what happened last time, Chen Ping no longer had a good impression of Chen Mingliang, but he just greeted him calmly. "Brother, you're back." Chen Mingliang nodded and replied, "Yes. By the way, your sister-in-law is looking for you about something important, you two can chat later." After saying that, Chen Mingliang left the courtyard without looking back. Chen Ping frowned slightly. What could his sister-in-law be looking for him about that was so important? With doubts, Chen Ping entered the house. Chapter 24, Come Home Early Tonight. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Lin Yuru with red eyes and tear stains around the corners of her eyes. When she saw him come in, Lin Yuru hurriedly and nervously wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but frown and ask, "Sister-in-law, did my brother bully you again?" Lin Yuru's face showed a wry smile, and she shook her head lightly and laughed as she replied, "No, I was just choked by the cooking fumes." She then recalled what Chen Mingliang had just said, and asked cautiously, "Ah Ping, did your brother just say something to you?" Her face was full of nervousness as she spoke. Chen Ping replied with a puzzled expression, "My brother said you had something very important to tell me, sister-in-law, what is it?" Lin Yuru let out a heavy sigh of relief when she heard Chen Ping's reply. Seeing Chen Ping pressing for an answer, she hastily covered up. "It's not a big deal, it's just that the electricity in the house keeps tripping. Can you see if you can get someone to come and fix it?" Chen Ping's face flashed with suspicion. Fixing the electricity shouldn't be considered a very important matter, should it? He always felt that Lin Yuru wasn't telling the truth, but as she didn't want to say more, Chen Ping didn't ask any more questions, just promised to get someone to fix it tomorrow. At this time, Lin Yuru handed Chen Ping the cooked noodles with the soup. She said, "You must be hungry after working hard all day, have some noodles." Smelling the tempting aroma of the noodles, Chen Ping couldn't help but get excited. He remembered that his sister-in-law was a very good cook, especially home-cooked meals that everyone would praise. With this in mind, Chen Ping was also unceremonious, picked up the bowl of noodles and started eating. Looking at Chen Ping's delicious appearance, Lin Yuru's eyes couldn't help but become a little hazy. At this moment, her mind was full of her husband Chen Mingliang's proposal. She knew very well that Chen Mingliang's gambling personality would never let go until he achieved his goal. Chen Mingliang would definitely come home again in a week at the most. During that time, could she really? But Chen Ping is her brother-in-law. How could she? For a moment, Lin Yuru was caught in a dilemma. At that moment, Chen Ping noticed that Lin Yuru was distracted and couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, why aren't you eating?" Lin Yuru's thoughts were interrupted, and she panicked and covered up, saying back, "I just got lost in thought, I'll eat now." After she finished speaking, she quickly bowed her head and started eating the noodles. At this moment, she felt only that her cheeks were incredibly hot. How could she think about such things in front of Chen Ping? After the meal, Chen Ping wanted to help clean up, but Lin Yuru chased him out. After cleaning up the dishes, Lin Yuru once again became a little absent-minded. She knew very well that a university student like Chen Ping was more than enough for a rural woman like her. More importantly, if she didn't do what Chen Mingliang said, once Chen Mingliang lost his temper, he would do anything for the steaks. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't do something crazy. After thinking about it, Lin Yuru couldn't help but grit her teeth lightly, and her mind had already made up her mind. But how was she going to tell Ping about it? That night, Lin Yuru couldn't sleep. The next day, Chen Ping went to the vegetable garden early in the morning and picked a lot of tomatoes into 6 baskets. He estimated that there should be enough to sell, so he was going to borrow a tricycle from Widow Miao. As he was about to go out, he saw Widow Miao hurrying in from the gate. As soon as she entered the yard, she said apologetically, "Ping, I'm afraid I can't lend you my tricycle." Hearing this, Chen Ping hurriedly asked, "Sister Miao, is something wrong?" He has picked 6 baskets of tomatoes, and he will have to go back and forth 3 times on his bicycle to deliver them all to the county. Given the road conditions between Yuhua Village and Ningdong County, it may not be enough even if he spends the whole day doing it. With a face full of apologetic bitterness, Widow Mao replied, "As you know, my family's vegetables have always been sold together with those of Village Chief Song's family. But this morning when I went to deliver the vegetables, Village Chief Song said that he would not accept them anymore and told me to go to the city and sell them myself. I have already picked all the vegetables, and they definitely won't last until tomorrow. I had no choice but to think about riding my tricycle to the county town to sell them myself." Hearing what Widow Miao said, Chen Ping suddenly understood that Song Jianming must be deliberately seeking revenge for what happened last night. He cursed in his heart, "What a scumbag." Most of the villagers knew about the affair between Song Jianming and Widow Miao, and Widow Miao's main source of income was selling vegetables. However, her family didn't actually have a lot of vegetables, and it was simply not cost-effective to go to the county town every day to sell them. Plus, she has a daughter, Tong Tong, to take care of, so it's simply impossible for her to sell vegetables in the county seat every day. So Song Jianming secretly proposed to sell the widow's vegetables together with his own, so although the widow's vegetable price was lower, she could save a lot of time and costs. In return, Song Jianming would visit the widow's house from time to time in the evenings. Now Song Jianming is doing this, partly to take revenge, and partly, I'm afraid, to take the opportunity to raise the price and get some other benefits. Thinking about this, Chen Ping couldn't help but ask, "How much is your produce?" Miao's widow didn't understand why Chen Ping was asking, but she still replied, "I've weighed it, it's about 180 caddies." Chen Ping pondered for a moment before speaking directly. "Miao, how about this? I'll buy all your produce at market price, as long as you lend me your tricycle." As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, Miao's widow immediately refused. "How can that work? You'd be doing too much to gain too little." Seeing this, Chen Ping explained with a smile, "Sister Miao, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I have channels to buy your vegetables at market price. I definitely won't lose money, and I might even make a little profit." Hearing Chen Ping say this, Sister Miao was a little suspicious and said, "Ah Ping, you're not trying to trick me, are you? These days, the hardest thing for vegetable farmers is not being able to find a suitable buyer. They worry that if they don't sell their vegetables quickly, they'll go bad, so they have to sell them cheaply. If it were really as easy as Chen Ping says, everyone would have already grown vegetables and sold them for a profit." Chen Ping smiled and replied sincerely, "Why would I lie to you? If you're really worried that I'll lose out, how about this, you sell your vegetables to me first. If I can't sell them, we'll figure out how to split the money." Hearing this, Widow Miao agreed. After discussing the details with Widow Miao, Chen Ping told her to leave the tricycle behind and go home to prepare the vegetables. He would then load them onto the tricycle on his way to the county town. After loading all the picked tomatoes onto the tricycle, Chen Ping was about to leave when his sister-in-law, Lin Yuru, came out of the house. She looked at Chen Ping with sleepy eyes and asked doubtfully, "Ping, why are you up so early? Chen Ping smiled and replied. I want to take advantage of the cool morning air and go to the county to sell the tomatoes again. Lin Yuru glanced at the time and realized that she had overslept. Hurriedly, she said. You must not have had time to eat yet, right? Just wait a moment, I'll cook for you right away. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping waved his hand and said. Don't go to all that trouble, I'll just go to the county town and buy some breakfast. As he spoke, he noticed Lin Yuru's dark circles under her eyes and couldn't help but ask with concern. Did you not sleep well last night, sister-in-law? Recalling last night's dream, Lin Yuru's eyes flashed with a look of panic, and she hastily covered it up. No, I slept pretty well. Chen Ping nodded, said hello to Lin Yuru and was about to leave. At this time, Lin Yuru remembered the main business and hurriedly said. Then come back early tonight, I want to discuss something with you. Chen Ping sat on the tricycle and was a little confused. What is it? Lin Yuru lowered her head to hide her panicked eyes and whispered back. Let's wait until you come back tonight to talk about it. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping did not ask any more questions and rode the tricycle out of the courtyard. Chapter 25, Helping to Sell Vegetables. As soon as Widow Miao returned home, she saw village chief Song Jianming standing outside her courtyard smoking. Upon seeing him, she couldn't help but frown and ask. What are you doing here? Seeing Widow Miao, Song Jianming gave her a false smile and replied. Are you still angry? You know, I was drunk last night, it really wasn't intentional. Upon hearing this, an expression of displeasure flashed in Widow Miao's eyes, and she calmly replied. Go away, you are not welcome in my home. Song Jianming saw that he had humbled himself but was not treated well, and an expression of anger immediately appeared on his face. Miao Ruanlian, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for me feeling pity for you and your daughter and helping you out over the past few years, you would have starved to death long ago. Looking at Song Jianming's pompous appearance, Widow Miao's eyes were full of disgust, and she mocked. Village Chief Song is really kind. In order to help the two of us, the price of vegetables you sell is getting lower and lower. Song Jianming helped her sell vegetables, always lowering the price for various reasons. Hearing Widow Miao's sarcasm, Song Jianming simply gave up his pretense, looked at her coldly and scolded. You cheap woman, don't you fucking know when to stop? After all is said and done, you are just a cheap slut who sleeps with just about anyone. If it weren't for the fact that you made me feel good a few times, I would have fucking left you long ago. As for the money from selling the vegetables, I took all that I was owed, and I gave the same price to everyone else in the village who asked me to sell their vegetables. Having said that, his face turned completely cold. He threw his cigarette onto the ground, stomped on it twice, and continued to threaten. If you know what's good for you, I will continue to collect your vegetables as I did before. Otherwise, if I say so, who in Yuha village will dare to help you sell your vegetables? After these words, Widow Miao's expression was utterly calm, and she had long since seen through Song Jianming's true face. On the surface, he spoke with great dignity, but in reality, he had reduced her vegetable price to half the market price, and he had pocketed the rest. Seeing that Widow Miao did not reply, Song Jianming thought she was hesitating, and could not help but continue. Think carefully, can anyone else help you sell your vegetables but me? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from not far away. Aunt Miao, are your vegetables ready? Widow Miao looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chen Ping riding a tricycle towards her house. She immediately beamed and happily shouted. They're all ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ping had already appeared in front of Widow Miao and Song Jianming on his tricycle. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Song Jianming's face darkened slightly, and he asked. Chen Ping, what are you doing here? Chen Ping parked the tricycle and glanced at Song Jianming, who looked unhappy outside the courtyard. He then understood what he was doing here. He smiled and replied. Village Chief Song, I bought all of Sister Miao's vegetables. Now I'm going to load all the vegetables onto the tricycle and go to the county town to sell them later. As he said this, he smiled and looked at Widow Miao and said. Sister Miao, where are the vegetables? I'll help you carry them. Upon hearing this, Widow Miao's face was full of joy, and she happily replied. No need, there aren't many vegetables, I can carry them myself. After saying this, she went back inside to carry the vegetables. After Widow Miao left, Song Jianming's face turned completely cold, and he looked at Chen Ping and asked. Chen Ping, what do you mean by this? Everyone in the entire Yuha village knows about the relationship between Widow Miao and him. With her looks, there are many men who have designs on her, but no one has ever dared to help Widow Meow sell her vegetables, because everyone knows that doing so is equivalent to offending the village chief, Song Jianming. Song Jianming believed that Chen Ping knew this, but he did it anyway. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping replied with a face full of innocence. Village Chief Song, we are all fellow villagers. I heard that Sister Meow is unable to go to the county town to sell her vegetables because she is busy, so I wanted to help her sell some. Isn't that a good thing? Seeing Chen Ping feigning ignorance when he knew full well what was going on, Song Jingming's face turned a terrible shade of black. He stared at Chen Ping menacingly and said, Chen Ping, I'm warning you, don't meddle in other people's business. Chen Ping helped Widow Meow sell vegetables, which on the one hand took away the profit he could have earned, and on the other hand, it also deprived him of the right to visit Widow Meow's house in the evening. This he absolutely could not tolerate. Chen Ping had never had a good impression of the village chief, who had been in power for more than 10 years and only preyed on the villagers. At this moment, seeing his undisguised disgusting face, his face could not help but turn cold as he retorted. Village Chief Song, I'm doing this to help the villagers live a good life, which is better than some trash who just takes up the position and does nothing. Besides, it's none of your business what I do. After Chen Ping finished speaking, Song Jianming's face turned ashen. He had been the village chief of Yuhua village for more than 10 years, and no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. At that moment, Widow Meow carried out bags of packed vegetables. Seeing this, Chen Ping immediately got off the tricycle and helped load them up. He didn't care at all about Song Jianming, who was pale as death. What was there to fear for someone who only had a few months to live? After loading the vegetables, Chen Ping paid the market price of 3 yuan per caddy directly to Widow Meow and settled the bill. Facing the money handed over by Chen Ping, Widow Meow refused several times but couldn't argue with Chen Ping, so she could only say thank you with all her strength and take it. After Chen Ping left on his tricycle, Widow Meow's eyes were full of gratitude. 180 caddies, exactly 540, if it were in the past, she would only get a little over 200. Just then, Song Jianming's gritting teeth sounded. You cheap woman, did you sleep with him last night? Miao Widow knew exactly what Song Jianming was thinking, and she was too lazy to explain much. She replied with a face of innocence. Well, we slept. After a pause, a complex look flashed in her eyes, but her face was full of a carefree smile as she said, You don't need to look at me like that. You know the kind of woman I am. I'll sleep with whoever can help me make money. After saying that, she walked directly back to her own courtyard. After Widow Meow left, Song Jianming clenched his fists with a crunching sound. His eyes were full of anger as he whispered, Chen Ping, you just fucking wait. The villagers of Yuhua village didn't dare to provoke him, but it wasn't just because he was the village chief. Chen Ping rode his tricycle all the way to Taoyuan Restaurant in the county town. Taoyuan Restaurant is located on Erdeo Street in Ningdong County. It can only be considered average in terms of location, but the storefront is very large and the decor is unique. Chen Ping parked his tricycle on the street. It was barely noon, but customers were already going into the restaurant to eat. He was about to get off the tricycle and go find Susini when he saw a young man in a suit walking out of Taoyuan Restaurant. He saw Chen Ping and, with a face full of deep disgust, he cursed. Where did you come from, you stinking peasant? Go park the bike and don't interfere with our business. Seeing the man's lack of manners, Chen Ping's face immediately turned angry. But he didn't lose his temper. He had come to Taoyuan Restaurant today not only to sell his tomatoes, but also to help Widow Meow sell her vegetables. With that in mind, he suppressed his anger and said, Excuse me, I'm here to see Boss Susini. On hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on the young man's face. Do you know our boss Su? Chen Ping slowly nodded and replied. Boss Su said that if I came to sell vegetables, I could come to Taoyuan Restaurant to find her. As soon as the words fell, the young man's face was full of mockery. Then, with a cold sneer, he said, Stinking peasant, do you know that every month there are no less than 1,000 people who come here claiming to know Boss Su? You should look at yourself in the mirror and see how ridiculous you look. A peasant like you doesn't even have the right to associate with Boss Su. You'd better get lost, or else don't blame me for being rude to you. Chapter 26, Apologizing to Mr. Chen. After he finished speaking, Yang Haoyu looked at Chen Ping with contempt. In the entire Ningdong County, which vegetable farmer doesn't want to sell their vegetables to Taoyuan Restaurant? These stinking farmers are so annoying, pretending to have connections with Boss Su just to sell their vegetables. As he spoke, he saw that Chen Ping was still standing there with no intention of leaving, and he suddenly became disgusted. He gave orders to the 2 security guards at the door. Hurry up and get rid of this stinking farmer, don't affect the mood of the guests. Hearing his order, the 2 security guards immediately stepped forward and charged at Chen Ping. Even a clay figure has some anger left in it. Having been called a stinking farmer by Yang Haoyu over and over again, he had already been angry for a long time. It was only because he had promised Widow Miao to help sell vegetables that he didn't lash out immediately. Now that he saw the 2 security guards rushing over, he could no longer hold back his anger, and looked coldly at Yang Haoyu. You're fucking looking for death. As soon as the words fell, Chen Ping had already taken a step towards Yang Haoyu. Seeing this, the 2 security guards were about to clench their fists and charge at Chen Ping. But the next moment, Chen Ping's figure moved, and the 2 men's fists were firmly gripped in Chen Ping's hands. He applied a little pressure, and the 2 men's fists immediately crunched under his grip. At the same time, the 2 men couldn't help but let out a series of screams. Their faces were full of pain, and their eyes were full of shock as they looked at Chen Ping. The 2 security guards could not figure out how Chen Ping, who looked thin, could have such amazing strength. Before they could beg for mercy, Chen Ping gave a hard shake and directly flung the 2 men aside, and they fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Yang Haoyu was completely shocked. He looked at Chen Ping with disbelief. These 2 security guards were both tall and strong, so how did he manage to do it? Seeing Chen Ping walking towards him step by step, Yang Haoyu's face lost its previous arrogance, replaced by some panic. Stinking peasant, you dare to make trouble at Taoyuan restaurant, you're fucking finished. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ping had already charged towards him like a cannonball, fists clenched. In an instant, Chen Ping was already in front of Yang Haoyu. In the eyes of Zhou Yuhao, who was incredibly shocked, Chen Ping's fist mercilessly smashed heavily on Yang Haoyu's face. Accompanied by a shocking scream, 2 bloodshot teeth flew out of Yang Haoyu's mouth. Immediately afterwards, he fell heavily at the entrance of Taoyuan restaurant. It was only at this moment that Chen Ping's cold voice sounded. Since your foul mouth only spews out shit, you'd better not use it anymore in the future. As soon as the words fell, Chen Ping had already stepped on Yang Haoyu's face with 1 foot. At this moment, the look in Yang Haoyu's eyes turned completely panicked as he looked at Chen Ping. He never expected that he would encounter such a reckless man who was not afraid of trouble today. For a moment, his face was full of fear. Chen Ping coldly glanced at Yang Haoyu and was about to teach the snob a lesson when a voice rang out. Stop! Susini hurriedly came out with the staff of Taoyuan restaurant, and when she saw the situation in front of her, she couldn't help but change her expression. Seeing Susini, Chen Ping finally let go of the foot that was stepping on Yang Haoyu's face. Yang Haoyu hurriedly got up from the ground. He had obvious shoe marks on his face, and when he looked at Chen Ping, his face was full of hatred. At this time, Susini frowned and looked at Yang Haoyu and asked, Manager Yang, what's going on? Yang Haoyu glanced at Chen Ping and gritted his teeth before replying. President Su, this bumpkin insisted on parking his tricycle in front of our shop and even said something about having connections with you. I asked the security guard to ask him to leave, but he got violent at the slightest provocation and injured someone. If you hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing what he said, the many staff members behind Susini couldn't help but look at Chen Ping angrily. Seeing Susini's face turn even uglier, Yang Haoyu couldn't help but continue. President Su, this kind of person is clearly here to cause trouble. But don't worry, I'll call the security team right now. This kind of person must be arrested and taught a lesson. After he finished speaking, some onlookers and staff couldn't help but sneer at Chen Ping. Since Taoyuan restaurant opened, there have been people who caused trouble, but in the end, without exception, none of them had a good ending. Later, no one dared to mess around here. Everyone knew that Boss Su of Taoyuan restaurant had people in the county security team. Messing around here was looking for death. Thinking about this, Yang Haoyu couldn't help sneering at Chen Ping and said, Stinking peasant, you're looking for death yourself. After saying this, he was about to contact the people from the county security team. But just then, Susini's cold voice suddenly rang out. Shut up. Yang Haoyu, when did you become the boss of Taoyuan restaurant? As soon as the words fell, Yang Haoyu's movement of taking out his phone stopped in midair. He looked at Susini with disbelief, and said in some dissatisfaction. What do you mean, President Su? Upon hearing this, Susini looked at him coldly and said, Mr. Chen is my VIP guest, what makes you qualified to tell someone to get him out? You apologize to Mr. Chen right now. After Susini finished speaking, the many customers and staff members who were watching were all stunned. This man, who looked like a peasant, was actually Boss Su's guest. Yang Haoyu, who was standing nearby, was full of humiliation. He had always been pursuing Susini, and it was fine that he was beaten up by Chen Ping in front of the restaurant today, but if he had to apologize to Chen Ping, it would definitely become a lifelong laughingstock. At that time, how could he still hold his head up in front of Susini? Thinking about this, he looked at Susini with a face full of unwillingness and retorted. President Su, he is just a stinking peasant, so why? Upon hearing this, Susini's face completely turned cold, and she said, Yang Haoyu, apologize or resign, you choose. She had long been unhappy with Yang Haoyu's behavior of constantly exceeding his authority by relying on the fact that he was an old employee. Today, she saw that he had almost driven Chen Ping away, and she couldn't help but get angry. Seeing Susini's anger, the other staff members suddenly didn't dare to say a word, and the onlookers couldn't help but hold their breath as they watched the scene before them. Yang Haoyu's face was full of humiliation as he was asked to apologize in front of so many people by Susini. He had worked at Taoyuan restaurant for 4 years and had finally reached the position of manager. If he gave up, then he would have nothing. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but look at Chen Ping, who had clenched his fists, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I apologize for my behavior just now. Chapter 27, A Mysterious Gift. Facing Yang Haoyu, who was bowing his head, Chen Ping just looked calm and smiled faintly, saying, What did you say? I didn't hear you. Chen Ping would not indulge this kind of trash who looked down on others with contempt. After a pause, he continued. As you know, old farmers like us who do manual labor really don't hear very well. After these words, Yang Haoyu's teeth clenched with a crunch, almost spitting blood from anger. He looked deeply at Chen Ping and said in a voice that everyone could hear, in humiliation, Mr. Chen, I apologize for my behavior just now. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping nodded and smiled, saying, Knowing when to admit your mistakes is a quality that an excellent watchdog should possess. After saying this, he ignored Yang Haoyu's murderous gaze and followed Susini as they walked into Taoyuan restaurant. Looking at Chen Ping's back, Yang Haoyu's eyes were full of hatred. As the manager of Taoyuan restaurant, he was actually called a watchdog by Chen Ping. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and whisper, Country bumpkin, you just wait and see. Chen Ping followed Susini to the office area on the second floor of Taoyuan restaurant. Looking at Chen Ping, Susini took the initiative to apologize, saying, Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not being able to control my staff well, and I've caused you trouble. Chen Ping smiled lightly and replied without the slightest concern. It's no big deal. I'm looking for you today mainly because I want to sell some tomatoes. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Susini couldn't help but light up, and couldn't wait to ask. Are these tomatoes you're talking about the same as yesterday's? Chen Ping nodded slowly. They are the same. But there may be a bit more than yesterday's. Upon hearing this, Susini didn't hesitate for a second and said directly, No problem, just at yesterday's price, I'll take them all. Hearing her say this, the deputy manager Wang, who was standing next to her, looked slightly embarrassed. He wanted to say something to dissuade her, but when he looked into Susini's eyes, he ultimately didn't say anything. At this time, Chen Ping also mentioned the vegetables of Widow Miao. After listening to what he said, Susini immediately sent someone to inspect and accept them. The vegetables from Widow Miao's house were carefully cultivated with great effort and were of quite high quality. After inspection, Susini volunteered to purchase them at a price of 3.5 yuan per catty, which was slightly higher than the market price. Chen Ping did not want to take advantage of her goodwill for no reason, and said that he would only pay the market price. Upon hearing this, Susini did not insist. While Vice Manager Wang was getting the money, Susini unobtrusively took 2 steps closer to Chen Ping. Leaning slightly against him, she gave a sweet smile and said with a breath like orchid incense, Mr. Chen, are you really not going to reconsider the offer from last time? Looking at Susini, whose cheeks were slightly flushed and whose eyebrows had completely lost their previous resolute air, Chen Ping could not help but stare. Susini had previously given him the impression of a haughty and cold female CEO, and at this moment, this offensive little woman's attitude would be difficult for any man to resist. Unfortunately, Chen Ping was not the kind of person who could be easily swept away by beauty. Looking at Susini, he could not help but feign insanity and say, Boss Su, what are you doing? Business is business, but we farmers sell vegetables, not ourselves. Seeing Chen Ping's extremely vigilant appearance, Susini's smile froze on her face, and she couldn't say a word. Throughout the entire Ningdong County, there were at least 800 people who wanted to court her, if not 1,000. Chen Ping's current attitude made it seem as if he had suffered a loss. Just as Susini was at a loss for words, Deputy Manager Wang took the money and handed it to Chen Ping. After receiving the money, Chen Ping immediately began to count it. In the end, the tomatoes from his home, together with the vegetables from Widow Miao, sold for nearly 16,000 yuan. After counting the money, Chen Ping couldn't help but be shocked. He used to work in the provincial capital, and after working hard for a month, he would only make about 7,000 yuan. Now selling tomatoes, he earned the equivalent of 2 months' salary in one day. Thinking about this, Chen Ping's breathing quickened. But soon, he shook his head slightly. The remaining tomatoes in the vegetable garden would probably only be enough for 3 or 4 more sales. Even so, he could hardly hide his excitement. This was such a great way to make money. After thanking Susini, Chen Ping left Taoyuan restaurant happily. A happy person is a healthy person. It was rare to be so happy today, so Chen Ping decided to be generous and buy something to take back. Seeing Chen Ping leave in a hurry, without the slightest trace of nostalgia, Susini's face could not help but show a touch of defeat. She had always been extremely confident in her appearance and figure, but today, for the first time, she had wavered. At this time, Wang Xiaolei, who was standing next to her, could not help but muster her courage and ask, "President Su, is it really worth it to spend all this money on tomatoes?" Wang Xiaolei is 7 or 8 years older than Susini and, as deputy manager, has always admired Susini's every decision. But today's decision, she just can't understand at all. Susini comes back to her senses and replies confidently, "I knew you would ask this, Xiaolei. Don't worry, these tomatoes are definitely good value for money. Not only that, if we run the business properly, with these tomatoes, our Taoyuan restaurant could even skyrocket and take the lead." As she finished speaking, Wang Xiaolei's face was full of disbelief. Taoyuan restaurant was indeed doing well, but compared to Shanghai Hotel, which ranked first in Ningdong County, it was not just a little bit worse. Was President Su just talking nonsense? Seeing Wang Xiaolei's incredulous look, Susini didn't bother to explain. The reason she was so confident was because she had just bought the tomatoes yesterday and conducted an experiment with Taoyuan restaurant's regular customers. The result was a shocked reaction from everyone, with everyone praising the tomatoes and not a single negative comment. Even though she had been running the restaurant for 5 years, it was the first time she had seen such a shocked expression on a customer's face. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but look at Wang Xiaolei and say, "Have you finished the new menu I asked you to make?" Wang Xiaolei nodded lightly, saying, "It's already done." Seeing this, Susini spoke up. "Starting tomorrow, we will start using the new menu at Taoyuan restaurant." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaolei hesitated for a moment. "President Su, this." The new menu that Susini asked her to make mainly added some tomato-related dishes, and the prices of these dishes were all more than twice as high as those of ordinary restaurants. At such high prices, will customers really pay? Facing Wang Xiaolei's hesitation, Susini's face was full of deep confidence. "Just do as I say, and you'll soon see that these tomatoes are enough to drive customers crazy." After leaving the Taoyuan restaurant, Chen Ping went straight to the shopping mall in the county town. Recalling the old, worn-out shoes his sister-in-law had worn when they visited the county town together, Chen Ping decided to buy her a new pair of shoes. As soon as he entered the women's shoe store, the owner came up to him and said politely with a smile, "For our 3rd anniversary, customers who buy any pair of shoes will receive a mystery gift." "Sir, are you buying shoes for your girlfriend?" Hearing this, Chen Ping did not explain further and nodded lightly. Upon receiving Chen Ping's confirmation, the shopkeeper immediately asked with a smile, "Sir, could you tell me your shoe size?" Chen Ping thought for a moment and roughly guessed a size and told the other person. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper nodded and praised. "Then your girlfriend should be close to 1.7 meters tall and definitely has a great figure. Our store happens to have the right shoes to match this tall figure, please follow me." Afterwards, she showed Chen Ping several pairs of shoes that were quite good in style. It was clear that she had been in the business for a long time, and Chen Ping liked the pairs she recommended. In the end, Chen Ping decided to buy the ivory and black satin pumps. After paying 298 yuan, the shopkeeper quickly wrapped the shoes and handed them to Chen Ping. Chen Ping was about to leave the store when the shopkeeper hurriedly handed him another gift box, and with a knowing smile, she said, "This is a small gift that our store has specially prepared for your girlfriend. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping didn't think much of it and took the gift box and shoe box out of the mall. He didn't notice that after he left, the woman who had returned to the cashier's desk in the store took out a few brand new gift boxes from underneath. She opened the gift box and skillfully put in a few pairs of women's suspender stockings. Chapter 28: Lin Yuru's strange behavior. After leaving the market, Chen Ping went to the market to buy some meat. After putting it all on the tricycle, he set off home. On the way back, Chen Ping couldn't help but wonder what his sister-in-law wanted to discuss with him. As Chen Ping rode past the village entrance on the tricycle, Widow Miao was sitting in the yard washing clothes in the laundry tub, while her daughter Tong Tong was bored and was drawing with a stick on the ground. Seeing Chen Ping, Widow Miao hurriedly got up and walked out of the yard, asking, "Ah Ping, how did the vegetables sell?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ping nodded lightly and smiled, replying, "I sold them all for 3 yuan per caddy." Upon hearing what Chen Ping said, Widow Miao immediately took out 100 yuan from her pocket and prepared to hand it to Chen Ping, saying, "Ah Ping, take this 100 yuan, it's for helping me sell the vegetables." Chen Ping had charged 3 yuan per caddy when he bought the vegetables from her, and if he sold them at the same price, he would have made no profit and would have sold the vegetables for her for free. Seeing the money that Widow Miao handed over, Chen Ping immediately refused, saying, "Sister Miao, listen to me. We are all from the same village, and I was just helping you out by selling your vegetables. Besides, without your tricycle, I wouldn't be able to sell my vegetables either, so I was helping myself as well as you. So I can't accept this money." Hearing this, Widow Miao immediately retorted, "No, this is a different matter. If it weren't for you, I would have been unable to sell even 300 yuan worth of vegetables. Now I can get 400 yuan, I'm already very satisfied, you have to take this 100 yuan. Seeing that Widow Miao was about to let him stuff money in his pocket, Chen Ping quickly grabbed her wrist and pretended to be angry, saying, "Sister Miao, if you insist on giving this money, then in the future I'll just have to find another way to borrow 3 rounds from someone else." Hearing Chen Ping say this, Widow Miao hurriedly replied, "No, Ah Ping, that's not what I meant." After saying this, she had to put the 100 yuan back in her pocket. At this point, Chen Ping glanced at Tong Tong, who was playing in the courtyard, and asked with a smile, "Is Tong Tong better?" Miao's widow immediately replied with gratitude, "Yes, she has been fine since early this morning, and she hasn't had a fever since." "Ah Ping, you saved Tong Tong's life, I really don't know how to repay you." When it came to the word repay, Chen Ping's mind immediately flashed back to last night. He quickly shook his head lightly to dismiss the absurd thought, and said with a smile, "If you really want to repay me, please treat me to a meal sometime. By the way, I'll be using the tricycle for the next couple of days. Tomorrow morning, just like today, you can prepare the vegetables, and I'll take them to the market when I pass by." Upon hearing this, Widow Miao quickly agreed. After leaving the village entrance, Chen Ping rode the tricycle straight home. Lin Yuru was tidying up at home when she heard a noise and went out to check. Seeing Chen Ping park the tricycle outside the courtyard, she couldn't help smiling and greeting him. "Ah Ping, you're back? You must be tired after a long day, so take a rest while I cook for us." Hearing Lin Yuru's words, Chen Ping immediately picked up the 5 caddies of pork and some side dishes he had bought, and happily replied, "I'm not tired. Sister-in-law, I'll go chop some firewood, and tonight we'll have braised pork." Lin Yuru felt a little dazed as she looked at Chen Ping, beaming with joy as he carried the pork in his hands. After marrying into the Chen family, she had imagined countless times the scene of herself working at home while her husband went out to buy groceries, then happily went out to greet him when he returned. But over the past few years, all she had ever seen was her husband Chen Mingliang drunkenly staggering home with a bottle in his hand, asking for money as soon as he opened his mouth. Today, the scene that had been playing out in her mind for so long finally became reality, except that it wasn't her husband. It wasn't until Chen Ping had put everything away and gone out to chop firewood that she gradually came back to her senses. She took a long look at Chen Ping's back and smiled, saying, "Okay, tonight you'll get to taste my cooking." Chen Ping soon chopped a bundle of firewood and returned to the house, where his sister-in-law Lin Yuru was almost done preparing the dishes. Seeing this, Chen Ping immediately went over to help. After everything was ready, Chen Ping took charge of the firewood and fetching water, while Lin Yuru was in charge of stir-frying and cooking. The two worked together, and an hour later, the house quickly filled with the aroma of pork. Lin Yuru stir-fried a total of 4 home-style dishes, each of which was extremely delicious, and Chen Ping enjoyed every bite. During this time, Lin Yuru occasionally added pork to Chen Ping's bowl. Chen Ping wanted to let his sister-in-law eat more, but Lin Yuru only ate a little and then said directly that she was full. After dinner, Chen Ping helped clean up the dishes. It was already dark. just after 8 p.m. Seeing that Lin Yuru had finished everything and was taking a break, Chen Ping took out the shoebox and said, "Sister-in-law, after I finished selling vegetables today, I went to the nearby shopping mall to clear out the stock for a sale. I saw a pair of shoes that looked quite nice, so I bought them. See if they fit," Chen Ping said, and directly opened the shoebox to take out the high heels inside. Seeing the novel and beautiful style, Lin Yuru's gaze was instantly attracted. No woman doesn't like beautiful high heels, not to mention the fact that she hadn't bought new shoes in 2 or 3 years. But the next moment, she couldn't help but ask, "How much are these shoes?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ping immediately smiled and replied, "They're not expensive, because they're on clearance, so they only cost a few tens of dollars." Knowing Lin Yuru, if the price was too high, she would probably not take them, so he had to lie. Sure enough, when she heard Chen Ping say that, a smile appeared on her face, and she happily accepted them. "Ah Ping, thank you." Seeing her accept them, Chen Ping quickly said, "Sister-in-law, you try them on first to see if they fit. If they don't, I can take them back to the store tomorrow and exchange them." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru seemed to think of something, her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "I can't try them on until after I've washed my feet." Chen Ping didn't notice the strange look on Lin Yuru's face, and went straight to get a basin of hot water and placed it next to her feet. Seeing this, Lin Yuru blushed and glanced at Chen Ping. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly took off the little leather shoes she was currently wearing. After taking off her shoes, Lin Yuru instinctively retracted her feet, which were wearing lace socks, worried that Chen Ping would notice the difference in her feet. She knew very well what was wrong with her body. Whenever it got hot, her feet would sweat uncontrollably, even if she washed them every day. And now, her lace socks were clearly soaked with sweat, just like before. Lin Yuru was about to take off her lace socks while Chen Ping wasn't looking, but she heard Chen Ping let out a soft exclamation and he squatted down directly to take her feet in his hands. Chapter 29, The Chen Family Will Have an Heir. At that moment, Chen Ping suddenly asked, "Sister-in-law, do you often get sweaty feet? Does this condition get worse when it gets hot?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru looked at Chen Ping in surprise and asked, "How did you know?" After a pause, she nodded gently and blushed as she admitted, "This has been a problem of mine for many years. In severe cases, I have to change my socks twice a day." Upon hearing Lin Yuru's admission, Chen Ping couldn't help but smile and nod. "I can cure this disease." With that, he started to remove Lin Yuru's lace socks. Then, with a gentle tug, he pulled Lin Yuru's feet directly in front of him and rested them on his chest. Feeling Chen Ping's actions, Lin Yuru couldn't help but feel a little shocked. She hurriedly said, "Ping, wait until I finish washing my feet." As she spoke, she tried to take back her feet, but found that Chen Ping's large hands had firmly grasped her feet. Just then, Chen Ping's hand suddenly and accurately pressed on her ting point. She felt a tingling sensation come over her, and she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Seeing this, Chen Ping explained while giving her a massage, "You have some blockages in the meridians in your feet, but it's not a big issue. I'll massage you a few times to unblock all these meridians, and the issue will be resolved." Lin Yuru was afraid that Chen Ping would notice her unusual reaction, so she could only bite her lip lightly and nod slowly in reply. Chen Ping was so focused on healing her that he didn't think much of it. After massaging the ting point, he then accurately massaged the Tonggu, Jian, Jin Men, and Chongyang points in turn. After massaging the 5 points, Lin Yuru could only feel an even more alarming tingling and itching sensation in her feet than before. She had to clench her teeth and dare not make the slightest sound. Just then, Chen Ping suddenly flipped her lotus feet over and accurately pressed on the Yongquan point in the center. She couldn't help but let out a low cry. Chen Ping hurriedly looked up at Lin Yuru and asked with concern, "Did I use too much strength and hurt you?" Lin Yuru was afraid that Chen Ping would notice the blush on her face, so she hurriedly looked down and replied softly in an inaudible voice, "No, it felt quite comfortable." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping let out a sigh of relief and put her feet back in the footbath, smiling and saying, "Luckily, your meridian blockage is not serious, and I estimate that 2 or 3 more massages will completely unblock it." After these words, Lin Yuru quickly looked up, blushing, and asked, "Do I still need 2 or 3 more massages?" She had already lost her composure during today's massage, so how could she face Chen Ping during the next 2 or 3 massages? Chen Ping thought she was afraid of pain, and explained with a smile, "Well, but the pain afterwards won't be as bad as it was today." After a pause, Chen Ping continued. You can try them on now to see if they fit. With that, Chen Ping handed Lin Yuru the high heels. Lin Yuru dried her feet with a towel, took the high heels, and slowly put them on. Looking at the way the new shoes fit her feet, Lin Yuru's eyes were full of joy. She looked at Chen Ping gratefully and said, Ah Ping, thank you for the shoes, I really like them. After saying that, she carefully took the shoes off and put them back in the box. She simply couldn't bear to wear them when she was working at home, and would only wear new shoes like these when she went to the county town. Seeing this, Chen Ping handed the gift box the shopkeeper had given him back to Lin Yuru and said with a smile, This is a gift with the shoes, see if you like it. Lin Yuru nodded slightly and took the gift box. She was about to open it when Chen Ping suddenly said, Right, you said this morning that you wanted to discuss something with me tonight, what is it? Hearing Chen Ping's issue, Lin Yuru became nervous, quickly put down the gift box in her hands, and for a moment, she was afraid to look directly into Chen Ping's eyes. What should she do? Should she tell him or not? She knew very well that with her husband Chen Mingliang's character, in 3 to 5 days' time, he would definitely come home again and demand money. If she didn't do as he said, he would beat her up again. What's more, with Chen Mingliang's unscrupulous character, it was not impossible that Chen Ping would also be implicated. But if she tells him, it's fine if Chen Ping agrees, but if Chen Ping doesn't agree, how can she face Chen Ping in the future? Just as her thoughts were in a mess, Chen Ping's voice sounded in her ear again. Sister-in-law? Hearing the voice, Lin Yuru suddenly woke up. She looked at Chen Ping's face, and couldn't help but think about how Chen Ping had saved her from the massage parlor alone, and then stopped Zhao Liuji and the others for her, and later even volunteered to help her pay off all her debts. Thinking about this, for some reason, Lin Yuru's heart burst with unprecedented courage. She looked at Chen Ping, her eyes soft, and said softly, Ping, your brother wants you to do your family a favor. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping instinctively asked, What is it? As long as it's not difficult, I will definitely help. Facing Chen Ping's gaze, Lin Yuru bit her lip lightly, her face full of blushing. In this moment, she only felt her cheeks burning alarmingly. A moment later, she said slowly in an inaudible voice, Your brother wants. Chapter 30, Daydreaming. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuru was too afraid to look Chen Ping in the eye. She nervously lowered her head and gripped the bed sheet behind her with all her strength. Just as the sound faded, there was a knock on the door. This caused Chen Ping to miss the last few words, and he couldn't help but look at his sister-in-law Lin Yuru and ask, Sister-in-law, what did you say? I didn't catch it. Lin Yuru bowed her head, gathering her courage to speak again, when a voice sounded again outside the door. Chen Ping, are you home? If there's someone at home, make a sound, we're looking for Chen Ping to discuss something. On hearing this, Lin Yuru's face flashed with panic, and she hurriedly looked at Chen Ping and said, Go and see what everyone wants with you. Chen Ping had no choice but to nod and get up to open the door. While Chen Ping was gone, Lin Yuru quickly put on her shoes and tidied up her clothes a little. At that moment, Chen Ping opened the door and saw Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Daong standing in the doorway. Seeing the two of them, Chen Ping couldn't help but ask with a puzzled expression, Uncle Daong, Aunt Hohat, what do you want from me at this late hour? Uncle Daong lived not far above Chen Ping's house. He and Aunt Hohat's son had played with Chen Ping since childhood, but their relationship gradually faded when Chen Ping went to the provincial capital to go to university. Hearing Chen Ping's question, Zhang Daong glanced at his wife, Aunt Hohat, next to him, and then whispered, Chen Ping, I heard that you helped Widow Miao sell her vegetables at market price today? Chen Ping nodded lightly. After getting Chen Ping's admission, Zhang Daong couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face, wanting to say something but not opening his mouth. Seeing this, Aunt Osmanthus glared at Zhang Daong and looked at Chen Ping and said, Ping, can you also help my family sell the vegetables? We don't ask for much, as long as we can get 80% of the market price. Hearing her say this, Chen Ping then understood the intention of the two people's visit to the family. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Daong are the vegetable farmers who grow the most vegetables in the village. In the past, like Widow Miao, they sold their vegetables through the village chief, Song Jianming. Facing Auntie Hohat's expectant gaze, Chen Ping pondered for a moment before replying. Do you want to sell a lot of vegetables? Auntie Miao and the others can't carry too much in their tricycle at a time. Auntie Hohat hurriedly replied. Not much, just a little over 100 caddies for now, it's definitely doable. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but look expectantly at Chen Ping. She had heard Chen Ping and Widow Miao's conversation when she returned from farming and passed by the village entrance. After she returned home, she discussed it with Zhang Daong, and the two decided to come together to find Chen Ping, which led to this situation. At this time, Chen Ping pondered for a moment, nodded lightly, and replied, "That's fine. You can deliver the vegetables to the village entrance early tomorrow morning, and I will take the vegetables from Sister Miao's house and your vegetables together to the county along the way." After getting Chen Ping's permission, Aunt Osmanthus hurriedly thanked Chen Ping. Seeing Zhang Daong still standing there dumbfounded, she gave him a hard squeeze, and Zhang Daong finally understood and thanked Chen Ping together. Seeing this, Chen Ping just smiled faintly and replied, "Auntie, I used to eat a lot of your family's food, you don't need to be so polite." After confirming the time with Chen Ping, the two left Chen Ping's courtyard. Seeing Chen Ping close the door, Lin Yuru couldn't help but ask with concern, "Ah Ping, in the past, our village's vegetables were sold by Mayor Song, will you offend him by doing this?" Chen Ping sneered and replied, "It's my business if I want to help everyone sell their vegetables, what can Song do if he doesn't like it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru couldn't help but persuade him, "No matter what, you'd better be careful." Chen Ping nodded lightly, and then he remembered what had just happened and couldn't help but ask, "Right, sister-in-law, you just said that my brother wanted me to do something with you?" Hearing Chen Ping ask, Lin Yuru's face immediately flushed, and she replied in a flustered manner, "No, it's nothing." Without waiting for Chen Ping to speak, she immediately continued, "Ah Ping, I'm a little tired and want to go to bed early." Seeing this, Chen Ping didn't feel comfortable asking anymore, so he just said to his sister-in-law, "Sleep early," and then exited the door. He always felt that his sister-in-law, Lin Yuru, was hiding something from him, but since she wouldn't say anything, he didn't want to ask too many questions. Hearing Chen Ping go back to his room, Lin Yuru let out a sigh of relief. If Chen Ping had insisted on asking, she really didn't know how to answer. At that moment, she thought of the gift box Chen Ping had given her, and her face showed a little bit of anticipation. She took the gift box and slowly opened it. At first glance, she didn't see what was in the gift box, and she just felt that it looked like a pair of pantyhose. But when she picked up the contents with curiosity and took a look, she couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, her face full of shock. Lin Yuru looked blankly at the sexy suspender stockings in front of her, unable to say a word. After a moment, she hurriedly put the suspender stockings back in the gift box, blushing and whispering, "Ping, how could he send such a shameful thing?" The next moment, it seemed that she had thought of something, and she said with incomparable shame and indignation, "Did he send this because he wants me to wear it for him to see?" Thinking about this, she felt her cheeks burning with an incredible heat. She could only panic and close the gift box, stopping her wild thoughts. At night, in a high-end residential area of Ningdong County, Yang Haoyu, who had just returned home from work, recalled what had happened in front of the Taoyuan restaurant earlier today. He couldn't help but clench his fists in anger, full of rage. At that moment, he suddenly thought of someone. He immediately made a phone call. "Hey, Brother Fei, I want you to teach someone a lesson for me. It doesn't have to be too harsh, just make sure he can't get out of bed for 10 or 15 days. Don't worry about the money, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." After getting the other person's reply, Yang Haoyu hung up the phone satisfied. After putting the phone down, his eyes were full of resentment as he muttered, "Hick, you dare mess with me, I'll see how you die this time." Chapter 31, Kissed by a Thief. The next day, Chen Ping rode his tricycle to the village entrance to the home of Widow Miao, just as he had done the previous day. When he arrived, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Daong and Widow Miao were already waiting. After loading the vegetables from both households onto the tricycle, he once again rode it to the county seat. In front of Taoyuan restaurant, it was still early in the day, but the flow of customers had already reached an astonishing level. Chen Ping waited for a while, and when Susini came out with someone, she saw the vegetables on the tricycle and immediately told Wang Shelwei to have someone take them all down. She settled the bill for the vegetables from the Zhang Daong and Miao Widow households the same way as yesterday, at market price. After getting the vegetable money settled by Susini, Chen Ping went to Zhang Street and bought a new mobile phone. His phone had been used for more than 2 years and was really dying. Just after leaving the store with his new phone, he heard a commotion in front of him. "You bumpkin, can't you watch where you're going? You've ruined my dress, how are you going to pay for it?" Chen Ping pushed his way through the crowd to see a scantily dressed flirtatious woman standing next to a well-dressed young man in a designer suit, scowling angrily at a girl carrying a bottle of purified water. The seductress's dress had a large wet patch on the right shoulder, which had been caused by the water that had been carelessly spilled. the girl looked extremely plain. In the face of the rebuke, she hurriedly apologized and said, I'm sorry, I was careless when I was walking, I apologize to you. After the words fell, the seductress didn't listen at all, and she sneered and said, If apologies were useful, what would the security team be for? Today, you must give an explanation. Upon hearing this, the girl glanced at the watermark on her dress and gritted her teeth and said, How much? I'll pay you. Hearing her say this, the flirtatious woman immediately sneered with disdain and mocked. Can a bumpkin like you afford to pay? After a pause, she couldn't help but hold the arm of the young nobleman next to her and cooed. Young Master Yen, you gave me this dress, so what do you think should be done to make it up to you? The young nobleman, called young Master Yen, looked the girl up and down, his gaze finally falling on the astonishingly magnificent breasts she had, and he said teasingly, Since she wet your clothes, why not let her take them off and give them to you to wear? As he spoke, a faint smile played on his face, as if this was nothing at all in his eyes. Hearing what Yen Kaipeng said, the woman's eyes lit up, and she said happily, You're worthy of the name Yen Xiao, this is the most appropriate compensation. Saying this, she immediately looked behind her at the two bodyguards and arrogantly ordered, Didn't you hear? Yen Xiao told you to take her clothes off. Hearing the order, the bodyguards behind the two men immediately nodded, stepped forward, and surrounded the girl, ready to act. Seeing this, the girl was instantly extremely flustered. Looking at the two tall and burly bodyguards, she angrily replied, Don't come any closer. Why do you have the right to do this? Upon hearing this, the girl, with a deep sneer on her face, replied, Who told you to be just a piece of trash living at the bottom? Remember, today is to help you remember. Next time, keep your eyes open when you walk. Do it. The next moment, two large and tall bodyguards simultaneously reached out for the girl. Faced with the two men surrounding her, the girl tried to escape, but she simply couldn't. In response, the crowd of onlookers just stood by and watched with cold eyes. The young master surnamed Yen was obviously extraordinary, and no one would offend him in order to save an ordinary girl. Just as the two bodyguards were about to grab the girl, a figure suddenly rushed into the crowd and stood in front of her. Seeing Chen Ping, the girl couldn't help but excitedly call out, Brother Ping! The girl was Bai Yingying, the neighbor whom Chen Ping regarded as his younger sister. Chen Ping glanced at Bai Yingying, gave her a reassuring look, and confidently said behind her, Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can touch you. Seeing Chen Ping suddenly rushing out to protect Bai Yingying, Yen Kaipeng, the flirtatious woman's companion, couldn't help but frown slightly and said arrogantly, Kid, are you sure you want to protect someone I want to move? Do you know what will happen if you offend Yen Kaipeng? Hearing him reveal his identity, some of the people in the crowd looked at him with drastically changed expressions, obviously thinking of something terrible. Chen Ping's face showed no fear at all, and he looked at Yen Kaipeng and replied directly, I don't care if you're Yen Kaipeng or Yen Dogpeng, what does it have to do with me? Trying to bully my sister, even if the King of Heaven and the old man came, it wouldn't work. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Yen Kaipeng's face suddenly turned dark. He had previously told someone to take off Bai Yingying's clothes, just because he was bored and wanted to find some fun. But now, Chen Ping had given him no face at all, scolding him in front of so many people, which had angered him. In his position, who in the entire Ningdong County would not treat him politely when they met him? Who would dare to scold him like that in front of him? Yen Kaipeng looked at the bodyguards with a dark face and ordered, You want to die? Do it, and if you cripple him, it's on me. As soon as the words fell, the two bodyguards immediately charged at Chen Ping. Facing the two charging men, Chen Ping couldn't help but sneer. Previously, Zhao Liuji had brought so many people to trouble him, but he was able to deal with them all. What could two bodyguards amount to? Without waiting for the two to get close, he rushed forward like a cannonball and pounded away at the two men. Having been transformed by the creation vase, his strength was astonishing, and with each punch, there was an ear-splitting scream. The two bodyguards were no match for him at all and were only beaten up. After just half a minute, both of them fell to the ground screaming in pain. Seeing this, Yen Kaipeng, who had previously been full of arrogance, could not help but change his expression dramatically. He had never expected that Chen Ping, who looked unremarkable, could fight so well. Just then, Chen Ping, who had finished off the two bodyguards, slowly walked over to Yen Kaipeng. Seeing Chen Ping walking menacingly towards him, Yen Kaipeng's arrogance finally disappeared from his face, and he threatened somewhat panicked. What do you want? I'm telling you, if you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes suddenly showed a murderous intent. If that's the case, then I'll cripple you right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Kaiping's face completely changed. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and he was used to having everything go his way in Ningdong County. No one had ever dared to touch him before. But today, he had a hunch that Chen Ping wasn't joking. Just then, Bai Yingying suddenly grabbed Chen Ping's arm from behind and whispered, "Brother Ping, just forget it." Chen Ping wanted to say something else, but when he saw Bai Yingying shaking her head vigorously, he had to give up. He gave Yan Kaiping a disdainful look and said coldly, "Don't let me see you again, or I'll break your legs." After saying that, he left with Bai Yingying. Looking at Chen Ping's departing back, Yan Kaiping couldn't help but clench his fists, his face full of humiliation and resentment. This isn't over. After walking a short distance, Chen Ping asked, "Yingying, why did you get into a conflict with these people?" Bai Yingying slowly explained. "I was going to the business hall to do some business, and I was drinking some water when I accidentally knocked something over and spilled some water on her." As she said this, she couldn't help but look at Chen Ping curiously and ask, "Brother Ping, if I hadn't stopped you, would you really have hit him?" Chen Ping replied with a smile, as if it was only natural. "Why wouldn't I? Scum like this who don't know their place just need to be beaten up, and they'll be fine. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten him until he cried for his mother." Looking at Chen Ping's determined expression, Bai Yingying felt as if she had returned to the past. When she was young, because of the rumor that she had been picked up by her grandmother, the other children in the village called her a wild child. Whenever she faced those mean kids who bullied her, Chen Ping would always stand in front of her, protecting her like a big brother. During the years when Chen Ping went to university, she often thought that if only she could go to university with him, it would be just like old times. Just a moment ago, she felt like she had returned to the past, and everything was so reassuring and happy. Looking at Chen Ping, a sweet smile could not help but appear at the corner of her mouth. Thinking about this, she suddenly plucked up the courage, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Chen Ping on the cheek. Chapter 32, Please Forgive Me, Dr. Chen. Chen Ping was in the middle of speaking when he suddenly felt a warm sensation on his left cheek. When he came to his senses, he saw Bai Yingying running away with a blush on her face, shouting as she ran, "Ah Ping, I found a new job, as a waitress at Shanghai Hotel. If you come to the county to sell vegetables on Saturdays, you can wait for me after you're done, and we can go home together." After she finished speaking, she immediately turned into the alley on the opposite street and disappeared. Chen Ping gently touched the place where he had been kissed, and with a wry smile, he said nothing. This girl is still as impudent as before. Chen Ping didn't take this incident to heart. After all, the two of them had bathed together before, and a kiss on the cheek was nothing. Chen Ping rode his tricycle on the road back to Yuha village in a rather good mood. With the money from selling vegetables over the past 2 days, the 100,000 yuan that Duan Peilong gave him, and the small amount of savings he had after starting work, he now had nearly 150,000 yuan in his hands. For the first time since he was born, he was rich. Thinking about this, he couldn't help humming a song. Walking along the country lane, the old cow returning home at dusk is my companion. He drove the tricycle and soon arrived at the three-way intersection at Shangyangu in Ningdong County. Chen Ping was about to turn when he saw a black car suddenly block his way at the intersection. At the same time, the other two minivans that had been parked at the intersection immediately started moving, blocking his way back. Seeing this, Chen Ping could not help but frown slightly. At this time, the door of the black sedan in front opened, and Yang Haoyu, dressed in a designer suit, strutted arrogantly down the stairs and looked arrogantly at Chen Ping and said, "Stinking peasant, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Upon seeing Yang Haoyu, Chen Ping's face sank slightly as he spoke. "It's you. What are you doing here?" Yang Haoyu straightened his clothes a little and sneered back. "What am I doing here? Of course I'm here to teach you a lesson and make you remember it for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen strong men suddenly got out of the car and van behind him. They were all holding steel baseball bats, and they all looked at Chen Ping with bad expressions on their faces. Seeing the crowd behind him, Yang Haoyu looked at Chen Ping's face full of arrogance. "Chen, I know you're good at fighting, but even if you're good at fighting, you can't fight 4 people. Since you're just a stupid peasant with no knowledge, if you kneel in front of me in public and give me 3 kowtows to admit your fault, I'll forget about what happened yesterday. Otherwise..." Before Yang Haoyu could finish, Chen Ping impatiently interrupted. "Just do it, what's the point of talking so much? You're trash like you to threaten me? Yang Haoyu had originally thought that Chen Ping would be scared into kneeling and begging for mercy when he saw that he had brought so many people. However, he did not expect that Chen Ping not only showed no intention of admitting his mistake, but also publicly humiliated him. He was furious. "Stupid peasant, you're looking for death. Since you're so ignorant of your own mortality, don't blame me for being rude. Remember, don't mess with people you can't afford to offend in the future." Yang Haoyu was about to order everyone to attack when a bald man walked out of the grass on the side. Upon seeing the bald man, the crowd and Yang Haoyu immediately looked respectful and called out, "Brother Fei." The bald man nodded lightly and looked at Yang Haoyu and said, "I drank too much water on the way here and got held up a bit. What's the situation now?" Upon hearing this, Yang Haoyu immediately pointed to Chen Ping next to him and said, "Brother Fei, he's the smelly peasant I was telling you about who hit me. As long as you and your brothers help me get back at him, I guarantee there won't be any issues with the money." Huang Xiaofei looked in the direction Yang Haoyu was pointing, and when he saw Chen Ping, his face changed. Before he could say anything, Yang Haoyu looked at Chen Ping again with supreme arrogance and said, "Chen, you'd better know better and kneel down and apologize to me. I might consider letting you off the hook. Don't think I'm joking with you. Do you know Master Duan Peilong? Brother Fei is the #1 fierce general under Master Duan. If he makes a move, you'll be in bed for at least half a month." As Yang Haoyu finished speaking, Huang Xiaofei's face changed dramatically. He could no longer hold back and snapped at him. "Yang Haoyu, how the hell do you talk to Dr. Chen? Chen Ping is Boss Duan's savior." He realized something was wrong the first time he saw Chen Ping. If Boss Duan finds out that he brought a group of men to trouble his savior, he'll be in deep trouble. Yang Haoyu didn't understand why Huang Xiaofei's face suddenly changed so drastically, and asked in puzzlement, "What's this Chen doctor? Brother Fei, he's just an ignorant peasant." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaofei could no longer hold back and raised his hand, slapping Yang Haoyu hard in the face. Pop! The sound of the slap was loud and clear, and Yang Haoyu screamed in pain, stunned by Huang Xiaofei's slap. He covered his face in pain, looking at Huang Xiaofei in disbelief and asking, "Brother Fei, why did you hit me?" Huang Xiaofei's face was full of anger, and he directly kicked Yang Haoyu in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. "Dare to ask why? I hit you because you are a dog that doesn't know when to die. You even dared to provoke the divine Dr. Chen, you are really looking for death." Yang Haoyu looked at Huang Xiaofei, who was full of anger, and was completely confused. He hurriedly explained, "Brother Fei, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I really didn't offend any divine Dr. Chen." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaofei gave him a cold stare and replied in a cold voice, "Okay, listen carefully. Just 3 days ago, this Mr. Chen you wanted to teach a lesson to personally saved Master Duan's life with acupuncture." As Huang Xiaofei's voice fell, Yang Haoyu's entire body suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he was dumbfounded in place. How is this possible? Chen Ping is just a vegetable-selling farmer. How could he possibly have used medical skills to save Master Long? There must be some mistake. Huang Xiaofei ignored Yang Haoyu, who had been almost petrified, and hurriedly led his subordinates respectfully towards Chen Ping. "Divine Dr. Chen, my brothers didn't recognize you at first. We have offended you, please forgive us." As he finished speaking, Huang Xiaofei and his subordinates knelt before Chen Ping. Chapter 33, Waiting for a Good Show. Seeing this scene, Yang Haoyu, who had still harbored a glimmer of hope, had his last hope completely dashed. He knew that he was finished. He had offended the savior of Master Long, and with Master Long's methods, getting rid of him would be no more difficult than squishing an ant. Thinking about this, the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Ping completely turned into a look of deep fear. At this time, Chen Ping looked at Huang Xiaofei and the others and said lightly, "Get up. Ignorance is not a crime, and besides, you didn't do anything to me." Hearing what Chen Ping said, Huang Xiaofei and the others felt as if they had been pardoned, and hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Dr. Chen, for your forgiveness." After saying this, they quickly stood up with many of their brothers, respectfully looking at Chen Ping. At this time, Huang Xiaofei looked at Yang Haoyu beside him and asked, "Dr. Chen, this damned thing has offended you without knowing when to die. What do you think is the best way to deal with it?" After the sound of his voice, Yang Haoyu's face was full of fear. He knew that Huang Xiaofei and the others never showed mercy when they struck, and he hurriedly looked at Chen Ping and begged for mercy. "Divine Dr. Chen, it's all my fault for not recognizing your greatness. Please spare me this time on the face of General Su Shushu." I will never dare to do it again, please. Yang Haoyu was so scared that he was in tears and kept begging for mercy. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's face was full of indifference. The thing he hates most in his life is Yang Haoyu, who looks down on others with contempt. If it weren't for him, but someone else, Yang Haoyu would definitely have been beaten half to death today. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be forgiven at all. Thinking about this, he looked at Huang Xiaofei with a cold expression and said, "He said before that he would beat me until I couldn't get out of bed for half a month. Just decide what to do, and don't kill him." After saying that, Chen Ping got on the tricycle and set off again towards the village. Upon receiving Chen Ping's order, Huang Xiaofei immediately surrounded Yang Haoyu with many of his subordinates. Seeing this, Yang Haoyu's pants were wet with a large area, and he was directly scared to urinate. He hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy, saying, "Brother Fei, can you spare me this time on the basis of how much I have respected you in the past?" Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaofei replied with a cold expression, "You still have the face to ask me to spare you? You dog, you almost got me killed, do you know that? Beat him up, as hard as you can, as long as he doesn't die." As he finished speaking, Yang Haoyu's face turned ashen. At this moment, his heart was filled with remorse. If only he hadn't provoked Chen Ping because he looked down on people, how good it would have been. Hearing Huang Xiaofei's order, many of his subordinates immediately stepped forward and started punching and kicking Yang Haoyu. For a while, the surroundings were filled with Yang Haoyu's miserable screams. After returning home on his tricycle, Chen Ping immediately told his sister-in-law Lin Yuru about the day's vegetable sales. Lin Yuru was extremely moved when she learned that Chen Ping had earned 40,000 yuan selling vegetables over the past few days. Since marrying into the Chen family, she had never had more than 5,000 yuan in her hands. The average villager's annual income was only 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, and Chen Ping had earned more than 100,000 yuan in less than a week, not to mention the medical expenses that Duan Peilong had given him. This was unbelievable. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but think of the words her husband Chen Mingliang had said. There was no doubt that Chen Ping could not stay in the corner of Yuhua village forever. By then, would he still remember her? Recalling the gift Chen Ping had given her last night, Lin Yuru couldn't help but blush. Just as she was hesitating whether to tell Chen Ping about that matter, a multitude of footsteps suddenly sounded outside the courtyard. Soon, the door was pushed open and Zhang Deong and his wife, along with 6 or 7 villagers, walked in. Seeing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Deong, what's this?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Deong spoke directly. "Ah Ping, everyone heard about you selling vegetables for my family and they all want you to help sell vegetables. We all discussed this before we came here. As long as you sell them to us at 80% of the market price, you'll make money, which is better than letting that black-hearted bastard Song Jianming make the money. Ping, do you think this will work?" After hearing Zhang Deong's words, Chen Ping couldn't help but look at the many villagers who had come with him. These were all villagers that Chen Ping had been familiar with since childhood. They were all dark-skinned and rough, and at a glance they were old farmers who had been exposed to the wind and sun for many years. Yuhua village was geographically disadvantaged, and the villagers were generally uneducated. The vast majority of villagers barely made ends meet by farming, selling vegetables, and raising livestock, and the work they had to do every day was extremely heavy. When Chen Ping was a child, his grandfather Chen was always busy in the fields, so Chen Ping grew up eating food from many different households. He could tell that everyone came with good intentions. As long as he had the right transportation, he could sell 1,000 caddies of vegetables a day, at a market price of 3 to 4 yuan, and get a commission of 600 or 700 yuan. With such an income, in the impoverished Yuhua village, this was already quite amazing. However, although Chen Ping was willing to help everyone, he didn't have the means, and could only helplessly reply. "As you all know, I'm currently using Sister Miao's electric tricycle, and I simply can't carry that much produce at once." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Deong immediately said, "Don't worry about that. I've already spoken to my brother-in-law and asked him to lend us his tractor for a while." Zhang Deong's brother-in-law lived in Shanyanggu, just up ahead, and his family owned a tractor, which was well known in the nearby villages. At this point, the villagers who had followed Zhang Deong couldn't help but speak up and implore him. "Ping, please help us. That Song guy is a real bastard. He's been driving down prices so hard that he's made a fortune over the years. We really can't find a good way to sell our vegetables, so please help us out, for the sake of our friendship." Faced with everyone's pleas, Chen Ping had no choice but to slowly nod his head and say, "Okay, I can help you sell your vegetables, but I can't guarantee that I can sell all of them here. The amount of vegetables used by Taoyuan restaurant every day is extremely impressive. Chen Ping believes that Susini will not refuse the high-quality vegetables carefully grown by the villagers. He only said this just in case. Upon hearing this, many villagers immediately thanked him. Ah Ping, thank you so much. Don't worry, even if we really can't sell them, it will be on us. Yes, just go sell the vegetables, as much as you can, we all believe in you. Lin Yuru, standing behind Chen Ping, couldn't help but smile knowingly at the trust and closeness the villagers showed him. At night, a figure crept quietly into the home of the village chief, Song Jianming. Seeing that Song Jianming was sitting on a stool, drinking a little wine with cold dishes, he couldn't help but say, "Village chief Song, it's late at night, and you're still in the mood to drink?" Song Jianming looked puzzled and asked, "Has something happened?" The man immediately replied, "Something big has happened. Don't you know? Chen Ping just returned home today, and everyone in our village has gone to their house, saying that they want Chen Ping to help them sell their vegetables." Upon hearing this, Song Jianming calmly replied, "If they want Chen Ping to help sell their vegetables, then let them." Seeing that Song Jianming didn't care, the man couldn't help but persuade him. "Village chief, this is different from before. I heard that Chen has formed a relationship with Taoyuan restaurant. If Chen sells all the vegetables in the village in the future, what are we going to do?" Song Jianming took a slow sip of wine, savoring it for a while before snorting and replying, "I'm here, so what are you afraid of? In this Yuhua village, no one has been able to take the meat out of my mouth before, and they never will." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. "Village chief, do you mean to say that you already have an idea?" Song Jianming nodded slowly, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he replied, "Tomorrow, I'll have Chen in jail, so you just wait and see." Chapter 34, Other Ways to Repay. The next day, Chen Ping didn't go to the county town as early as usual because he had to wait for Zhang Dayong to lend him the tractor. Seeing that most of the tomatoes in the vegetable garden had already been picked, Chen Ping decided to try the effect of the spirit liquid in the jade of creation on other vegetables. His eyes fell on a whole patch of chili peppers nearby. People in Ningdong County like spicy food, and almost every household grows chili peppers. With this in mind, he took out the jade bottle of creation, diluted the elixir with water, and poured it onto the chili pepper patch. He had already experimented with the best ratio of elixir to water when watering the tomato patch the previous few times. In this way, he could water the vegetables in the vegetable garden more while not wasting the elixir. This time, he used the diluted essence to water the entire chili patch. After he finished working in the vegetable garden, Zhang Dayong finally arrived with the tractor. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of the tractor was loud, and the villagers who heard it immediately came with the vegetables they had prepared. Seeing the villagers rushing over with all kinds of vegetables, Chen Ping couldn't help but say, "Everyone write your name on your basket or box so that we don't get them mixed up." Hearing this, the villagers immediately replied with a smile, "Don't worry, we wrote our names on the baskets and boxes a long time ago, so there won't be any mix-ups." "Ah Ping, thank you so much this time, you've really helped us out by selling our vegetables for us." "Ah Ping, after you're done selling vegetables, come to my house, I'll make you some chicken soup." "Pfft, your chicken doesn't even have any meat, it's just good for making soup at best." Seeing the villagers happily loading their vegetables onto the tractor, Chen Ping couldn't help but smile. He was truly happy to be able to help these folks who had looked after him since he was a child. After everyone's vegetables had been loaded onto the tractor, Widow Miao dragged her daughter Tong Tong over to Chen Ping's yard. Seeing them, Chen Ping asked, "What is it, Sister Miao?" Upon hearing this, Widow Miao glanced at the villagers surrounding the tractor and, biting her lip slightly in concern, replied, "Ah Ping, will you still take our vegetables?" She had just learned that Chen Ping was charging these villagers 20% of the market price for their vegetables, while charging her family the full market price. Under the circumstances, Chen Ping would obviously give priority to the other villagers. Hearing what Widow Miao said, Chen Ping did not hesitate for a second and replied directly, "Sister Miao, what are you talking about? How could I not buy your vegetables? In that case, you go back first and get the vegetables ready, and I'll just drop by your house on my way." After Chen Ping finished speaking, the worry on Miao's face immediately disappeared, and she replied with a smile, "Okay, I'll go back and get ready." As soon as the words left her mouth, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. She had originally wanted to say that she would also sell her vegetables at a 20% discount, but when the words reached her lips, she was unable to get them out. It was extremely difficult for her to raise her daughter on her own, and this money was really too important to her. She could only think later about other ways to repay Ping, she thought to herself. It was already 11 o'clock in the morning when she had finished loading all the vegetables. Chen Ping was about to drive off in the tractor when Song Jianming blocked his way with a young man who looked like a rascal. The young man's name was Zhang Chang, and he was known throughout the village as a bachelor who spent his days loafing around and not doing any real work. He was also the village chief Song Jianming's lackey. Song Jianming glanced at Chen Ping and the many villagers, greeted them with a fake smile on his face and said, "Oh, everyone is here." Although the many villagers privately loathed Song Jianming, on the surface he was after all the village chief of Yuha village, so they could only greet him helplessly. Seeing this, Song Jianming's gaze fell on Chen Ping and he said with a smile, "Chen Ping, I heard that you've recently become rich." Chen Ping had a very bad impression of Song Jianming and just calmly replied, "None of your business." Seeing that Chen Ping still wouldn't give him face, Song Jianming's face immediately turned ugly. He snorted and looked at Chen Ping and said, "If you earned this money honestly, then naturally it has nothing to do with me. But if you stole it, then this has a lot to do with me." After these words, many villagers looked at Song Jianming with puzzled faces, not understanding what he was talking about. Chen Ping also looked speechless. He said impatiently, "If you're fine, then get out of the way and don't delay me from selling vegetables in the county town." After Chen Ping finished speaking, Song Jianming took a few large steps and stopped directly in front of the tractor, shouting, "Chen Ping, last night, as I was about to go home, I saw you sneak out of my house. When I got home, I realized that all the road repair funds that the county had just allocated were gone. I witnessed this with my own eyes, so do you still want to deny it?" After these words, the many villagers in the courtyard became even more puzzled. What road repair funds? Why haven't I heard of them before? Upon hearing this, Song Jianming sneered and looked back at the villagers, saying, "Of course you haven't heard of it, because the road repair funds only arrived yesterday, and I haven't had time to inform you yet. And this money, a full 40,000 yuan." After Song Jianming finished speaking, the villagers were shocked. 40,000? That's a lot. Is it true that Ping stole 40,000 yuan from the village to build the road? Village chief, you can't say things like that, this is a very serious matter. As he spoke, the eyes of the villagers could not help but fall on Chen Ping. Chen Ping looked calm. He had figured it out. Because he had helped sell vegetables, he had moved Song Jianming's interests, so he had deliberately set himself up today. He wanted to see how Song Jianming would deal with him. Facing the doubts of the villagers, Song Jianming just smiled and said, "We'll know if it's true when the security team arrives." As soon as Song Jianming finished speaking, a car horn sounded from behind him. Then, a car marked with the two characters for security drove up not far behind Song Jianming. Seeing this, the expressions of the villagers couldn't help but change a little. The security team had actually arrived, and this matter was probably getting serious. At that moment, the car door opened and a man with a greasy face got out of the car. He was accompanied by two members of the public security team. The villagers all knew the men. The leader was Xiao Yunnan, the deputy team leader of the public security team from the Ningdong County Public Security Brigade responsible for Shangyangbu. Even if he was only the deputy team leader, in a poor backwater like Yuha village, he was a big shot. When they saw Xiao Yunnan, many villagers looked respectfully at him. At this time, Xiao Yunnan, leading the security team, strode forward and asked, "Who is Chen Ping?" Chen Ping frowned and replied, "I am." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yunnan glanced at him arrogantly and said coldly, "You are suspected of stealing public funds from the road construction in Yuha village. Now, immediately come with me to the county security brigade to assist in the investigation." Chapter 35, I earned this money selling vegetables. After Xiao Yunnan finished speaking, the two members of the security team who had come with him indiscriminately moved to arrest Chen Ping. Seeing this, Zhang Dayong and the others reacted, hastily persuading them, "Captain Xiao, don't be in such a hurry to arrest anyone. Could there be some sort of misunderstanding? Yes, Ping is someone we have watched grow up since childhood. This child has never done anything sneaky, so how could he steal road construction funds? Captain Xiao, that's not the kind of person Ping is." When Zhang Dayong and the others defended Chen Ping, Song Jianming's face immediately turned cold. He snorted in contempt and threatened, "If you protect him so much, are you also accomplices in the theft of road construction funds?" With such a big hat put on, even if the villagers wanted to speak up for Chen Ping, they didn't dare say much. At this time, Chen Ping looked at Xiao Yuan with a cold face and asked, Song Jianming, what evidence do you have to say that I stole the road construction funds? Song Jianming glanced at Chen Ping and sneered. If you want no one to know, you must not do it. Saying this, he turned to Xiao Yuan and said, Captain Xiao, I suspect that he is hiding the stolen road construction funds at home. You take someone to search and you will definitely find it. Hearing what Song Jianming said, Xiao Yuan immediately understood and gave Song Jianming a reassuring look. Then, he looked at the two security members he had brought and said, You two stay here and watch him. As he spoke, he pointed to Zhang Chang beside him and said, You come with me to search. Zhang Chang nodded and followed Xiao Yunan as they rushed into the 3 rooms of Chen Ping's house. Seeing this, Song Jianming's mouth inadvertently revealed a sneer. He had planned all of this long ago. Chen Ping dared to compete with him for the profits from the villagers selling vegetables, and was doomed to a dead end. At this moment, Lin Yuru, who had gone to the village to return the farming tools, rushed back. Seeing Xiao Yuan and Zhang Chang rummaging through the house, she immediately angrily stopped them. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to enter my home? Xiao Yuan, who was rummaging through the cupboard, happened to find Lin Yuru's clothes cupboard. Hearing her voice, he turned around and saw Lin Yuru, and arrogantly replied, Our security team is investigating Chen Ping's theft of the village's road repair funds. Why, do you want to protect him? As he spoke, he squeezed the underwear in his hand. Seeing Xiao Yuan's actions, Lin Yuru's face was full of anger. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Ping steal the road repair funds? She was about to go up and continue arguing, when Chen Ping spoke up to dissuade her. Sister-in-law, let them search. Lin Yuru wanted to say something else, but seeing Chen Ping's resolute eyes, she had to choose to remain silent. Outside Chen Ping's courtyard, apart from Zhang Daong and the others who had just arrived, the other villagers from Yuhe village heard the commotion and also hurried over to watch the fun. When they learned that Xiao Yunan and the others had come to investigate the road repair funds, many villagers expressed their belief that Chen Ping would not do such a thing, but some were skeptical. After all, the road repair funds concerned the interests of every villager, and everyone was paying close attention. At that moment, Zhang Chang, who was rummaging through the house, suddenly yelled, I found it! Then, he quickly grabbed a black leather bag and rushed out of the house. When the black leather bag was opened, it was seen to be neatly stacked with wads of red banknotes. Seeing the many red banknotes, the crowd of villagers in the courtyard were all taken aback. At a glance, there must be more than 100,000 yuan in the red banknotes in the bag. Since when had the Chen family become so rich? Seeing this, Song Jianming's face suddenly revealed a smile, and he walked up and pointed at the money in the bag, questioning. Chen Ping, how do you explain all this sudden wealth in your family? As he spoke, the eyes of the villagers in the village fell on Chen Ping, and there was more doubt on their faces. So much money? Could it be that you really stole the money for the village road repairs? Seeing this, Chen Ping simply replied with a calm expression. There is a total of about 144,000 in the bag, of which 100,000 is the remuneration that Duan Peilong gave me, so I won't say more about that. Upon hearing this, Song Jianming nodded slightly. The village knew about Duan Peilong, and he didn't expect to pin the money on Chen Ping. He sneered and said, What about the remaining 44,000? Everyone in the village knows that your family is so poor that you can't even afford to eat. Where did you get so much money? Hearing what Song Jianming said, Chen Ping retorted directly. I earned the remaining 40,000 yuan selling vegetables. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Song Jianming was first taken aback, and then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He knew that Chen Ping had earned a lot of money selling vegetables during this period of time, and he also knew that he had some money in his hands when he returned from the provincial capital, so he gave the number 40,000. If the money found at home at that time was not that much, he could say that Chen Ping had spent some of it or that it had been hidden elsewhere. If Chen Ping insisted that he had saved all this money over the years, he would have to waste some words, but he actually said that all this money was earned from selling vegetables, so Song Jianming just felt like he had met a fool. He looked at Chen Ping with full of ridicule and said, Chen Ping, do you think everyone is a fool? With the vegetables in your family, you can't even make 15,000 yuan if you sell them all. Now you're saying you made 40,000 yuan selling vegetables, who would believe that? I think that the 40,000 yuan is obviously the road repair funds you stole from the village. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the many villagers watching the commotion turned to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, aren't you talking nonsense? If selling vegetables could make that kind of money, we would all have become rich a long time ago, and we wouldn't still be so poor. Exactly, who would believe what he's saying? You really can't know a person's heart, and he's gone too far, stealing road repair funds. Song Jianming heard the discussion of the crowd and sneered. The reason he framed Chen Ping under the pretext of road construction funds was to attract the attention of the whole village. If this matter became a big deal, Chen Ping would have to go to jail for a few years at least. By then, with Chen Ping's example, who would dare to compete with him for benefits? Not only that, but he would definitely be able to claim Chen Ping's money as the road construction funds, and he would be able to pocket the real 40,000 yuan road construction funds, killing two birds with one stone. Seeing that Chen Ping still looked as if he was in denial, Song Jianming immediately gave Zhang Chang a wink. Zhang Chang understood, took out a stack of red banknotes from his bag, and exclaimed as if he had discovered something. There seems to be some kind of mark on these bills. Chapter 36, You Call Me a Fool? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at him. Song Jianming's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said with confidence, Is the mark on it not a road? Upon hearing what Song Jianming said, Zhang Chang hurriedly went to check, and after a moment, he replied in a hurry. Yes, it is a road character. Village Chief Song, how did you know? Facing the gaze of the many villagers, Song Jianming's face was full of confidence, and he replied lightly. This is the mark I made for the road repair funds, of course I know. Having said this, he suddenly turned around and snorted, and then asked Chen Ping angrily. Chen Ping, what do you have to say now? Seeing this, the many villagers watching the scene looked at Chen Ping with even more anger in their eyes. Chen Ping actually dared to steal the road repair funds, which were for everyone in the village. Chen, you stole the village's road repair money, do you still have a conscience? Yes, when your grandfather died, how everyone helped you, have you forgotten? Facing the accusations of the crowd, Lin Yuru hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Everyone, listen to me, A Ping would never steal the village's road repair money, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Daong also spoke up. Everyone, don't rush to jump to conclusions, let's hear what A Ping has to say. Upon hearing this, many villagers suppressed their anger and once again fixed their gaze on Chen Ping. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Chen Ping looked calmly at Song Jianming and said, To frame me, the trap you have set is truly perfect. Unfortunately, the evidence you have fabricated is completely untenable. I earned all this money selling vegetables to Taoyuan restaurant. You only need to check and you will naturally know. Hearing this, Song Jianming could no longer hold back and loudly rebuked. That's enough. Chen Ping, what's the point of denying it now? Your family's vegetables aren't made of gold, so why would Taoyuan restaurant pay such a high price for them? Do you take Boss Su for a fool? After saying this, Song Jianming immediately gave Xiao Yunan a look. Xiao Yunan, who had already accepted Song Jianming's advantages, nodded lightly and immediately looked at the two members of the security team and ordered with a cold face. Handcuff him. Hearing the order, the two members of the public security team were about to step forward and arrest Chen Ping. Seeing this, Lin Yuru was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Just at this critical moment, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Stop! The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw a beautiful woman in professional attire with an incomparably noble temperament striding towards the courtyard. It was Susini, the owner of Taoyuan restaurant. Behind her was the deputy manager of the Taoyuan restaurant, Wang Xiaolei. When they saw Susini arrive, the villagers made way for her. They had heard a lot about this beautiful boss who often paid high prices for vegetables, but they had never been able to find a way to sell their vegetables to the Taoyuan restaurant. Even Xiao Yunan, who had previously been so arrogant, saw Susini and his arrogance disappeared without a trace, leaving only politeness. As the deputy leader of the security team, he knew that Susini was more than just the owner of Taoyuan restaurant. She was extremely close to a beautiful young director in Ningdong County. A deputy team leader like him was unknowingly many ranks below that director. Susini walked through the crowd and came to the center of the courtyard. After taking a look around, she frowned and said, I just heard someone call me a fool? As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the many villagers fell on Song Jianming. Song Jianming knew from Xiao Yunan's attitude that Susini was not someone he could mess with. He hurriedly told Susini what had happened earlier, then explained with a smile. Boss Su, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, a flash of disgust crossed Susini's eyes as she looked at Song Jianming, and she sneered and replied. So, is this all Chen's fault? Song Jianming did not notice the change in Susini's address in her words, and immediately agreed. That's right, if Chen Ping hadn't kept saying that you gave him the 40,000 yuan, I wouldn't have mistakenly offended you. Boss Su, what Chen did was to tarnish your reputation. No wonder someone like him would be involved in such a shady deal. He said this, looking at Chen Ping with a smug expression in his eyes. Even Boss Su has come in person, he wants to see how Chen Ping can lie anymore. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard Susini's voice ringing in his ears again. But Mr. Chen's 40,000 yuan was indeed the money I settled for him. Song Jianming was about to say something else, but when he heard Susini's words, it was as if someone had suddenly strangled him, and his voice came to an abrupt end. At the same time, everyone else in Chen Ping's courtyard froze in place, all looking at Susini as if they had seen a ghost, feeling as if they had just heard something wrong. Song Jianming looked at Susini with disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked. Boss Su, what did you just say? Susini glanced around at the crowd and continued. I said that Mr. Chen's 40,000 yuan was the payment for the food from Taoyuan restaurant. I came to the village today to buy food from Mr. Chen again. Susini's voice was flat, but to everyone else it sounded like a bolt of thunder, and everyone was stunned. Chen Ping's 40,000 yuan in his hand was not stolen road repair funds, but money for selling vegetables? This is completely different from what Song Jianming said. At this time, the Zhang Daong couple, who had previously believed in Chen Ping, immediately stood up. I have long said that Ping is not this kind of person. This is obviously some people trying to frame Ping. Upon hearing what they said, the villagers' gazes immediately fell on Song Jianming. Facing the suspicious gazes of the many villagers, Song Jianming was unable to say a word for a while. He never expected that there would be such a big flaw in his perfect plan, nor did he expect Susini to come to Yuhua village in person, and even less did he expect that the money that Chen Ping had was really the money from selling vegetables. Thinking about the serious consequences after the matter was revealed, he couldn't help but panic completely. Chapter 37, A Turning Blow. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Susini and Chen Ping in panic and said, You're lying. You must have colluded beforehand. That's what happened. Seeing Song Jianming's wild accusations, Zhang Daong couldn't help but sneer and retort. Song Jianming, don't bark like a mad dog. Who is Boss Su? Would she do this for 40,000 yuan? Upon hearing this, Song Jianming immediately retorted. If that wasn't the case, why would she spend so much money on Chen Ping's food? As soon as he finished speaking, Susini's voice immediately rang out. Because Mr. Chen's food is worth the price. If anyone doesn't believe me, they can come with me to the store to check the books. The reason she came to Yuhua village in person today was because she found out that Chen Ping did not come to deliver the food at Taoyuan restaurant today. Since the new menu was put up in the store, the customers first complained about the outrageous prices on the new menu. But once they tried it, no one said anything anymore. On the contrary, they were all very excited and brought their friends and family to try it. In just 2 days, the traffic to Taoyuan restaurant has increased by 20% due to the existence of these tomatoes. And this is just the beginning. Because of this, she couldn't wait to come to the village to deepen the cooperation agreement with Chen Ping. Hearing what Susini said, Song Jianming's face was full of panic. There was no reason for the group not to believe her. Thinking about this, he panicked and blurted out. Who knows if you two aren't in cahoots? No matter how you try to argue, Captain Xiao and the others found the road repair money. In your house. Everyone saw it with their own eyes, it's an ironclad fact. As he finished speaking, many villagers nodded in agreement. The 2 red bills in Zhang Chang's hand did indeed have road markings on them. If these were given to him by Boss Su of Taoyuan restaurant, then how could they have road repair money markings? Seeing that everyone was suspicious, Song Jianming immediately took advantage of the situation and said to the crowd. Everyone, this road repair money belongs to everyone in our village. If Chen takes it now in the name of selling vegetables, the loss will be ours. Hearing him say this, many villagers immediately became anxious. What's going on? Ping, you better give everyone an explanation. 40,000 yuan for road repairs is definitely not a small sum for the people of Yuhua village. Seeing the villagers getting anxious, Song Jianming couldn't help sneering and looking at Chen Ping and said, Chen Ping, you better speak up and explain it clearly to everyone. Facing the gazes of the many villagers, Chen Ping smiled calmly, looked at Song Jianming and slowly said, Since Village Chief Song wants an explanation, I'll explain it clearly to everyone. Village Chief Song, I'm sure that in order to ensure that the money from my family would be used for the road, you must have returned the money marked with the symbol road to someone else, right? Having said that, Chen Ping could not help but turn to Xiao Yunan next to him and said lightly, Captain Xiao, do you think I'm right? As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, the faces of both Song Jianming and Xiao Yunan changed dramatically. Song Jianming did not expect Chen Ping to have thought of this, and his face turned pale. Xiao Yunan, on the other hand, was full of anger and reprimanded. Chen Ping, do you know what the consequences are of falsely accusing a member of the security forces out of thin air? As he spoke, he couldn't help reaching into his pocket and tightly clutching the red banknotes in his hand. Just then, the young security guard behind him suddenly made a move, grabbing Xiao Yunan in a hug. Then, before Xiao Yunan could react, he forcefully pulled his hand out of his pocket. The next moment, 3 red banknotes fell from Xiao Yunan's hand. Everyone looked closely and saw that the lower corners of the banknotes had the same road markings. In an instant, all the villagers understood what was going on. Apparently, the reason why the money seized from Chen Ping's house had markings was because they had been added when it was seized. No wonder Xiao Yuan had asked Zhang Chang to search with him. Seeing this, the young security team member immediately spoke to the other security team member. What are you still doing? Handcuff Xiao Yuan. After the words fell, the man reacted and directly handcuffed Xiao Yuan. Being restrained by the 2 men, Xiao Yuan angrily scolded. You're out of line, I'm your team leader. Untie me quickly, or you won't be able to get away with it. Upon hearing this, the young security guard coldly replied. From now on, you are no longer our team leader. As the deputy team leader, you have taken bribes and perverted the law. All that awaits you is imprisonment. After arresting Xiao Yunan, the young security guard couldn't help but look at Zhang Chang. Seeing his gaze, the good-for-nothing Zhang Chang was directly scared silly. He was the dog's leg for the village chief Song Jianming, just trying to get by, and never imagined that this matter was so serious. As soon as he heard that he was going to jail, Zhang Chang directly fell to his knees in front of the villagers, crying and begging for mercy. I was wrong, I'll confess everything. It was all Song Jianming's bad idea. He said that as long as I got the money he gave me into Chen Ping's house during the search, it would be fine. Folks, you know me. I'm gutless. At most, I would dare to steal a chicken or a dog. If I knew this was so serious, I would never dare to do it, even if you killed me. Please, for the sake of being in the same village for so many years, forgive me this once. I don't want to go to jail. Zhang Chang said, repeatedly bowing to everyone in the village to admit his fault. Looking at his pleading appearance, many villagers had mixed feelings. Zhang Chang was once famous in the village for his hard work, and everyone who met him praised him, but since he was cheated out of his girlfriend and everything else 4 years ago, he has given up on himself. Zhang Daong is Zhang Chang's cousin, and he couldn't bear to see him like this. With a cold face, he said. We other people will decide what happens. It's up to Ping whether he's willing to forgive you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang immediately knelt before Chen Ping. Chen Ping didn't bother arguing with Zhang Chang and said indifferently. You really weren't the main culprit in this, and since you took the initiative to identify the culprit, let's just forget about it. Upon hearing what Chen Ping said, Zhang Chang hurriedly thanked him profusely, saying, Thank you, thank you. At this point, it seemed as if he had thought of something, and angrily pointing his finger at Song Jianming, he said. Folks, this was all Song Jianming's doing. He did it because Chen Ping helped everyone sell their vegetables at a high price, which affected his profits. Once Chen Ping was sent to prison, he could once again bargain with everyone to lower the price of vegetables. Hearing that Song Jianming did this for this reason, the faces of the many villagers were suddenly full of anger. They gnashed their teeth and stared at Song Jianming, hating him enough to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Song, haven't you made a fortune off everyone else over the years? As the village chief, it's fine if you don't want to think of ways to make everyone rich, but when Chen Ping was finally willing to help everyone, you had to frame him for your own selfish gain. Do people like you deserve to be village chiefs? Pa! What a disgrace to your ancestors! Chapter 38, One More Condition. Facing the abuse of the crowd, Song Jianming was full of despair, his face ashen. He knew that the evidence was conclusive and Zhang Chang had turned against him and reported him, so no matter what he said, it would be useless. He looked at Chen Ping with a full face of unwillingness, not understanding why the honorable boss Su of Taoyuan restaurant would make a special trip to defend Chen Ping. At this time, Chen Ping stepped forward, looked at Song Jianming calmly and said slowly, Song Jianming, what else do you have to say? Song Jianming gnashed his teeth and stared at Chen Ping. He never expected that he, as the village chief, would lose to Chen Ping. After he came back to his senses, he sneered and looked at the many villagers and said, "Do you really think that Chen Ping is genuinely looking out for your best interests? He got rid of me, but it was just so that he could pocket the village's vegetable sales money all by himself. I don't believe you, just wait and see, it won't be long before he undercuts the prices even more than I did." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping looked at Song Jianming with contempt in his eyes. "You are you, and I am me. You forget about justice when you see a prophet, but that doesn't mean everyone is trash like you." At this time, 2 security guards had already arrested Song Jianming. Seeing this, Song Jianming glanced coldly at Chen Ping and said, "We'll see about that, this isn't over yet." Chen Ping smiled and replied lightly, "Of course it's not over, village chief Song. The 40,000 yuan for the road repairs should be at your house, it's everyone's money. If you volunteer to tell everyone where you hid the money, that's fine, but if you don't want to say, I don't think anyone would mind going to your house and looking for it." After these words, Song Jianming was so angry that his face turned ashen. He had already thought of how to embezzle the 40,000 yuan for the road repairs, but after this incident, there was no way he could do it. It can be said that he has lost his wife and soldiers at the same time. In order to prevent the crowd from damaging the furniture in his house, he had to grit his teeth and say, "It's under the mattress in my house." After he finished speaking, Chen Ping continued, "Village Chief Song, you said it so quickly, I'm afraid the road repair money is more than 40,000 yuan. It seems that everyone will have to go to your house and look for it." Chen Ping's face was full of coldness. Song Jianming had just told Xiao Yunan and the others to rummage through his house without mercy. Hearing what Chen Ping said, many villagers immediately reacted. Yes, with the virtue of the surname Song, he must have understated it. This son of a bitch is really disgusting. We will search together later and make sure to get back all the road repair money that belongs to everyone. Seeing that many villagers had been provoked by Chen Ping's anger, Song Jianming could no longer hold back, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger. Apart from the money for the road repair, most of the money in his house was in the bank card, and the rest was just loose change. He didn't worry about the villagers taking the money at home. However, they were searching the house with hatred, so all the furniture in his house would definitely suffer. That's a lot of money. Thinking about this, Song Jianming was so angry that he fainted. After the 2 security members took Song Jianming and Xiao Yuyan away in the car, the villagers immediately surrounded Chen Ping, each with a pleading expression. "Ping, you have to help us sell our vegetables too. Yes, you can't just take care of Zhang Dayong and the others and ignore us. We've helped your family a lot since we were young. Ah, Ping, if you help us sell the vegetables, we'll give you 70% of the market price." "That's right, we only want 70%, and if that's not possible, 65% is fine." The villagers were really scared of being exploited by Song Jianming, but even if they only got 65% of the market price, they would still be making more than before. Facing the pleas of the villagers, Chen Ping couldn't help but feel some emotion. He knew all these people in the village, and everyone worked harder and harder growing vegetables, but they still couldn't get rich. There are 2 main reasons. First, there is no stable sales channel, so no one dares to grow too much, and the selling price is therefore very low because of Song Jianming's pressure. Second, although they work very hard, they have not learned the relevant knowledge scientifically, so they can only work based on experience. Sometimes wrong experience will waste a lot of labor for nothing. Looking at their eager and hopeful eyes on their rough and tan faces, Chen Ping could not help but make a decision in his heart. Thinking about this, he turned to Susini and said, "Boss Su, thank you for your help today." Upon hearing this, Susini smiled and replied, "It was nothing, you don't have to be so polite. If Mr. Chen really wants to thank me, why don't you think about what I said last time?" Susini said this, although she appeared calm on the surface, she was extremely nervous. She was well aware that what she was doing was tantamount to moral. The villagers in the courtyard couldn't help but freeze in place, looking at Chen Ping in disbelief. They were already very happy to be able to sell their vegetables at 30% to 70% of the market price, and now Chen Ping was actually asking them to sell at market price. This was something they had never dared to hope for before. However, could Boss Su agree to this condition? Susini had originally thought that Chen Ping would ask for something outrageous, and she had even prepared herself mentally. As long as the condition was not too outrageous, she could agree to it. However, she never expected Chen Ping to ask for this. She looked at Chen Ping in surprise, as this condition was basically for the villagers, and there was no benefit for him. Thinking about this, she looked at Chen Ping with a little more respect in her eyes. At this point, Chen Ping asked with a smile. Boss Su, can you agree to this condition? Susini came back to her senses and immediately nodded and replied. I agree. She had looked at all the vegetables that Chen Ping had delivered before, and the quality was indeed excellent. For her, it didn't matter where the vegetables were collected, as long as there were no issues with the quality. Seeing that Susini had agreed, Chen Ping slowly reached out. Then, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Susini reached out and shook hands lightly, smiling. Happy cooperation. At this point, Susini handed Chen Ping the exclusive cooperation agreement that she had prepared long ago. Chen Ping looked it over and couldn't help but exclaim. Boss Su is really professional, even the liquidated damages are set. Susini gave a professional smile. Business is business, I hope Mr. Chen understands. Chen Ping nodded lightly. There was no reason for Susini to trust him so easily. After confirming that there were no issues with the terms of the agreement, he signed it. It was only when she saw Chen Ping's signature that Susini's heart finally settled. She could hardly hide her excitement and said, I'll call someone to come to the village to pick up the vegetables. With that, she made a phone call. Before coming, she had made full preparations, asking the staff of Taoyuan restaurant to wait in the truck at Yango. Now it could finally come in handy. At this time, the many villagers in the courtyard were still in a state of shock. Chen Ping had just said a few words and had actually helped them sell their vegetables to the Taoyuan restaurant? What was going on? Seeing that everyone was still in a daze, Chen Ping couldn't help but say, Everyone, don't just stand there, go home and get ready. While Boss Su is in the village picking up the vegetables, sell as much as you can. Hearing what Chen Ping said, the many villagers came back to their senses and looked at Chen Ping gratefully. Ah Ping, we are all really grateful to you. Yes, Ping, if it weren't for you, we would never have been able to sell our vegetables to Taoyuan restaurant in our previous lives. We were so ashamed that we even suspected you of taking the road repair money. Seeing the shameful looks on the faces of many villagers, Chen Ping smiled and said, You were also deceived by Song Jianming, so it's not your fault. After a pause, he continued. We are all neighbors, so there is no need to be so polite. Hurry home and get your vegetables, don't keep Boss Su waiting. Hearing Chen Ping say this, the crowd dispersed, going home to pack their vegetables and get ready to sell them to Susini. After the villagers left, Chen Ping's face could not hide his happy smile. The reason he decided to help everyone was because when his grandfather died, almost everyone in the village came to help. If it weren't for everyone's help, he wouldn't even have been able to bury his grandfather. He has always remembered this kindness, and today he has finally repaid it. When the truck from Taoyuan restaurant arrived to collect the vegetables, the villagers from Yuha village brought their vegetables over one after the other. Susini was also generous, and settled the bill directly on the spot after weighing the vegetables. The villagers, who had received their vegetable money, all had an uncontainable smile of joy on their faces. After being farmers for so long, this was the first time they had sold their vegetables at a real market price. It took nearly a truckload to fill before the Taoyuan restaurant truck left. And Chen Ping's hands were once again full of nearly 10,000 yuan. Together with what he had before, he now had 154,000 yuan. After Susini and the people from Taoyuan restaurant left, Yuha village once again returned to peace. Chen Ping returned to the courtyard and saw Lin Yuru tidying up the messy house that Xiao Yuan had turned upside down during the search. He immediately helped her. Seeing this, Lin Yuru spoke up. Ah Ping, I can clean up the house, you go about your business. Chen Ping smiled and replied. It's fine, sister-in-law, 2 people can do it faster. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru just gave a soft response. While cleaning the house, Lin Yuru was a little distracted. For some reason, ever since she met the owner of Taoyuan restaurant, Su, she had been a little unsettled. She always felt that Chen Ping and the beautiful owner had an unusual relationship. Thinking this, she couldn't help but muster her courage and ask Chen Ping. Ping, what's your relationship with that boss Su? Chen Ping was working and didn't notice Lin Yuru talking, so he instinctively replied. Sister-in-law, what did you say? I didn't hear you. A flash of panic crossed Lin Yuru's face, and she hurriedly replied. No, it's nothing. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping was suspicious, but he didn't ask any more and continued working. Seeing that Chen Ping didn't ask, Lin Yuru let out a sigh of relief. Recalling everything that had happened today, she couldn't help but look sad. There was no doubt about it, just as her husband Chen Mingliang had said, Chen Ping would never stay in Yuha village forever. With his abilities, only an outstanding woman like Susini would be worthy of him. Even if Chen Ping didn't like the current Susini, it wouldn't be long before there would be Zhang Sini and Wang Sini, and compared to them, she would have no advantages. Thinking about this, the words of Chen Mingliang came back to her mind. Really, do I have to do this? Just as Lin Yuru was hesitating, she suddenly saw Chen Ping packing her closet. Seeing this, she couldn't help but suddenly wake up, because the garter belt stockings that Chen Ping bought for her last time were in that closet. Thinking about this, Lin Yuru hurriedly said, "Ah, Ping, don't." As soon as she opened her mouth, she saw Chen Ping, puzzled, pick up the stockings from the corner of the closet. With his movements, the stockings completely unfurled in an instant, revealing themselves to the two of them. The moment they saw the stockings, their eyes met. Chapter 40, Appearances Can Be Deceiving. Chen Ping looked at the stockings in front of him in shock. Uncontrollably, the image of Lin Yuru wearing the stockings appeared in Chen Ping's mind. In an instant, Chen Ping felt his head swell, and his nose was incredibly hot. At this time, Lin Yuru slowly came back to her senses, her cheeks flaming as she looked at the stockings in Chen Ping's hands, her heart in a panic. Seeing Chen Ping staring at her with wide eyes, Lin Yuru instinctively thought that Chen Ping was blaming her for putting the gift he gave her in the deepest part of the closet. She couldn't help blushing slightly and bowing her head as she replied, "Ah, Ping, I'm not ready yet." At the thought of wearing such embarrassing stockings, Lin Yuru felt her palms sweating. Hearing this, Chen Ping didn't understand at first and looked at Lin Yuru in shock. At this moment, a scene of Chen Ping and Susini chatting happily suddenly flashed through Lin Yuru's mind. Without knowing where she got the courage, she suddenly looked up at Chen Ping and said softly, "Ah, Ping, give me some time, I'll wear them for you." As soon as the words fell, Chen Ping's mind was full of fantasies. Finally, his nose suddenly swelled up, and he could no longer hold back, and his nose started to bleed. Chen Ping hurriedly put the stockings back in the closet, and then rushed out the door. Lin Yuru was stunned for a moment as she watched Chen Ping leave in a mess. Then, a faint smile could not help but appear on her face. In terms of appearance, she was confident that she was not inferior to Susini. In the past 2 days, the village chief Song Jianming was taken to the public security brigade for questioning, and the villagers sold a lot of vegetables to Taoyuan restaurant at once, so they didn't need Chen Ping's help for the time being. With this free time, Chen Ping decided to take this opportunity to repay the money he owed Zhao Liuji. He now had more than 150,000 yuan on him, and even if he repaid 150,000 yuan, he would still have a few thousand yuan left. In addition, there were still a lot of ripe tomatoes in the vegetable garden, which could earn a lot of money if sold, so it would definitely be enough for the short term. Thinking about it, he did it. The next morning, after Chen Ping finished working in the vegetable garden, he secretly took the bag full of 150,000 yuan and went to Shangyango village. When he walked to the courtyard built by Zhao Liuji's house, a strong man guarding the door immediately stopped him and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Chen Ping frowned slightly and replied, "Tell Zhao Liuji that Chen Ping is looking for him." The strong man glanced at Chen Ping and replied in a threatening tone, "Wait here, I'll go and let him know." With that, he strode into the courtyard. Not long after, Zhao Liuji, with his beer belly protruding, walked out of the house in front of the burly man. When he saw Chen Ping, he immediately scowled and rebuked the burly man beside him. "Can you do your fucking job? Dr. Chen is my honored guest. If you dare to keep such an honored guest out of the door in the future, watch your dog's leg." After that, he suddenly put on a smile and looked at Chen Ping. "I apologize for not welcoming you, Dr. Chen. Come, it's sunny outside, let's go inside." Seeing this, Chen Ping calmly refused. "No need, I came today to pay off your gambling debt, and I'll leave after that." With that, Chen Ping directly opened the bag he had brought, and inside was a stack of neatly organized red banknotes. Hearing what Chen Ping said, Zhao Liuji immediately politely said, "There's no rush with this money. If Dr. Chen needs it urgently, you can pay me back later. I promise you, there won't be any interest." Chen Ping just wanted to distance himself from people like Zhao Liuji as soon as possible, so he replied coldly, "Tell your people to count it, it's 150,000 in total." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liuji didn't want to insist anymore, so he took the bag directly and handed it to the strong man next to him, smiling and saying, "There's nothing to count, I trust Dr. Chen." Seeing this, Chen Ping didn't insist either. After returning the money to Zhao Liuji, he said coldly and threateningly, "Zhao Liuji, let me be clear. I have already paid you back the full 150,000 yuan. If you ever dare to cause trouble for my sister-in-law again, I will kill you. If someone else had spoken to Zhao Liuji like this, he would have been furious, but in the face of Chen Ping, he just smiled back. No way, Zhao Liuji is famous for keeping his promises. Besides, even if you were to ask me to get into trouble, I wouldn't dare. Seeing this, Chen Ping snorted. You'd better not. After saying this, he turned around and left directly. Seeing Chen Ping's departing back, Zhao Liuji's face immediately turned gloomy. He returned to the house silently with the bag containing the money. Zhao Shi was playing cards with someone, and when he saw Zhao Liuji throw the bag aside, he hurriedly went over to check it out. After seeing the money in the bag, he was full of surprise and said, "Brother, where did you get so much money?" Zhao Liuji replied with a stern face. Chen Ping returned the money. Zhao Shi asked in puzzlement, "Brother, why aren't you happy to have returned so much money?" Seeing his younger brother's puzzled expression, Zhao Liuji scolded impatiently. "You know nothing, all you know is to play around. When will you ever use your brain?" Although he received 150,000 yuan, the loss of wealth is immeasurable. Chen Ping was able to earn 150,000 yuan in such a short period of time, so it is conceivable how much money he will earn in the future. As long as he holds on to this cash cow, he will definitely become rich and powerful in the future. And now, this cash cow is getting farther and farther away from him. Thinking of this, he could not help but give the order. "Chen Mingliang is in the courtyard, right? Drag him over here." As soon as he finished speaking, the two thugs, who were playing cards, immediately went to the basement and dragged Chen Mingliang up. Chen Mingliang was having a good day and was winning, so when he saw Zhao Liuji, he thought he had come to collect the debt and immediately said, "Boss Zhao, give me a few more days. I've been having good luck these past 2 days, and I'll pay you back as soon as I've won enough." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liuji just gave him a cold stare and said, "Beat him up." Upon hearing this, the two thugs immediately started to punch and kick Chen Mingliang. Chen Mingliang dared not resist in the slightest, so he could only hold his head and roll around on the ground, screaming, "Boss Zhao, I was wrong. If I have offended you in any way, I will kowtow to you, okay? Please, stop, it hurts." Facing Chen Mingliang's pleas for mercy, Zhao Liuji was unmoved, just coldly watching the beaten Chen Mingliang. After a long time, he told the two thugs to stop. Chen Mingliang was beaten up and his face was bruised. He got up from the ground and looked at Zhao Liuji with fear in his eyes. "Boss Zhao, I will definitely find a way to pay you back." Zhao Liuji's eyes flashed with disgust. He knew very well that a loser like Chen Mingliang would definitely lose the money he won today and never get a chance to turn his life around. Thinking about business, he looked at Chen Mingliang and asked, "Let me ask you, how is the matter I told you to handle?" Chen Mingliang did not react for a moment and replied with confusion, "What matter?" Zhao Liuji's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "It's the matter of asking Chen Ping to find your wife."